So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high. You're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. 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 you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take 'em tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, that feeling. Never stop dreaming. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways when you're next to me. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take 'em tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. phone. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, like somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, like somebody. All I want is
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie.
Summer night, sipping up the vibe, here to make you dance now. Feel the heat, taste of something sweet. Wanna take a chance now. We don't care if it's a weekday. We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out out there soaking up the sun rays and feel the rhythm of our favorite tunes. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne lights. Line up, get on the track, it's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I close, there's no one lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, wash your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Green light, it's overdue, but right, don't leave me blue. We go medicine training. If I win, then you win too. I'll close, then I will lose. Yeah, love ain't no race, but baby, ooh, oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, wash your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Oh, pulling me in. Games begin, games begin.
I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? To take my time, I haven't decided yet. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Does it really matter if the stars don't shine? Who can love you better? Does it really matter if the stars don't
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Vincent, you just won your last game against Fabiano. Let's start there. A lot of people thought a draw was good for both of you, but you went for it. You quickly got a winning position. What was going through your mind before the game and what happened in the game?
Yeah, I mean, before the game, I was already happy to be in the situation that I was. I mean, even with a loss, I think I would have been guaranteed a playoff. So that's quite comfortable considering that after the second game today, my chances were not looking that great. So I was already happy with that. And of course, it was in my mind that a draw would be a great result. But there's no real way to simplify the position. And I think he was trying not to be slightly worse, and that attempt got really messy. And I think taking the pawn the way he did certainly wasn't a great idea and gave me too much play.
You mentioned that after 8 rounds, things were looking tricky, but then you won the last 3 games. What do you think happened? Is there anything you think changed?
No, not really. It's just we have to be honest that, of course, also the drawing of the position can influence the way things go. Sometimes there are positions that are easier to play for white, and against Hikaru, it was a very difficult and tense game. I think out of the opening I wasn't better at all, maybe even worse, and of course winning that game was certainly the key point.
So you will be one of the players tonight that the top 4 can choose from. In Weissenhaus, you were the first to be picked. You went on to win the tournament. Do you think you will be picked first again tonight, or they are not going to there?
I'm going to see. Yeah, well, I will sit back and see who I'm playing against. And no matter what, I'm really looking forward to playing freestyle classical matches again, which is... I like it better than the rapid, and of course it's great that I don't have to play for 9th or 11th place, but can still fight for the top spots.
Vincent, congratulations on qualifying to the quarterfinals and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Arjun, congratulations. You finished on 6.5. You're qualified for the quarterfinals. How was your experience of playing this round robin over the board here in Paris?
Thank you. It was very intense and very exciting. I'm happy that I made it to the knockout phase.
You had a fantastic run in the Freestyle Fridays, winning 3 times in a row. Was that the only prep you did for this event, or did you do something else as well?
No, I was analyzing many possible starting freestyle positions, and I was trying to make some principles out of it. And I did spend quite some time on it.
Tomorrow we move to the classical portion. The top 4 players will be able to choose their opponents out of 5 to 8. At the moment, it's still unclear whether you will finish in 4th or in 5th. It will depend on the last game running. Do you have a preference, finish 4th and not getting a choice, or finishing 5th?
Probably slight preference towards 5th because like 4th player usually gets the best one like between 5 and 8. So maybe 5th, but it doesn't matter that much.
I imagine tomorrow will be your first time playing classical freestyle chess. Are you excited for that?
Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it. It will be quite new for me, and I know some of the others are experienced, but like I'm excited for tomorrow.
You are the only Indian to make it through to the quarterfinals. You have a reputation for having quite a creative style. Do you think that gave you an advantage in freestyle chess?
Probably a little bit because like sometimes in classical I have to go out of my way to and accept some worse positions to make it complicated. While here most of the times like on move 1, move 2 itself it's already complicated. So maybe that does help a little bit.
Well, it's been a pleasure to watch your games. Arjun, congratulations and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Jan, congratulations. You finished the tournament on 8.5 out of 11. You scored 4.5 out of 5 today. How are you feeling right now?
Well, to be honest, I didn't feel quite well today, so like I didn't expect like anything to be quite good. So I thought like I will try to sit on my +2 and just make sure I will qualify. But somehow like I got a couple of easy games with white. I mean, especially with, I mean, actually all 3 games with white I was massively better after opening. Yeah, let's say with Maxim or with also like with Arjun and also with Gukesh. And yeah, somehow with black I also like managed to outplay Vidit from a bad position, and then okay against Magnus at some point I was winning. But it was like already time scramble and I couldn't calculate. So I mean, okay, so far like, today was a great day, but it's important to keep the momentum, yeah, like, because the main tournament starts tomorrow.
Absolutely. But so far, this is your first time playing in the Grand Slam Freestyle Chess Tour. How was your experience of these 2 days of round robin rapid?
Well, I'm not going to whine too much, yeah, like scoring 9.5 out of 11. So yeah, maybe the time control is favorable for me. So it's like semi-rapid, semi-blitz. So it's a bit faster than rapid and a bit slower than blitz. So it's like possibly my 2 favorite types of chess, yeah, currently. Yeah, and also it's, you know, it does a great job when you shouldn't like spend like hours and hours preparing. So my head is relatively free of like any extra knowledge, yeah, which could bother me during the game and before the game. So yeah, it was fun. But yeah, once again, like tomorrow is the day.
Unless Magnus, who is still playing right now, unless he wins, it looks like you might be the winner of this round robin, and in which case you would be the first to choose your opponent at dinner tonight. Will you give it some thought in the next hour, or do you already have some ideas?
I have no idea. First of all, I have to see who finishes which place, yeah, like who qualifies. So it should have been like, I think, from 4 to 8, from 5 to 8 it should be like, I think, Fabiano, Vincent, I think Hikaru, and maybe someone else. I'm not sure who exactly.
Arjun.
Could be Arjun, yeah, could be Arjun, could be someone else, but probably him. Well, we will see. So I guess like we have to understand that okay, rapid is one story, and like classical, even like classical playing freestyle chess is completely different game, and yeah, I'll surely take my time to consider. In a way, I would be happier to finish 4th, so just to get what I was left with. So you know, no extra responsibility for a poor choice like it was in Ferrucci case, I guess.
Are you looking forward to playing classical tomorrow?
Yeah. At least it will be like a shorter day. Like instead of like 4 games, it will be only 1 game. Yeah.
Absolutely. Jan, congratulations on a great result in the round robin, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Maxime, congratulations. You are through to the quarterfinals here in Paris. How did day 2 of the round rapid go?
It was a bit less convincing than yesterday. I had a lot of bad positions, but again, I managed to save myself in some of them and to win very luckily against Vidit with 2 pawns down. So, of course, I'm satisfied with the qualification, and now we move to the unknown.
The unknown, the classical portion awaits tomorrow. Before that, tonight at dinner, the opponents will be decided. The top 3 can choose between places 5 and 8. It's not clear yet whether you will be 3rd or 4th in this round robin. Would you rather be 3rd and have the chance to choose between 2 players, or be 4th and just, you know, get an opponent?
I'm very mathematical, so yeah, I prefer to have a choice than no choice.
Is there anyone here that you would particularly like to play tomorrow?
I think we know already we're 5th to 8th, but we'll see. I don't really care.
Is tomorrow your first time playing freestyle chess in a classical format?
That's why I said I was coming into the unknown.
Have you done any kind of special preparation for the classical part of the tournament?
Not really. I just was watching the games from previous events and was looking at time management from the players. Hopefully that helps a bit.
Well, Maxime, congratulations and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Paris, the city of art, culture, and now freestyle chess. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 8 days, we will watch 12 of the world's top-rated grandmasters will compete at the highest level. Freestyle chess is unlike anything the world has ever seen. And who better to bring in this fantastic event than my incredible friends, David Howell and Tanya Sachdev.
James, it's great to be back with you boys. Paris is the perfect city for the second leg of the Grand Slam Tour. Of course, Paris has emblematic architecture and incredible art. But the city is also home to iconic chess history, from casual matches in Jardin de Luxembourg to 3 global chess tournaments in the 19th century, to chess cafes that have attracted the likes of Voltaire, Roger, Ben Franklin, and even a young Napoleon.
You're absolutely right, Tanya. Paris has been the setting for some thrilling chess tournaments throughout history, from famous artists like Eugene Delacroix to legendary chess players like La Bourdonnaise and Alexander Alekhine. Freestyle chess is now going to write the next chapter in Paris's chess legacy. What makes freestyle so unique is how we play chess. The players will compete in Chess 960, which randomizes the pieces on the back rank to level the playing field. Before each game, we will pull one of 960 positions, which the players will then have 10 minutes to discuss.
Which forces players to rely on their intuition and adaptability. Every move is crucial. And as we know from the Weissenhaus Slam, drama is guaranteed.
With the best players, creators, and commentators in the world, get ready for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Paris. Things are heating up here in Paris, France, as we enter the knockout stage. Hello and welcome, everybody, to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in Paris, France. I'm James Dash Patterson, joined as always by Tanya Sachdev and David Howell to preview the day and bring you all of the over-the-board action. All 12 players still remain, importantly, fighting in different brackets, which we will go through in just a bit to make sure that you have a complete understanding of everything that's at stake over the course of the next 8 days. But in a number of ways, I think the most important thing for us to acknowledge is we come into a period of time where we slow things down. Classical time controls. It's a totally different approach to the game, as well as matchups between players that will take place over 2 days.
Yeah, and this is the business end of the tournament. It's knockouts. The margin for error for these players is absolutely nothing here. It's going to be a best of 2 in classical. And to your point, James, absolutely a different animal when you go into these longer time formats. And that truly captures the essence of freestyle chess because it's required to spend those extra minutes at the very start.
Yeah, and so while David, some players are going to feel a lot of confidence coming out of those initial round robins based on their performance, it's almost a full reset, right? It doesn't really matter at this point if you finished first, you finished 8th, as long as you made it into that top 8 playoff picture, your chances are equal of going through, as we very well saw back in Weisenhaus.
That's right. I mean, the first 2 days were a lot of fun. I really enjoyed covering the Rapid, and a lot of the players enjoyed it, some more than others. But ultimately, that was just all about survival. As we saw in Weisenhaus with Vincent Keimer struggling in the round robin, but upping his game in the classical, it is totally different playing field now, essentially, and it's just about who adapts better. Survival is one thing. The top 8, they lock that in. They're all going to be feeling good. And now it's just about who can adapt to the new time format.
Who can adapt, and of course, I'm sure plenty of people want to know who chose who drew who. We had the pleasure of diving into the dining hall last night and getting to watch all of that play out in real time. Have no fear. We'll have brackets for you that explain it all. It is a bit of a complex system here because one of the important things when it comes to freestyle chess being a year-long circuit is that we do award not just cash prizes to every single place from top to bottom, but also circuit points from top to bottom. So fighting for 5th is just as relevant, as fighting for 1st if that's the position that you end up finding yourself in. So those brackets will continue to break down, and everything is superbly relevant. You don't want to give up the fight until the very last moment.
Yeah, not just any old cash prizes as well, very decent cash prizes, but most importantly, I think the players really care about the tour points. They all want to be in South Africa at the end of the year when things really matter.
I mean, I love this phase of the tournament when it goes into knockouts. It's a one-on-one, it's spread over 2 days, and the players really have to outplay the other opponent in pretty much every format, because sometimes it can go into tie breaks. And I really want to ask you guys, I mean, yesterday we were at dinner, right, when the players were picking up, and once again, James, we had Jan Nepomniachtchi take the first pick, calling out on Vincent. Were you guys surprised with that?
To be honest, I wasn't. I wasn't. Largely because he wasn't at Weisenhaus. Number one, and so I don't think
no trauma.
There's no trauma with it all. But also, I think at the end of the day, you look at that field of players, and you still probably have to challenge the guy to prove that it wasn't a fluke. There's kind of I think that's maybe the mindset here, right? Is like, all right, prove to us that your win in Weisenhaus wasn't a fluke.
Did you see the way he did it? He was sitting.
He was so happy.
He was so chill, and then he just sort of, shouted across the room, "I pick Vincent Keimer. I pick black."
Yeah, with a big old smile on his face, tucked away in the corner of the dining hall.
I mean, if there's one thing Jan Nepomniachtchi has not lacked in his career, it's confidence. We saw that in the play-ins. I mean, he was crushing the field yesterday. He rose up, overtook Magnus to win that, and confidently picking Keimer. I think it's a brave choice. Also, we have to put it in context and say the other choices weren't so great either. It would have been Hikaru, it would have been Fabiano, or Nodebek.
Exactly. Well, so that's a preview of one of our 4 top bracket matchups. Let's pull up the schedule for the whole day, though, so that you know what's in store. We, of course, had Carlsen making the second pick, and he elected to go up against Abdusatorov. Then Maxime Vachier-Lagrave chose Caruana as his opponent. Caruana having scraped through those round-robin stages, in part because of Nakamura's performance at the end of the day. Arjun being left with Nakamura, doesn't get the choice of his opponent, would get the choice of which side of the board he'd like to start. And that's our upper bracket picture. Of course, the bottom 4 are still in play for those 9th and 10th places. So Pragnananda up against Vidit, and there you can see the upper bracket. Like I said, it looks complex. Don't worry, we'll walk you through it all the way, day over day. But those first 4 matchups will take place. Obviously, the winners move on after the second day of play along the upper parts of the tree. Losers will fall down, but playing all the way for 7th place, like I said, money at stake, points at stake in this tournament. We can even look at the lower bracket here. It's a little less complex, but like the upper bracket, winners move to that top game playing for 9th, and then of course the losers will still play for 11th, or share 11th, I should say, because 11th does not get circuit points. We do conclude the circuit points at 10th with 1 point for that player.
That lower bracket is heartbreak for India. I mean, 3 out of those 4 players, 3 Olympic gold medalists right there. And I have to say, I think it was a disappointing moment for the Indian chess fans. And this just shows how unforgiving the format, the competition field here is when the world champion also doesn't make it to the knockouts, to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was tough for that trio. Prag actually had a very good first day, or very decent first day, but yesterday it was just disaster, blunder after blunder, and ultimately falling down. But Gukesh, I think, was the big story yesterday. He was the one who, it felt like he could have made it if things had gone a bit differently. It felt like, despite not making it into the quarterfinals, I actually think he upped his game from Weissenhaus. He got a few wins, which we didn't see on the first leg of the tour, and yeah, he was just unlucky in a couple of games. He ran into players who are bang in form, but yeah, he's got a point to prove now, Gukesh, the rest of the year.
Yeah, unfortunately, each of those players may be only 1 or 2 instances away from actually making it into the top. We were talking about in that final round of the day yesterday, if things go right, we could be in this massive tiebreaker for that 8th and final position. Unfortunately, things didn't go their way. They find themselves in the lower bracket, but still going to show some fight here today. I think a lot of our focus, of course, will be on the top ticket. We already mentioned Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vincent Keimer, but in general, I think, we have to talk about Jan because he was almost a sleeper throughout the entire tournament, right? It's like Magnus had that half-point lead on the entire field, but Jan was consistently in second and just doing it in a way that didn't necessarily grab our attention, so we put our focus everywhere else. And then, hey, at the end of the day yesterday, there he is in first.
A sleeper who woke up on day 2 and chose violence, right? Because he scored 4.5 out of 5. I mean, what a performance that was. And then once again, finishing at the top, world co-blitz champion and taking the round robin, both of them with the same points. I mean, Jan was unstoppable, and finishing it in style with a win against the world champion, and the way he did it couldn't have gone better for him.
His performance is one of many that impressed yesterday. Let's take a moment to reflect on day 2 of the round robins. We'll take a look.
What a finish to the round-robin phase in Paris. 2 days, 11 rounds, 12 elite players chasing 8 quarterfinal spots. And today, there was one number on everyone's mind. 5 points, that was the magic mark. Reach it, and you're in. At the top, the picture was clear. Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Arjun Erigaisi were the first to qualify. Carlsen played with ice in his veins. He survived a tough position against Keimer with a fortress. Yes, the man who once said he doesn't believe in fortresses built one to hold. After storming into the event, late arrival Nodirbek Abdusatrov also cruised through, despite some shaky moments. Hikaru Nakamura clinched his spot with an incredible defense against Nodirbek, under pressure and with seconds on the clock. After all, he is one of the absolute best defenders in the world. The real drama played out just below the cutoff. It came down to the final round, and it was messy. Fabiano Caruana with 4.5 points only needed a draw, but he lost to Vincent Keimer. With that win, Weissenhaus winner Keimer jumped to 5.5 and into the quarterfinals. Caruana, he made it too, thanks to Nakamura, who knocked out Richard Rappo in the very last game. The other heartbreaks, Gukesh, Pragnananda, Vidit and Rappo. 4 chess giants, all eliminated.
He had to make sure that Richard didn't have the time to make this last move that he just has, because now with its positions busted, there's a checkmating threat on the board. I don't see a way of surviving it with 5 seconds on the clock.
No, now he slides the rook over, but unfortunately, yeah, not to the position he needs. And just like that, Richard Rapport will take a decisive victory early in the day, shaking his own head somewhat in disbelief. I think both players will be replaying this one in their minds.
For world champion Gukesh, it was an uphill battle all day. A misstep in the opening against Nepomniachtchi almost cost him the last game by move 7.
For Gukesh now to kind of create
Whoa! And you saw the reaction as quick as the eval bar was on Jan's face there. He saw it instantly. A questionable move here from Gukesh.
And he does take the pawn. The bar says it's the right approach.
for Gukesh, the problem is now you normally want to maintain the integrity of your pawn structure. You want some presence with pawns in the structure. Here, we saw him wince, but if he takes back with the black pawn, the white knight jumps in, and this is just terminal. There's a threat of a fork, a family fork, a royal fork. King and queen would be caught here. Not just that, but the white queen is coming out. This could be an early checkmate.
Vidit had one brilliant moment, beating Caruana with a tricky mate threat, but too many blunders earlier in the event left him with no buffer. Rappo showed flashes of brilliance, like giving up his queen for a mating attack, but it wasn't enough. In the end, these 8 are through. Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Arjun Aragaisi, Nodirbek Abdusatrov, Hikaru Nakamura, Vincent Kayama, and Fabiano Caruana. Quarterfinals begin tomorrow. The slate is clean. The fight is on. You stay tuned.
It was a roller coaster of a day, but it produced us a very exciting bracket stage. And each of these players has a ton to play for here in Paris, France. Let's take a look at what's at stake. Like I said before, all important circuit points starting from the top all the way down to 10th place. 11th, 12th aren't going to get any circuit points, but 25 to the winner. That's how many Vincent Kaymer picked up back there in Weisenhaus, along with a $200,000 top prize. But as you can see, every place of improvement is incredibly valuable when you consider that this is a year-long event as well, right? You have winnings within this initial event, but you still are kind of setting your sights on December as well, David.
Yeah, I've been watching Formula One for a few years now, and it's very similar. You just have to perform throughout the season. You can't just turn it on occasionally. You can't win a race or two here and there and just kind of flop the rest of the time. You have to be consistent, and every point matters. It will matter come to the end of the year. And yeah, the players, I think there's pride on the line as well. They really, really want this.
Yeah, pride on the line. Tony, these are tremendous prize purses. And I got to wonder, too, how certain players maybe start to feel the pressure of the moment, thinking or realizing I might be the closest to the biggest, payday I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's huge money, but that $200,000 and the 25 points that Vincent picked up, it didn't stop Jan from actually picking him for the quarterfinals. Just want to make that clear. But to your point, absolutely. I think the players are not really thinking about it right now. They're playing against the absolute best. They are the absolute best themselves. I mean, it's the task at hand. You just focus on your next move, on your next opponent, and that's what's on their mind right now.
Yeah, of course. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I should mention, Vincent winning $200,000 in a week. That's more than most professionals earn in a lifetime. So not too bad at all. And hopefully this is the future. Hopefully this kind of trickles down. Hopefully this kind of encourages more and more tournaments to incentivize.
Makes it aspirational, I think, is one of the most important things.
One of the biggest prize funds in the chess world.
Yeah.
That I can think of.
I'll rely on you guys more for that information than myself.
A lot of money.
Regardless, though, yeah, it is a lot to play for, and it is a life-changing number, to say the least. We'll see who takes the top prize this time around, but as I just mentioned, this is only stop 2 of 5 in 2025. We kicked things off at the beginning of the year in Weisenhaus, Germany. It was a beautiful host to what was the inaugural event of our 2025 circuit tour. From there, we go to Paris, France, where we are now. Next stop, the USA. From there, we're hopping over to Southeast Asia to make a trip to, or a stop rather, in India before we conclude things in December in South Africa, Cape Town, for that thrilling conclusion of the 2025 Grand Slam Tour.
Yeah, just before Christmas as well. It's going to be a nice year, a fun year. So many pit stops ahead. I mentioned Formula One. You never know, this might build into a bigger tour in future, a longer tour. This is definitely one of the highlights of the year for the top players.
Yeah, without a doubt. And so here I want to now retool towards the actual day that we have ahead of us. Let's talk about a couple of players that we want to spotlight. I think starting with Arjun Aragaisi. This coupled with the conversation that you began just a little bit ago, Tanya, the idea that he was the only one of the 4 Indian players who was able to make quite a statement in finishing not just top 8, but into that top 4.
And an absolutely deserving spot, right? He started the round robin defeating Magnus Carlsen, defeating Fabiano Caruana. So quite a run. In fact, he had done so much of the job on day 1 that day 2, not as good, but still good enough for Arjun Aragaisi. And I'm excited to see what happens when it goes into the classical format. Once again, his style, he's a disruptor. He's called the madman over the board in the best complementary way possible, simply because of the kind of chess he plays. He thrives on imbalances, and freestyle chess is all about those imbalances.
Yeah, I mean, so let's talk about, if he thrives on imbalances, I think we have to now consider the opponent that he was left with as well, Hikaru Nakamura. How do you feel about this matchup here, David Al?
Yeah, I mean, this could go either way. I genuinely think it's a 50-50 in this time format. It suits Arjun's strengths perfectly. In a way, it also suits Hikaru. Hikaru is so good at stabilizing positions, probably the best defender in the world. I think all the top players agree. And very good technically. If the positions kind of simplify, if it becomes more stodgy, slower, maybe more blocked, then it might suit Hikaru. But if it's wilder, then the madman. Arjun Erigaisi. This player card in conjunction with Take. I've produced the numbers here, Tanya. What do you think? Do you agree, disagree? I've gone quite high for some of these numbers, these stats for Arjun Erigaisi.
I quite like it. I think you're pretty spot on with this one, especially because it's based on 2024, one of the best years that he had, 90 as an average score. You know, his intuition is incredibly high. He's a great calculator. I would have probably given him more for that attack that we see right there, because he's just brilliant at that. You know, that's where he really shines, Arjun does. But David, I know you love dodging this question, but I'm going to ask you for a prediction on Arjun versus Hikaru. What happens? Who goes through to the semis?
I think Hikaru, I don't know, it does feel like Arjun's due a big breakthrough, but he's yet to prove that he can take down the top 5, the top dogs. I don't remember too many victories in longer time formats against the very best in the world. But this could be it. This could be his time.
I'm taking you on this. I'm calling Arjun for the win on this one.
Okay, I love it. A split decision here on the desk, if you will. So somebody will be right in 2 days' time. But this is the perfect time for him to have that breakthrough moment, right? As you say, David, against one of those top players that maybe he hasn't been able to show up against in these types of longer time controls. He's not the only focus, though, that we should have. Another name that's maybe been undermentioned by us here on the desk, of course, we've got 12 incredible players in the field. It's hard to talk about them all. MVL, right? Once again, he just had a really smooth round robin, and perhaps that's why he wasn't mentioned as often as some other players that had more ups and downs. For him, it just kind of felt like he's been on cruise control here in his hometown.
Yeah, and I think that suits him, flying under the radar slightly in the round robin. It looked like he was never in much danger. He was rock solid. He had 6 draws out of his 11 games. He's also very good at kind of being creative. He's a great calculator. We saw him in an interview just before the show started. He's got this mathematical background, calculation, his key strength. And this is based on 2024. It wasn't his best year. There weren't any standout results. He actually lost a few rating points, 27-22, his current classical rating. So he's gone down a lot since his peak of the 2800s. But Tanya, what do you think? Have I been fair? Have I been harsh on this one?
You know, I love disagreeing with you on these player cards, as you might have noticed. But that top one, I think more or less all the numbers maybe a bit up and down. But I think attack, I would perhaps give Maxime a little more on that. I just feel I love it when he brings on that aggressive play. He's a tactician. And maybe I'd give that closer to a 90.
Oh, interesting, because I filmed a video with the players reacting to their own player cards just before the event started. And he said the one he would disagree with is attack. He would go far lower.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, Maxime knows Maxime best.
I don't know. I mean, he said he's getting old. He feels it a bit more.
Yeah.
Maybe that's evidenced by the draws he had in the round robin stage. But he said calculation, he agrees, by far his biggest strength.
Yeah, look at that smiling face. He's up against Fabiano Caruana. That was his choice, with 2 players remaining in the pool to choose from. And David, we actually had the privilege of playing some board games with the 2 of them last night. So at the very least, we know that they both took the same approach to night before preparation, just playing some board games in the lobby.
That's right. Maxime Bachelet-Graf, Fabiano Caruana, they're all equally tired, equally traumatized after games night with us. And here they are, head to head. And, okay, Tanya, please disagree with me here.
84 versus an 89 of an average. I mean, these are some incredible numbers. Time management, it's interesting. And again, a hard favorite to have in this matchup, right? We spoke about Hikaru versus Arjun. What do you think in this one? Is there a favorite on paper?
I think just because Fabiano has been so consistent in all formats over the last 12 months, especially freestyle, where he's been runner-up in the first Grand Slam, for example, last year. I think he's got to start as the small favorite.
I still feel that in the attack department, it's interesting to me that Fabi scores higher than Maxime.
Okay. I'm open to feedback. I mean, Fabi's a great attacker.
He's a brilliant attacker, but I feel every kind of game that I've seen Maxime on, again, you know, whether it's in the Champions Chess Tour, in so many of his events, he really thrives in those positions. But then, as he said, he's getting older, getting more strategic, more positional. He enjoys that more.
They're all getting older.
Oh, tell me about it.
The one thing I will say, Fabiano, one of his biggest strengths is his openings. And those numbers, they're not just the average of those stats. There's many more. There's openings, endgames. And openings, Fabiano's biggest strength, they give him the opportunity to attack a bit more. Maybe for Maxime in classical, traditional chess, he doesn't have the most attacking openings these days. But freestyle, they all start on a level playing field. So that could kind of level out that factor.
We give the descriptor of consistency to Fabiano, but do we feel like he's lived up to that descriptor in this tournament specifically? I'll reflect. Day one, 3 losses in a row before putting any points on the board. Yes, then came back in a big way to end the day, 2.5. But in reality, then you move on to the next day, still only scored 2 points out of 5 to move to 4.5 and scrape into the top 8. To me, that is a different look than the Fabiano we saw in Wiesenhaus. It's just about whether or not we can we excuse those 3 early losses as a blip on the radar?
I would agree with you, James. I mean, it was surprising to me to see Fabi struggle to make it through. It almost felt that he was doing everything not to qualify. That last game against Vincent Kaymer, I mean, that was an absolute disaster, something that we're not used to seeing Fabi. He had to rely on a Hikaru win to actually make it through to the knockouts.
Yeah, it has happened in the past. We have seen world-class players be dead lost after 10 moves in freestyle, especially in the rapid, but maybe he just needs to take inspiration from the man who beat him in that Wiesenhaus final, Vincent Kaymer. It's just about survival that first stage, and if he can up his confidence, if he gets a good start today, Fabiano, then we might see him back at his normal level.
And Maxime picked Fabi as his opponent.
Yes.
So Maxime versus Fabi, who makes it through to the semis?
I love them both equally, though.
And they're good friends,
I like
by the way.
making
They're
David
brilliant
uncomfortable,
friends.
though. So let's keep
My
this
favorite
up.
part of
Yeah,
this job,
exactly.
James.
I'll say Fabiano. Go, take it away.
You're going to go Fabiano?
You know, I know the French fans are hoping for Maxime, of course, and that's added pressure, added motivation. But I'll pick Fabi. I think he finds his rhythm when it comes to the classical time format.
Alrighty, there's one other upper bracket matchup that we've not really mentioned so much as of yet, and that's, of course, Magnus Carlsen. He had the second choice of his opponent, elected to go for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And that's maybe surprising based on the performance of the players in this tournament specifically, maybe less surprising when you expand and you look more towards the broader chess world, that Magnus would choose one of the younger players that he feels he can kind of, I don't want to say roll over necessarily, but that he might feel way more stable against.
Yeah, and here we see Magnus arriving today. There's interesting history, actually, in this clash, because when Nodirbek was 17 years old, he beat Magnus Carlsen on the way to becoming world rapid champion. He later beat Magnus a few months later in Tata Steel Masters. But in freestyle specifically, they've had this rivalry. In Wiesenhaus last year, before this Grand Slam tour was properly born, Magnus defeated Nodirbek in the semi-finals there. In Wiesenhaus, just a couple of months ago, he also picked Nodirbek, beat him in the quarterfinals 2-0. Very clean victories here, and some stats for you to pick at, Tanya.
I just want to say that entry shot of Magnus and Ella, that looked like a Hollywood couple walking in.
Yeah, it did.
How cool was that? The swag and all of it. But coming to your stats, your player cards, I think 94 to Magnus, I would give it 100 or a 99. I mean, he's just brilliant at so many of these things. Attack, 88, maybe a little more on that. That's strategy, positional play, 99.
Yeah.
Did you check with him what he thought about that? That's the highest score you've given him?
He said he's not perfect. He thought it should be a couple lower, but I think in general he didn't complain too much.
Yeah, I mean, I would put Magnus at the 97, 98 average, maybe give him a little bit more for the attack. His time management also, I think 91's a bit low. I've never seen Magnus spend more than 10 to 15 minutes for a move. He's brilliant at it. Coming to Nodirbek, yeah, I think a little bit more generous than that was required.
Yeah.
A bit harsh.
Maybe
I will say one thing. I mean, Nodirbek's luck, right? He's just riding into Magnus every time at freestyle chess in the quarterfinals, and that's not something a player wants.
Right? Yeah, the guy got the call 48 hours before the event started, hops on a plane, flies here, has such an impressive performance in the round robin, just to get picked by Magnus again, just to run into the Magnus brick wall. Are you kidding me? I mean, look, I'm not trying to count him out, but it's definitely going to be an uphill battle here for Noterbeck if he wants to extend his tournament life and challenge for that top spot. One other little mechanism that we haven't talked about too much is, of course, that the higher-seeded player also gets to select the side of the board they'd like to play on the first day. Of course, they will flip-flop on the second. Is that really a factor? Is that a non-factor? How do you even make that decision when you don't know what the starting position will be? It would obviously, I imagine, in some cases be more relevant when you know the standard starting position, and prep will come a little bit more into play. Is it a comfortability thing? Is it a matchup thing? Where are these players arriving at a conclusion that I want? Because they chose differently. Yeah. Some chose white, some chose black.
It's interesting because when I was young, the conventional wisdom in knockout tournaments, for example, the World Cup, where you face each other once with white, once with black, you normally always start with black. You see how it goes. A draw is a great result. Then with white, you decide how hard to push. You can lock it up with white. It's easier to keep things solid, or it's easier to go on the attack. It's easier to when you know what result you need in the second game, it's easier to play with white. But in recent times, there has been a clear trend away. Magnus always chooses white first. Classical chess, freestyle chess, he just backs himself to get the first hit, to get the first psychological blow, win first, and then just lock things down in the next game. Tanya, I don't know about the freestyle, how that switches things up, but yeah, interesting to see some chose white, some chose black yesterday.
Yeah, it really is. And yesterday at dinner, when they were picking the colors and their opponents, 3 players picked white: Magnus, Maxime, and Arjun to start with the white piece, and it was only Jan Nepomniachtchi who actually starts with black. So it would be a cool insight to get if that's a thought-of decision. What makes them decide that? Because to me, right now, it does feel a bit random when it comes to freestyle chess. Just don't have enough data to support it. I think one of the factors is also that even with the black pieces, second game, if you are down, you can still play for a win. We've seen black perform incredibly well when it comes to this format.
Yeah, in some rounds, black was the more winning side occasionally. But it is an interesting element to freestyle chess, kind of the disparity of inequality in the positions, right? There's positions that you plug it into an engine, and from the beginning, it might give white an entire point advantage. There are also some positions that, are akin to equal, or maybe even after 1 or 2 moves made, now all of a sudden black is feeling really good. And again, they're not savants. They don't know what's going to come next on the following day, but it's just an interesting secondary, puzzle to have to crack.
Yeah, and I've been talking to Magnus a bit over the last few weeks, ever since Weissenhaus, and he said it's clear the level's increasing. Last year, 1 year ago, people with freestyle, the openings were terrible. They weren't knowing what to push first. They were bringing their knights out to bad squares. They were getting their queens trapped. But already Weissenhaus has leveled up. I think already in the play-in and the round robin, it's clear the level's gone up in the opening stages, and the fact that black's winning so many, the fact that they're playing accurate moves, and it feels like everyone's understanding more these days.
What do you think has been that shift in mindset for players in terms of their approach for freestyle? Is it that they have to... Is it going back to just chess principles? Are you just trying to reflect on, okay, what was I taught at the age of 5 in terms of, my development, holding space, things like that? Because I don't have these 20 move deep lines of theory that I can essentially blitz out and then begin the game.
I think they're just adapting better to the format, right? Becoming more familiar with the unfamiliar. With Freestyle Fridays, playing more freestyle chess. As every slam goes through, they get to know their opponents better. They know what's required. It becomes easier to unlearn all the patterns that you have. So everybody is leveling up. I mean, speaking of leveling up, Magnus Carlsen from Weissenhaus, I just want to say that he's in beast mode in this tournament so far. And there he is with his white jacket on. Yesterday, he had 2 queen sacrifices. Now, in chess, that's a showstopper of a sacrifice. When you give up a queen, not for an immediate checkmate, but for a long-term gain, a long-term advantage. And humans aren't capable of pulling that off too often. Magnus did it twice in a day. And when Magnus is in beast mode, that's terrifying for the other players.
Yeah, talk about beast mode. He's getting fully checked out here. Magnus going through all the works. Very tight security here in Weissenhaus. And beast mode, if he can keep that up, it's going to be really tough for Noterbeck. But then again, I do think at some time in the near future, Nodebek is due a breakthrough against the very top guys. He's been so consistent as well. He's so aggressive. He's a bit like Arjun. He's a firebrand on the board. He's always playing the most ambitious move every single time.
It just feels like Magnus has figured Nodebek out over the last year or two somehow, you know, just the results that he's been getting. And Nodebek was a tough opponent for Magnus because this guy, he's fearless. He doesn't let it get into his head who's sitting across him. We've spoken about just the killer attitude that he has on the board, you know, his presence, his death stare so many times. He loves the opportunity to play against the best. And I think a breakthrough against Magnus at this point of his career would mean a lot to him.
I actually love seeing these guys file in. And I will say, for those of you at home who don't have necessarily the pleasure of being on site, it's a pretty epic feeling when you step through those doors and into the playing hall. The atmosphere definitely shifts as there is a tremendous focus on each of those 6 boards, but how well set up they all are, you know, for success with any number of amenities.
And it's fascinating, these security checks. They've all been adopting different poses.
Right.
Hikaru, it's like...
Hikaru's hands up.
Hands up.
Hands up.
You got me. Nodebek was like, power stretch. I am Iron Man.
Yeah. Power stance.
Yeah, and of course, they're all just superheroes in their own way.
Gotta love it. How about Hikaru at this event, right? I mean, he's got a smile on his face right now, and I think of all players, without really knowing this, in terms of coming straight from him or anything like that, or from any discussions with him, he does seem to be one of the players that's most driven by his mental and emotional state.
Yeah, I think that matters more and more. We talk about age, we joke about it, how it affects you. Of course, there's some physical stuff. Of course, in life, you get a bit more busy as you get older. But I think when you're young, you're just fearless. When you're older, you've seen more. Hikaru's been there. He's done everything. He's seen everything. And you're very aware of what can go wrong. You're very aware of your own strengths, weaknesses, when you're in good form, bad form. And I think in the round-robin stage here, we saw him playing within himself. He was often playing for a draw, playing for safety, the result first. But at his best, of course, Hikaru can be anyone. He's the official random world champion, of course, in 2022.
I'm a huge Hikaru fan, and he's such an enigma, right? Because he took to streaming. He calls himself a streamer first, everyone's favorite streamer. And then he's been able to maintain to be absolutely the best in the world. Like, he's world number 2. That is incredible, right? I mean, at that level, to be able to play that kind of chess consistently. And yes, he doesn't play maybe as much as he used to, but when he does, he has top-level performance every time. And imagine handling a full-time streaming profession and being the best in the world at chess. I don't know how the guy does it.
No, Jesus, yeah. I don't understand how most of these guys do anything they do. And that's why I'm so glad that I'm joined by the likes of you two to help me, at least point me in the right direction. And hopefully we'll be able to do that for all of you at home all day long. You were pestering David for some predictions for a few of the matchups. I feel like we should just complete the circuit,
yes.
Right?
Let's do it.
So we had Arjun against Hikaru. You chose Hikaru. You chose Fabiano against MVL. You choosing Magnus over Nodebek? Or is it going to be the big surprise?
I think I have to.
Okay.
And have to bet against Magnus.
You're also going to pick?
Yes, this one's.
All right, Jan versus?
Vincent.
Come on now.
Oh, this is tough. And it's such a clash of styles, by the way. Jan.
Total opposites.
Yes.
Polar opposites.
Clash of generations, clash of styles, and I think, Jan saying, hey, none of you could do it in Weissenhaus. I'll try to do it. Vincent saying, I'm going to do it twice. I'll show you, Jan. I'll go with Vincent, this one.
Me too. I'm going with Vincent. Let's go. The repeat. All right, we'll find out soon enough. Into the player hall we go to see what that starting position will be for our first quarterfinal.
Hello and welcome to the Paris leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony and I'm delighted to be your host for the day. So today it is time. We are going to play freestyle chess in a classical time format, day 1 of the quarterfinals. For the players, we would like to remind you that the confession booth is right there behind you. If you would like to use it, we encourage you to do so. And before we get to the draw, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
What a game day at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Paris. On the second day, the best chess players in the world are once again faced with a huge challenge. Only 8 players advance to the knockout round, while 4 of them must leave the tournament. journey ends here for newlywed Vidit Santosh Gujarati, Hungary's youngest ever Grandmaster Richard Rapport, and Indian prodigies Pragnananda and reigning world champion Gukesh. After winning the Weissenhaus Grand Slam, Vincent Keimer had a difficult start in the rapid round. However, by the win of his last 3 games, he secured a spot in the quarterfinals and emerged as the player of the day.
The second game today, my chances were not looking that great. Even with a loss, I think I would have been guaranteed a playoff, so that's quite comfortable. I'm really looking forward to playing freestyle classical matches again. I like it better than the rapid, and of course it's great that I don't have to play for 9th or 11th place, but can still fight for the top spots.
Magnus Carlsen led the round-robin stage for most of the day, but with a final round win, Jan Nepomniachtchi caught up to share first place with him.
Today was a great day, but it's important to keep the momentum, because the main tournament starts tomorrow.
The first 2 days delivered unexpected upsets, bold strategies, and thrilling time scrambles that had the crowd on edge. The unique freestyle format pushed players out of their comfort zones, blending preparation with creativity. Paris proved to be the perfect backdrop for this high-stakes drama, where even the best couldn't afford a single slip. With the knockout stage ahead, the tension and the brilliance can only grow. Stay tuned.
So the knockout stages start today. Opponents were picked at dinner yesterday, and we're about to find out which position we will be playing. In order to help me make the draw, I would like to welcome to the stage Hugo. It's his birthday in 5 days today. Being here today is his birthday gift. Give him a warm round of applause. The position today is 841. The players will have 10 minutes to prepare. We are going to be listening in. Merci beaucoup, Hugo. So good luck to the players and to the audience. Please enjoy.
Formula 1 position. Just
A45 changes, right?
No, I mean, sometimes okay, once again, like maybe 3 comes at a tempo in some lanes.
Okay, so F4, probably, F5 or D5, right?
Maybe try to play G4 or one of them,
F4, F5, G4.
Like, you mean F5, G4?
F5, G4, you can G6. I mean, also F4, you can play F6, it's no E4,
6 normally, like, you just give up some space, like, maybe not bad, but...
I saw with D5,
E4, E5, and then knight D3, and knight G6.
Yeah,
so D3 always, like, something like D6 wouldn't be as bad.
But knight G6 looks more...
Yeah.
Is F5? But it might be too much space.
F5?
No, but F5 you get D5.
D5,
D3. Knight D6.
Like 6, knight F7, maybe.
Or knight D6, yeah.
Yeah,
no,
like, the main, like,
pieces are well placed.
Out for game and run.
But also D4, I think, is good for black. D4, C5, and just get space.
Yeah. But okay. I mean, what else can white play?
G4. E4 is reasonable.
E4?
E4
E4, yeah, very reasonable.
Makes sense.
Because you can the king's gather.
Yeah, here.
E5.
Not exactly.
E5, let's say F4, F6, yeah, and we are pretty much...
Yeah, but I mean, you never know on this one because you can never cancel.
G6 always good in these positions. I can, like... I mean, always.
You want to go G6 here?
No, G6 and G9, G6 is like always, like, evolution is about to equal quality. I mean, no, I mean, that's... No, but, like, that's not me. That's not me, that's, like, stop dismissing. G4, like, E5, like, whatever. Then bishop to G6 and so on.
But D4, E5 I don't like.
What? You take knight 5 and it goes to C4, bishop G6, bishop F6. And you're already winning, like, knight B6. No, seriously.
No, actually, what doesn't look bad.
It doesn't look bad. Winning is a...
No, like, and I mean, it's interesting how that can be like.
Yeah. Bishops come to get this.
It's interesting, yeah, this gambit.
Yeah, what about f5, e5?
I thought maybe f4. No, I think f4 is good. F4 like restricting the management.
Yeah, no, this is
quite
kind
nice.
of fun. Okay, so e4, e5.
Are you sure about the gambit? I'm not so convinced.
Yeah, I'm not so
A lot of the stake.
Okay, white should take it.
But
But how does white play? Because the pieces develop so nicely.
I mean, the worst piece you get is Catalan structure, like. No, why? Like, I mean, like in this. Catalan 96, let's say.
Yeah, your bishop's not obvious.
Because, okay, this pawn, like, I mean, okay, but that's even better for us, yeah, because
It's true,
more
e5,
versatile.
d5.
Yeah,
Pieces develop very, very reasonably. Like, what does white play? Knight g3 or what?
Okay, whatever, like.
That's true.
D3 plays, like,
But d4, e5, I really think this is good.
D4, I think it's like quite doable.
Okay, white should take, right?
Yeah, white should take.
So knight is going
F3
to
is the move.
F3,
f3.
okay, I don't know.
Yeah, take bishop
And b6, maybe.
Yeah,
Or bishop f6 immediately.
Yeah, also.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe.
Or knight
Yeah,
b6.
let's go with knight c4. Yeah,
This knight is also very...
No, I mean, this is like quickly,
Yeah, this is very...
quickly gets out of
Okay,
control
so
for white.
like...
Okay, so what's first moves?
So what, not e4.
G4.
For G4.
Okay,
G4. Can we go
G6.
h5 here? h5 takes f5. Ah, no, maybe then e3. Like.
Or knight g. Yeah,
Yeah, knight g3 was the idea.
But what's wrong with g5?
Not so much.
Also maybe e5 also, but f4. No?
Yeah, e5 and 4 maybe is not so easy. f4 here,
Yeah,
f4 probably.
takes an
Take
no,
an
knight
h5, huh?
Yeah.
Take an h5.
Looks fine to me.
f5 also.
But then I was wondering, like queen f1, how do we?
After it.
After queen f4. But h5 looks really bad.
It looks fine.
Yeah.
Harmonious.
Yeah,
I think f4 is quite
F4, yeah,
likely.
F4 is very logical.
F4 seems...
Okay, so f5 or f6?
f6
D5
maybe.
also is
Is D5 not playable? I wasn't sure.
It is also always playable.
G4.
And now f6.
Now f5 is
f5 maybe e5.
E5,
Yeah.
no?
Maybe yes.
Yeah, f5 doesn't look.
Unsolvable. Yeah.
bishop g3.
So this is some knight b3. They flex it.
Knight b3, knight d6. Or
Yeah,
E5,
let's say a4. Let's say we play e5.
Okay, so what's the general, like, if white plays a4?
Yeah, what does,
on
yeah,
a4?
white plays a4.
Okay, let's check this. E5? Yeah, maybe. But it also looks completely fine. You want to take back or on d6? 5, I guess. 96 which should be okay, yeah. 96 and d5 are just much better. You sure?
I'm not sure.
Why? Because then okay, so we should have to...
Yeah, there are some squares.
Oh, who gives it would be or something.
Yeah, but we're also maybe a bit far, yeah?
Yeah.
We're not
Yeah, we're
getting...
also
Yeah.
kind of way too far. So it's like it's not immediately clear to sort of gauge any.
Well, okay, d4 feels very
Okay,
normal.
e4 I guess.
How about e4, e5?
And 97. 5, 4. Also, it's d4 an option. Take an b3. Or knight b3.
So f5 and f1.
Yeah, I guess I just want to take.
I think knight d6. Yeah. I mean, g4, g6 probably is good for black.
I'm not sure. But it becomes very much like some kind of Catalan position, right? F3, knight g3.
Oh, bishop g3 knight f2 or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to. I think we're not unhappy here.
Yeah.
Black kind of needs this.
Yeah, because they're also struggling with the bishop. Both of the same problem.
Maybe you just take back him.
Yeah. I guess knight g3 and f4. Or knight g3 and d4.
Alright, d4, then some g5, bishop g6.
Yeah.
I would think that's fine for black.
Yes.
I think we need to play. Yeah, I think we need to play with f4.
F4 immediately?
Knight g5.
Knight g3 and f4.
Gentlemen, we will start in 2 minutes.
c6, c7. Yeah, maybe white is a little bit better. d5, knight d3.
Yeah.
Like if we go with d4, d5 and dagger, like f3, knight d6, knight d3, and then we try to push e4 quickly.
But I thought we said d4, d5, g4. It's interesting.
I mean, maybe we
anyway,
don't want g4, g5.
Yeah, unclear.
It's just not sure whether want or need it.
Position 841 will be the sole position of the day, as I'll remind everybody at home that we move into classical time controls here between all of our players in the knockout stage. A very interesting setup this time around. Bishop pair, but this time around smack dab in the middle of the board, and I hope you guys were listening intently to each of the player discussions, so that you can put your predictive powers on display later in the week. We're going to try to do the same, but opportunities for some big prizes for future viewers when we bring that game around. We're going to take a look at Jan Nepomniachtchi, the #1 out of the round robin stage, up against the defending champion of Vincent Keimer. I'm going to predict, as I think most of them were talking about, e4 for the white player, and then just a simple match of e5. I think symmetry here to have more of a measured approach to the beginning of the day. Tanya, what are you thinking?
You know, after watching all the analysis the players were going through, I'll agree with your first move, but I'll deviate on the second one. I think we're in Paris. We might see the French defense of standard chess. So one e4, which is the bishop pawn in this case, in the center of the board, moving 2 steps forward by Vincent Keimer. And I say Jan Nepomniachtchi replies with 1 e6. That is just 1 step ahead on the center of the board.
All right, David?
I think e4 as well. I think white here, Vincent Keimer, he does go his own way, so no guarantees on e4, despite the fact that most of the white players were debating that one. I think e4 will be met by f5. And Vincent thinking, as he often does, on move 1. So we are all predicting that this pawn steps forward. I think pawn to f5. James thinks that black will play copycat here, solid in the center, and Tanya going for the French defense.
And then I realized that Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing with the black pieces, so perhaps the most aggressive of the three, David's choice of moving that pawn in front of the rook 2 steps ahead, could be something more suited to Jan's style. And I think they were discussing this. There was an interesting moment, David, that happened when the players were analyzing, right? Where Jan had an idea with the black pieces, which he strongly believed in. But the others were not so sure. Can you show that to us?
Yeah, and I'm just going to show this because Vincent Keimer is thinking on move 1. I remember back in Weissenhaus, he spent, what was it, around 20 minutes on his first move or two? 20 plus minutes, and was later rewarded. He understands freestyle very well, but yeah, I believe the clocks might have started. He's still thinking. And as Tanya, just while Vincent is thinking, I'm going to put this on the board for everyone at home. This is not Vincent's move, but pawn to e4. Jan Nepomniachtchi was talking about pushing this pawn forward. He was quite adamant that this was a cool idea. And now a pawn sacrifice. The pawn is captured. Instead of taking back, which we saw Magnus Carlsen looking at from the white team, pawn to g6, a sacrifice. And this is a pure pawn sacrifice. Yes, black gets an active knight, active rook, active queen, but it is a full pawn down. So this is my prediction if Vincent pushes the central pawn, but a big if, since he's still thinking.
And this is what we saw at Weissenhaus as well, right? Where Vincent in the round-robin stage did struggle to get into the knockouts, but once we went to these longer classical formats, he does tend to take his time, feel the position for himself, not just blindly follow the analysis. You know, you kind of get a feeler there, but then he makes his own decision, and very often, Vincent Keimer is the one who chooses the absolute top engine move to start with.
And you know what? If you're gonna spend time early, and it serves you correct, it's time well spent. So while Vincent continues to think, let's go ahead and zoom out to all 6 boards just to take stock of the field, because we have a couple of moves played. But like I said, a very different pace to the day than you've seen in the last couple. Only 2 of our boards have made any progress so far. It's your top right board, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave up against Caruana with that bishop pawn, if you will, jumping forward 2 squares, and the same move by Arjun Erigaisi down there in the bottom left up against Nakamura. But everybody else still giving it a good think.
What do you guys think? Do we see any French across the 6 boards that we've got? That would be the counter pawn in front of Black's bishop on that center line, moving 1 step forward. Just to pay a tribute to the city we're in.
Oh, I get it now, Tanya. I get it now. Well, you want to see the French defense. Maybe we'll see Caruana against Vachier-Lagrave in homage. But interesting to see that the 2 games that have begun, Arjun Erigaisi and Vachier-Lagrave making their first move, those are 2 of the more confident players, I would say, in the field. Very, very quick. They like to put their opponents under pressure on the clock. The others, far more measured. Still thinking. Do they not know the clocks have started?
I have to imagine they do, as they've all found their way to their seats. But, I mean, like we said, in Weissenhaus, so often we would find, and there it is, the first move made by Vincent Keimer, and it will deviate from what has been selected by the other players who've already committed.
And from what we guessed, unfortunately.
As well. That's true. None of us will be correct in this one. It is going to be that d4, the light squared bishop pawn move.
We need to switch our strategy in the studio, you know. I think we need to cover all grounds. So David needs to go for 1 move, James chooses another, I'll pick a third, and that way at least one of us gets it right.
Yeah, we got to throw a wider net. I feel ya.
And Vincent leaves the board. Jan Nepomniachtchi, meanwhile, returns to the board and starts frowning. He gave Vincent a bit of a look, then he looked over his shoulder at the screen to see, has anyone else played this? And finally now settling in for a think, Jan Nepomniachtchi. The reason I'm a bit surprised by this one is because it only activates 1 piece. Only the white dark square bishop now along this diagonal feels happy about that pawn move. Whereas other moves we were talking about, pushing this pawn or maybe even pushing the f pawn that was discussed by some of the players, that would have activated far more pieces.
But there could be an explanation for this, right? That other pawn move right next to the one that's been made, maybe that was also walking into Jan's style. And Vincent felt that Jan would go up for those opening central lines that we had discussed. That was part of Jan's plan when the players were discussing as well. And Vincent's style, right? It's more positional. It's more strategic. It's more to keep things under control and not allow perhaps these early breaks. And he just feels more at home when he starts with this move instead of the one that we were looking at.
Yeah. I think, just prevents any immediate tension in the center.
I can also already start to see maybe an idea of a plan based on where the kings are positioned in this starting position, right? They're already kind of where they would be in a number of classical games, standard games, you know, castling over to one side, relatively safe. That queen, though, is just begging to be fianchettoed and, you know, target along that diagonal. If we follow up here with an e3 push instead of an e4 push, we also unlock our light squared bishop to then line up with that queen possibly on that same diagonal and really create a firing line across the other side of the board.
Yeah, I like the idea. The white pawn will push forward. Let's say there's some symmetry. And at some point, the white pawn can push, the white queen can line up on this diagonal with her bishop. And that is assuming Jan Nepomniachtchi goes for symmetry. That's one pattern we have learned throughout the tour so far. Top players, they like to break the symmetry as early as possible. So I'm expecting something a bit different from Jan Nepomniachtchi here, Tanya.
Yeah, I think it's a smart approach by Vincent, and now Jan has to take a thing. And David, because I know you live in Norway and you love your quizzes, I've got one for you.
Hit me.
So, you know, we talk about Vincent versus Jan as being a clash of generations, as being a clash of styles. There's one similarity between these two. There's one thing that connects them. What is it?
One thing. They're both grandmasters.
No.
Oh, one more thing.
Checkmate.
Mic drop.
They... Ooh, interesting. Oh, yes, I know.
I know you know.
And? Please inform me.
A person they have in common.
Leave it at that. Well done, David's got it. A person in common. Let's see if chat gets this one.
Oh, okay.
And it's a big one.
Well, the question's to you then, chat. Let us know. We'll keep track.
Yeah, what binds these two forces together?
Yeah, trivia question of the round so far. There might be more to come a bit later.
I'm going to open up our chat and see if anyone got it.
Jan Nepomniachtchi giving a good think, and perhaps while he does that, we can hop on over to the Arjun Erigaisi versus Hikaru Nakamura game, because it's the only one in which we have a response from our player on the black side of the board. It was that e4 start here for Arjun Erigaisi right in front of that bishop, and then of course met with some immediate fighting tension at the center of the board, the f5 push.
Very, very interesting. And Hikaru did spend a few minutes on that, it must be said. Hikaru was on the team of Jan Nepomniachtchi, who were debating this move. Arjun Erigaisi, of course, on the other team, who were discussing things. I don't think they were looking in this direction too much. Magnus pointed out it was an option, but this is quite fiery stuff, a challenge of the pawns this early. That rarely happens in traditional chess. There's only a few openings, for example, the Scandinavian defense, where there's an immediate pawn trade in the center. And there is a capture by Arjun. Just to point out, bypassing this pawn is another option, but here you've allowed the black queen out, and she could already be swooping into the center to attack loose pawns and causing some damage here. You might also be left with a bit of a isolated pawn almost, a pawn that doesn't have too much backup. The black knight now will come to target it, and somehow the white queen far less active than its counterpart. So I think blocking things up, not ideal, hence Erigaisi's decision. And this is the moment of truth. Will Hikaru Nakamura just take this pawn? Maybe at the cost of moving his rook twice in the opening. He'll have to remove it back in the near future. Or does he go for Jan Nepomniachtchi's idea of sacrificing a pawn and challenging here just to try and bring out the black knight with a bit of speed?
That would be an early gambit, right? Committal, but then going all out. And I also like Arjun's approach. You know, he didn't take much time. He takes the bait on f5, and it's game on early on. And I'm going to give a shout out to our chat, who, by the way, did get the trivia right. Well, some said they're both men. It wasn't as easy as that one. But Toby007, he got it. Peter Lecco. He's been the trainer to both these players. He's also our commentator in our pro stream, along with Judith Polgar, along with Niklas right there, if you want to go deep into the moves. But Peter Lecco himself, a world championship challenger, a legend of the game. He's a trainer of the German prodigy Vincent Keimer, and he was also part of Jan Nepomniachtchi's World Championship team in 2021.
So then he's about to have a 4-hour heart attack watching this matchup between those two. I'm certain of it.
Get a heart rate monitor, Peter.
Well, speaking of heart rates, let's take a baseline of all 12 of our players out in the playing hall today. That way we have something to compare it to as things start heating up and the time on the clocks ticks down. Most of the players is sitting well underneath 100. A couple, though, already peeking up there, like Abdusatorov in this moment, staring down across Magnus Carlsen there in his quarterfinal matchup.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi up at 130 already. Just to mention, Arjun Erigaisi at 53. That is...
Iceman.
Oh, yeah, that is almost superhuman. That is lower than most people's resting heart rates, let alone in the thick of action during a dramatic game, facing off against Hikaru Nakamura. Yeah, really interesting here. We have the baseline established.
We got the baseline established. Let's head back to that top matchup. Number one, Jan Nepomniachtchi versus the defending champion in Vincent Keimer. As we hop over to that board, you'll notice a bit of symmetry. So I was right on the symmetry. I was wrong on the file. It's the D file as opposed to the E file.
Yeah. I must admit, I'm a bit surprised. It's not normally Jan Nepomniachtchi's style. He's quite fiery in his opening choices. But yeah, my prediction would have been probably this pawn to push anyway, just to activate the black queen. Now the big question is, how does Vincent Keimer try to break the symmetry if he does? The one good thing for both sides with this last development is that knights have nice squares now behind their pawns. Another good tip for everyone at home. You normally want to put knights behind pawns in freestyle chess, unless you have clear squares you can jump to next. Otherwise, the knights might just get dominated and get in the way of your own army. But yeah, pawn breaks harder to achieve now. I don't think we'll see any Queen's Gambit-esque type of positions, just because White's king sits on a slightly vulnerable diagonal right now.
one of the big takeaways that I've had from all the freestyle action that we've been talking about, commentating, watching unfold, is that very often in these positions when you've got the rook on the flank on, you know, either the A line or the H line, the players don't have just one route to get it into play. You know, you don't have to constantly just think about, let me connect the rooks, let me get the castle going. But you often see the pawn in front of the rook moving 2 steps forward and a rook lift occur just to get the rook activated. So I'm also expecting those plans to perhaps play out, seeing the rook at the corner of the board here.
I think definitely on the agenda for the near future. It feels odd sometimes to push these rook pawns this early in the game, not prioritizing piece development, but something that you pointed out to me, Dash, and that I can't stop thinking about now is that pawn pushes, it's always pawn pushes at the beginning. Vincent's chosen to develop a knight, very healthy square, it can jump forward either direction now, but I think more often than not, computers at least favor these pawn pushes, and the players have caught on to that little tip and have been just giving their pieces a bit more a bit more control from afar by pushing the pawns forward. The infantry first. And it was funny, Tanya, the top line of the computer, move 1 was pushing the A pawn forward.
On the first move?
On the first move.
That is crazy.
And funnily enough, on a pretty intense depth, the response A5. Yeah. That's what it wanted. It just wants pawn pushes on the outside flanks. Pretty crazy to think about. More symmetry, though, in this matchup. And I think from here, maybe we can hop on over to Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov, because interestingly enough, Magnus made his first move with white following Keimer with that D4 push. Did make it after him, but we have a very different response from Nodirbek. In fact, what you were thinking, maybe Jan himself would have gone for, opening up that black queen.
And this in chess, in traditional chess, would normally be called the Dutch defense. But of course, with pieces on very different starting squares. The reason I expected this from Jan Nepomniachtchi is because he really likes dynamic play, in that he shares a trait with Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And the black queen now activated on this diagonal. The black light squared bishop has some potential squares to jump out to, and the black rook gets a say. Magnus now slightly opens up the white queen, but also hints that he might build a big pawn center. What do you think about that one, Tanya? Interesting decisions from both.
I agree with you. I mean, that multi-purpose move by Nodirbek, you know, it just activates so many of his pieces. And I think Magnus is aiming for a big center in this one. So asking early questions, because once that pawn does get to the square that you were pointing out, moves 2 steps forward, there'll be so much harmony, so many nice squares for his minors to come out on. So Nodirbek has to be preemptive about that. And I'm just trying to think, what approach could he have? Could he also think about, you know, traditional chess wisdom, your opponent plays in the center, you play on the flank. Maybe advance that pawn in front of the queen, get more space on that right side of the board.
Yeah, I like it. And again, it follows the wisdom that you want to bring out knights only after pawns. Infantry first, cavalry afterwards, and pushing that pawn forward makes a lot of sense.
Rematch of one of our quarterfinals here from White's House 2025, and we did put the question to the fans at home: who wins game number 1 here between Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusattorov? And it is a landslide in favor of Magnus. People looking for that fairly dominant repeat of the very result that we saw. 77% of the vote going for Magnus. Only 12% are full believers in Nodirbek, and 11% saying we're going to a draw.
Yeah, that tells us that our chat, you know, they're not risk takers.
Yeah.
They need to be bolder with their predictions. Surprise there.
Yeah. If I were a betting man, I'm not, then probably the odds would be quite good for Nodirbek then, since he's such a big underdog. It might be worth a flutter. But either way, Magnus, I mean, he's established this reputation over years and years, and it's going to take something very, very special to shake the dominance that he's had in recent times over Nodirbek.
I'm going to push us from this board to another, because some interesting developments over on Hikaru Nakamura's board against Arjun Erigaisi. We talked about kind of the way that those pawns were facing off against each other and how it might result in some pretty intense action early on. And as you can see, pawns have fallen off the board. So already some early trades here between these two players, opening things up.
Yeah, and 2 pawns have fallen off for Hikaru, only 1 pawn fallen off for Arjun Erigaisi, so a pure pawn sacrifice. And this is just incredible stuff, because Hikaru, I was talking about him before the round as someone who probably just wants a solid position against Arjun, just wants to lock things down. Instead, he's going for chaos early, giving up a pawn as early as move 2. He's also showing maximum trust in Jan Nepomniachtchi, who suggested this idea to the black team. He said,
trust me, this looks amazing. This looks fantastic for black. The knight is jumping in. The queen is nicely active on this line. The rook is great. And actually, he was laughed at initially when the black team were discussing this. They were like, no, you're just a pawn down. But Hikaru said, no, I trust you. And actually, those who were paying big attention to those discussions, they would have heard this line, and for the prediction games later in the week, you would have been able to potentially win a prize, guessing the first moves to this game. But impressive courage from Hikaru, I'm going to say.
Computer evaluation and human evaluations are two such different things, and we see our bar, it does favor the player who's got that extra pawn, Arjun here. But I think from a heartbeat perspective, it's so much deeper and complicated than that. You know, that one pawn that's been lost by Arjun, it's a central pawn, which gives Hikaru the opportunity to expand his own center. The knight is ready to jump forward as well, start targeting those pawns on the right side of the board. So definite compensation here for black.
The eval bar, as materialistic as David and myself are in the way that it likes to approach the games. But perhaps now we can go over to one of the boards we haven't taken a look at yet so far, and that's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave up against Fabiano Caruana, in particularly because we're welcoming in to our very studio none other than Christian Grillia, head coach of the Missouri chess team, and Fabiano Caruana's coach here at this event. Welcome in, my friend. It's good to have you.
Good to have you guys.
Talk to me about what the process of a coach is in freestyle chess, because it is such a different animal than a standard version of chess. For you, how have you approached this role of supporting one of the top players in this format?
So we're not doing a lot of chess preparation per se, because there's absolutely no way to prepare for freestyle chess. What I'm just a friend around here. I'm a friend. I take walks with him. I go to breakfast with him. We try to set up a routine. I think this is quite important for chess players in general, and stick to it. That's important. Keep him happy, keep him rested, because that's quite important as well. I think Hikaru was mentioning that the game starts before move one in freestyle chess, and you don't have time to prepare. You're not, you don't know the first 20 moves of theory. There's no such thing. So the energy expenditure starts from move one, which is completely different.
Now, well, so talking about making sure he's rested, in good spirits, David and I talked about how last night we all had the pleasure of playing some games in the lobby.
Great.
But my friend, you delivered a decisive defeat to your very pupil here last night. That was the conclusion of the evening, was Fabi taking a loss to you.
Yes, that was a big clash. That was a big clash. Yeah. We had some discussions over breakfast, and everything is ironed out right now.
Okay, good.
Speaking of last evening, Christian, we also saw the video by your podcast, the C-Squared podcast. Love it, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Great job on that.
Thank you.
Where you guys took the clip of everyone announcing the players that they're going to be playing against, the colors that they choose. Who was filming that?
That was me.
Oh, wow.
We don't have anybody around here for C-Squared. That's actually why I came here. I'm leaving on Friday, so I'm not staying for the whole tournament. My role here is not necessarily to train Fabi. I'm his friend, and we're running the C-Squared here.
It's amazing. And because you did that, I want to ask you, and you said, there is little preparation that you can do for freestyle chess here. Have you been watching our show?
Oh, all the time.
Oh, wow.
All the time. You guys are doing a tremendous job.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
I have to say, you're setting up the bar, and I really like it.
Fist bumps.
From a fellow commentator like yourself, Christian, that's really, that feels good.
And I have
Thank
to
you.
say, James, for the first time, I saw you in freestyle chess for the Weisenhaus event, and you're doing a tremendous job.
Oh,
I
again,
almost
too
don't
kind.
know exactly how good you are.
Let's keep it that way, because you'll be sorely disappointed if you learn my
we're
elo.
keeping that a secret.
Yeah, I'm just grabbing onto the coattails of these ones and letting them carry me as far as they possibly can.
The solid 2,800 at
Yeah. No. I mean, that's you yourself, an exceptionally strong chess player. Taking a look at this starting position, it's quite peculiar compared to a number of the other positions we've seen. We constantly talk about bishops that find themselves paired, but more often stuck over in a corner, and how they already have kind of enabled long sight lines, based on a single pawn push. Here they are completely centralized. Just for yourself, taking a look at this position, is there anything that jumps out to you in particular? I mean, obviously, Fabi has already gone for a bit of a fight here with pawns towards the center right of the board.
It's a very strange position, right? Because you don't necessarily know where to castle, or if you want to castle as well. Generally, we are being told that whenever you see that rook on a1 and the king on next to it, you usually go a4. You start pushing the pawns on the side and trying to take more space like that. And then castle on the other side, go all the way on the other side. But there's so many pieces to clear up before you can do that, right? So this is the one issue that I'm seeing in the position as of right now. But the bishops, I see what you were saying, James. I'm seeing ideas of maybe pushing that extra pawn in the center, 2 paths forward, and then getting the dark square bishop out. But yeah, it's very complex. And look, I'm having a hard time understanding chess. Freestyle chess is a completely different beast.
I love hearing grandmasters say I'm having a hard time understanding chess. That's incredible. But funny enough that you keyed into immediately the same lines that the engine at some pretty serious depth identified, saying similarly, it's recognizing it wants to get some space in front of that rook. Obviously, we're not looking so far as to when that castling occurs, but yeah, there's a lot of elements just as simple as that. Are those, strategic discussions that you're having, with Fabiano and others around even just a process by which they remember what's possible in freestyle chess? I think sometimes we get into like move 20 of a freestyle chess game, and I wonder if the players even remember that castling is still a thing.
Yes.
Just because the patterns aren't going to match what a normal game looks like.
Well, you're probably going to remember that castle is a thing when it's time to castle, right? But you're not going to always have it in your mind whenever you calculate deeply 5 moves ahead of time, right? And you sometimes forget about those castles in your calculation. And then you wake up in the middle of a tactical melee, and then you're realizing, hey, wait a minute, I also had this castle, or my opponent had this opportunity as well, which I didn't consider. So the patterns are very, very different, and they're very difficult to get a grasp of, a very healthy grasp of. So this is one of the things that is going to come with experience. But look, I mean, the best chess players in regular chess seem to be the best chess players in freestyle chess as well. So there's something to that.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, and Kristen, how far do you think Fabi's going to go in this tournament? You've been hanging out with him this week. Do you think he's in a good mood? Do you think he's going to go one step further than he did in Weissenhaus, win the whole thing?
He's definitely in a good mood after barely making it yesterday. That was too close of a call. He was feeling good going in the second day because obviously he started first day 0 out of 3. That was really bad. Then we had some walks and everything seemed to be back on track after his first couple of wins. And then in the last game against Nepo, he had a winning position. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to deliver. So he took a hit on that, but still finished day 1 on a positive note. And day 2 started off well with that victory against Prague. That was huge because whoever loses that, I mean, morale is down, you need to catch up, and it's going to be extremely difficult. But losing the last 2, that was painful, and I have to say, he probably bought a drink to Hikaru at dinner,
Yeah, definitely a well-deserved one. And, we're not used to seeing Fabi struggle in this format, whether it was Weissenhaus, Chess 9 Alex, in St. Louis as well. He's just a star and, makes it through without any trouble. What do you think happened? What was the big takeaway from the first 2 days that perhaps went wrong for him?
Well, I mean, the only thing that matters is qualifying in the top 8. There's not much of a difference between finishing 5th or finishing 8th. Like, somebody's going to pick you, It's important if you can finish in top 4, but once you qualify, the one thing you can take away from that is leave it all behind, leave any sort of negative energy and negative thoughts behind, and start anew, because it's a completely new tournament. Different format, different style of chess. You have more time to think, more time to ease into the competition and into the calculations. So yeah, I think this is one thing that he can take away from.
He's got to leave it behind. And I keep looking at you, looking at this board, and it's set up wrongly. I think we need to fix this.
I know.
We need to fix this. I'm going to get this right because it's...
I realize that.
The bishops in the center. Pass that one as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the knight goes there.
Feeling the need.
Yes, it's triggering
That's the realest chess moment you'll see all day.
Okay, I'm going to just set this right. But also, we've got these 2 players here who know each other so well, Fabi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. How do you look at this matchup between these 2 good friends and longtime rivals as I set this up?
Oh, it's a great matchup. And I have to say, I was pleasantly surprised to see how well Maxime adapted to the format. As the local favorite, He adapted super well, and I think it was his first time. He didn't play in Weissenhaus, right?
No, this is his debut.
This was his first time. This is his debut, and he really showed tremendous freestyle chess in the rapid portion. So I was very impressed with that. And of course, I was extremely impressed with Nodirbek. I mean, Nodirbek, just a superstar. He gets the call
last minute.
One day before media day, one day before he starts, and then he comes in, he brings his coach, Rustam Kasimjanov, and they do a tremendous job. So yeah, I was very impressed with that. But speaking of this matchup, they know each other very well. They're kind of the same generation. They grew up together. They know pretty much everything that there is to know about each other and about their styles. But they've never met in freestyle chess, so it's a completely blank sheet of paper on this one.
And Christian, you're a busy man. You do a lot for chess, as well as the C-Squared podcast with Fabiano. I mean, now the head of the chess program at University of Missouri, and yeah, I mean, Grandmaster yourself, commentator for the Grand Chess Tour.
Yes.
I've got to ask, what's your favorite out of all these roles?
I have to say it's probably coaching the university. I think being able to mentor young students is one of the things that I'm always enjoying, and I have been enjoying since the beginning of the program in 2019. So that's definitely the first one. And commentating is always fun. So there's no pressure. You're not playing, it's not your pieces. You can sacrifice, you can talk nonsense as much as possible.
Then we got to have you join us a lot more, Christian.
If you ever want to jump in this seat, I can take a break.
An open invite, my friend.
You guys are doing a tremendous job, but anytime, yes.
You did mention you won't be with us for the entire tournament, leaving on Friday. With that long resume that was just listed out, I mean, where can people look for you next? What's on the horizon for you personally?
So I'm finishing the semester at the university. We don't have any big competitions for the next month or so. And then I'm going to be going to the Grand Chess Tour. I'm going to be doing commentary for Romania. That's going to be the second stop of the Grand Chess Tour, and then I'm going to continue with that until summertime. So those are my plans for the foreseeable future.
All right, so if you enjoyed the chess insights that were delivered over the last 10 minutes or so, as much as we did, make sure you guys are looking out for Christian across all socials and all platforms. Appreciate you being here, my friend.
Cheers,
Best of luck to you and
guys
Fabi.
Do a tremendous job. Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly. We'll let you go enjoy the rest of the day, and
you.
hopefully a victory in the Fabiano Caruana camp as a result.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
From here, we hop back to that top-tier matchup of the #1 taking on the returning champion from Weissenhaus 2025, Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vincent Keimer. It's decently well advanced from where we were the last time we checked in, having now officially broken the symmetry that was established early on with the pawns and the knights staring at each other there towards the center of the board.
Yeah, and maybe a quick action replay just before we delve into the intricacies of this position. We last left this just 2 moves ago. As James mentioned, the white knight jumped in behind the white pawn. The black knight did the same, and very symmetrical here. It was after this move, pawn to f3, which doesn't necessarily create a threat, but hints at some breaks in the pawn center a bit later on, that it was Jan Nepomniachtchi deciding to eventually end that symmetry. Instead of pushing his pawn 1 square forward, which would have been a very logical move, I think a totally fine move, he pushed his pawn 2 squares. This one, I've got to admit, I'm not a huge fan of it, just because you're playing against Vincent Keimer. Now the play becomes very strategic. It's all about squares. And look at this square in the center of the board. It's a big outpost, potentially, for a white knight. The white bishop might come to a nice diagonal now. But it does clamp down on some pawn breaks. It's now going to be incredibly hard, if not impossible, for white to ever push this pawn in the center, meaning it's harder for this light squared bishop to enter the action. And Vincent met this by pushing his h-pawn forward. He wants to create another nice square for his knights, potentially. It's all about the dark squares right now, and that's why Jan Nepomniachtchi, with his last move, pushes his pawn 1 square forward. He wants to gain even more space, activate the black queen to the maximum, control those dark squares, fight for squares, and this is the position objectively level, I would say. But Tanya, whose style do you think this is going to favor? Who should be the happier of the two?
I'm just thinking if there's a student rivalry to prove to the coach, to prove to Peter Lecco, you know, which one's the stronger one right now. So much of this position depends on who gets the break in. I mean, both are hinting at it, right? Either the pawns in front of the queen, it could be white, or the black pieces that strikes goes forward 2 steps. White could do it now, or maybe potentially a central break. But right now, those central squares, if we can just highlight E4 and E5, are so beautifully controlled by both sides that I'm expecting a flank break and files to open up. I do like White's position here. I think, again, it comes to that point of Vincent having that beautiful outpost right at the center of the board. And that's a long-term strategic point. It's something that you can use in the opening, the middle game, and the end game. Meanwhile, notice how Vincent's pawn, which has just moved 1 step in front of the rook, controls exactly its counterpart. So I think that will give him something to play for in a long game.
Yeah, so small differences there. While the knights did come out early, we've returned to the pattern of the pawn pushes here in freestyle chess. And to continue some more patterns of pawn pushes, let's hop over to Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. A very different look here. No pieces have fallen off the board just yet, but the opportunity to do so at any given moment should one of the players choose to do so.
Whose hero shot did you like better?
Nodirbek's was really cool.
I thought the same.
He gave that knowing look. He's
fierce.
Like, yeah, I got this.
The Death Star.
The Death Star. The
Even
respect
through
warrior.
the camera.
And, okay, this one, it's definitely 2 clashing strategies. It's central strategy for Magnus Carlsen, very classical stuff. Normally, you do want to push your pawns forward in the center in chess, control the battleground, control the midfield. Whereas it's more flank pushes from Nodirbek, who's actually brought a knight out on his last turn. Just a quick recap of the first few moves here. We did see that Magnus pushed one of his bishop's pawns, the central pawn here. F5 was the reply. And ignoring the threat to build a center, Nodirbek pushes his pawn and now brings his knight out. So early days, only 3 moves in. What do we think?
We were talking about this idea, right? When your opponent plays in the center, you try to take out, gain more space on the other side of the board. And I like it, you know, knights behind pawns, all the strategic takeaways that we've had, I feel like the players are following it. Magnus going into a thing, Nodirbek not on his chair, seems to imply that black is happy right now.
Yeah, he spent a bit of time on the clock, Nodirbek, on this last couple of moves. He spent, was it 12 minutes on his second move? But I think he should be pretty happy. Yes, there's the pawn center, but at the moment, that doesn't necessarily help White do too much. It's kind of commitment issues here. You will just want to keep it intact. You don't really want to push forward and allow a kind of clash of armies necessarily. So it's just kind of a case of what to do next and a lot of choice. I think Magnus might start with some knights. But, yeah, of course, going in different directions have different consequences. Yeah.
Also, that knight at the edge of the board, next to the queen, at some point you want that to come out. You know, how often have we seen in freestyle chess that somewhere one piece gets left behind and that kind of becomes the bane of your existence? It's what eventually costs you that point. So Magnus will have to take care of that knight, decide where does he want to jump to. Does he bring it in front of the rook or potentially in front of the queen file, trying to get it further into the game? So some decisions to be made, and Magnus, he does this. He takes his time in the opening in this format to figure piece placement out.
Yeah, very much as he should. One of the other players alongside Vincent Keimer that often used that confessional booth back in Weisenhaus to kind of walk us through a lot of his opening ideas. Very curious to see if he'll find time to do that for us today. I also wonder, too, if the players themselves enjoy that kind of quiet space to almost verbalize, you know, not just be stuck in their head for 4 hours straight, to have a moment to just say things out loud and see if it sounds as reasonable when the words come out of their mouth as it might feel in their heads. We haven't taken a look at our bottom bracket yet all day, so I think it's a good time for us to go over there and just take stock of the 2 boards. Let's start with Vidit versus Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa did elect to play against Vidit Gujarathy with his opportunity to select his opponent there in the bottom bracket. This one as well, a very distinctly different look. Although the first thing that jumps out to me at the very least is we do have that A4 and A5 pushes that Christian was talking about. So often you want to find when the rook and the king are already placed over to the side of the board in the way that they are.
Yeah, I think to break down the logic of these pawn pushes, it was fascinating to have Christian in with us, and the first thing that came to mind was those pawn pushes. The one thing we should say is that the kings have pretty much already castled. The kings are very safe. Castling, there's 2 points to castling in chess. One is to put your king in the corner where it can be attacked from fewer angles. It tends to be a bit safer. The only other reason really to castle is to connect your rooks. And the white rook in the corner, the black rook in the corner, those are problem pieces potentially. they will struggle to activate. So I really like actually what Prag has done. Yes, he's put his knight in the way, but later he can swing his rook up into the game, and then he doesn't need to castle. His king is super safe, and he's activated that problem piece in the corner. The one problem for Vidit is that now his rook doesn't really have a way to get into the game and swing across, because he's had to put a pawn here on the 6th rank to block. But yeah, it's all about kings, all about rooks.
Tanya, the other thing I noticed is just less committal pawn moves there in the center of the board from Prague, right? Always having the opportunity to jump 2 squares forward if you want on the first move with that pawn, but in both cases, a more tempered approach, not willing to commit all the way towards the center of the board just yet.
I think he wants to keep some squares under control, because especially after the first move that was chosen by Prague, what happens is that if you go all out at the center, you're going to leave some key squares that David is highlighting for Vidit's knight to jump to. You know, you were talking about the key points in this game and about castling and how important that is. But I think really this match goes beyond what's on the board, especially for Vidit. Well, I think he's quite devastated with what has happened in the round robin. You know, he had 7 straight losses in a row. So this matchup is so much about the inner game for these two players. They're finding that motivation to fight. And I have to say, I think for Vidit, that's going to be a bit of a battle. He is an emotional player. It's something that he's constantly working on, getting stronger. But I know it really affected him, you know, the round robin stage. And I hope that this goes to be a full hot fight, so that both these players can bounce back into form.
Okay, well, with that hope, do we feel like the setup lends ourselves to a real fight here, David?
I have a good feeling. Somewhere out there in the world, Anna Kramling is watching this game with a lot of pride. She's developed the cow opening, and that normally means putting a knight on b3, knight on g3, pawns on this square and this square. So she's loving it. And actually, in this specific position, with bishops in the center, those bishops are ready to mobilize. There's actually a bit of a threat, potentially, of Prague's bishop ending up on this long diagonal with a target. And look at this, already the clash of armies has begun. Vidit trying to open up his rook.
If she's happy, then so must be one of her star pupils in Tyler 1. I know that he piloted the cow opening to a pretty solid elo gain over the course of the last year or so himself. Yeah, but look at that pawn structure for black. The backwards flying V.
Yeah, I'll just highlight it. It looks really nice actually here. A lot of space, a lot of potential. They could start advancing later, super flexible pawn structure. And as long as the bishops have nice squares to jump out to, the knights as well, they have pretty decent posts. I think there's a lot of potential for both sides.
Yeah, the one thing about Vidit's games in the round robin was that he'd get good positions and not be able to convert them. And I think having extra time on the clock, if he's able to get a comfortable middle game, I think he'd be feeling more at ease. I think we'd see more of the Vidit that we've gotten used to seeing over the last year than what we saw over the last 2 days. So this one promises to be a fun one. A lot of pawn moves by Vidit, a strike in the center. I think it's a good moment to switch as well, as Prague is thinking about his response to the last move.
Exactly. The other bottom bracket battle still to check in on. This one, sports, the world champion in Gukesh up against Richard Rapport. Now, both of these players, it's important to note, they still had chances. They still had chances, fighting chances going into that final round of the round robin yesterday, but unfortunately for them, robbed of that opportunity and do find themselves here battling it out for 9th place.
Yeah, and although we didn't go back to the start in the Vidit versus Pragnananda clash, I think maybe here we just do a backtrack, because it has touched upon some themes that we've talked about already. And I just want to point out that the only player to play the computer's top choice on move 1 was Richard Rapport, the creative genius. Pawn to a4. The rook pawn, of course, controlling some squares. We joke about moves like this in normal chess, but here actually the rook does have a nice entry point, and of course that was met by the corresponding move, pawn to a5. That's not actually necessarily to even develop the black rook, just to make sure that, for example, it doesn't get clamped down on. Then the black rook will never ever enter the fray. Also, this pawn a battering ram against the black king. Some moves coming in, so let's catch up with the current position. We saw now a central pawn push, and then this pawn sacrifice that we saw on the boards of Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, both going for this pawn sacrifice. This was not accepted because then the black knight might be jumping in, and we'll see that in a separate game a bit later. Instead, pawn to g4, stepping this one forward for Rapport. Very surprising, because now there is a potential queen trade on offer, but taking the queen first doesn't necessarily win the pawn back for black, because taking here would walk into a double attack. Whoops. And suddenly 2 loose pieces on the back rank. So instead, we saw the knight jump out. The queens did get exchanged, and this is the current position. Tanya, to my eyes, it looks pretty successful for Gukesh. Yes, he's a pawn down temporarily, but surely this pawn not long for the world. And yeah, he's got a very solid pawn structure here with black.
Definitely a healthy pawn formation, right? Once you do pick up that pawn, notice how white's pawns are separated on the right side of the board, giving more targets to Gukesh in the long run. Also, important to activate the pieces as quickly as possible. I agree with you. It's a pawn sacrifice, and even though the evaluation bar seems to say that white is doing better right now, but from a human perspective, it feels like it's enough. You know, you bring the rook to align with that f-pawn, pick that pawn up, take your pieces out eventually. The knight will come out to the square on that g line once the pawn disappears. Maybe jump even further into that f line from there, and things are looking pleasant for black. So I don't really understand the evaluation disagreeing with the compensation we're talking about for Gukesh.
Yeah, very balanced position, I think, but maybe the computer just being slightly materialistic.
And again, interesting to me that you say that, because just the idea of now the doubled pawns, the disconnected pawns as well, goes against a lot of those kind of fundamentals that you're taught in chess. But either way, the players have agreed to this position between the two of them. Gukesh now, with his opportunity to give a good think about how he wants to respond back over to the upper bracket, we should go. Vincent Keimer, one of the first players actually to dip below 1 hour on the clock. Again, this isn't necessarily a surprise, or shouldn't be a surprise probably to most people, as he has typically given such a big time to think. But as well, we've got Carlsen and Abdusattorov locked in battle, and I'm always curious to to take a look at what Magnus has cooked up when it comes to those early ideas in a position.
Yeah, Magnus with an interesting pawn push. It looks like he's slightly weakening his king and some squares around it, but still, it's that clash. The central pawns, which could start stepping forward, versus the flank strategy of the pawns on one side for Nördebek and the Black Knights.
And as I said, I'm always curious to know what Magnus has to say about an early position. He did treat us to a bit of a confessional just moments ago. Let's go check in on that.
I think as white, this is the most difficult choice in the first move I feel like I've had in this is the third tournament that we do now. We had some discussions with the other players before, and we didn't really get to too much. I had no idea what to do. I was considering probably 5 different moves. I mean, G4, F4, E4, D4, and F3. And none of them seemed particularly promising. I think in the end I kind of defaulted to one D4 since it's protected by the queen, and it looked like a little bit safer. But honestly, I don't see how to follow up. So it's probably going to be another 10-minute thing on move 2, but that's it's part of the fun.
What a world we live in when the world number 1 is left without a clue of how to approach a position, saying perhaps the most difficult starting position he's ever had to analyze from the white side.
Never happens in standard chess.
What?
Never happens in 5-1-8 when you get the first few moves blitzed out. And, you know, he pointed out these possibilities and how difficult it was to actually decide. And he's kind of struggling to see, David, where the advantage could be to try to push for more. And I also really like Nördebek's approach that he's taken. You know, he's gone head-on for the battle. He's pushed his own pawns. There's a lot of tension in the center. We might be seeing chop, chop, chop on that central line along the rooks, and then even a further break by Nördebek himself. I think this is such a complex position, as Magnus was talking about, for both players. And that's why we see these early things also resonating with Vincent taking his time for move 1.
Yeah, on the flip side, though, of this very board itself, looks like Magnus is preparing yet another pawn push to just take crazy control of the central squares of the board. Obviously, still plenty of opportunities for trades, as we've highlighted many times. But this is kind of where I would be curious if Nördebek is feeling any kind of pressure to start grabbing some space back before he gets smothered out of the game.
Yeah, sooner or later, and normally sooner rather than later, you should be fighting for squares, fighting for space. And I fully agree. I think it's time for Black to start pushing pawns before he gets squeezed by Magnus's central avalanche. And the first move that comes to my mind is maybe this one. I agree with Tanya. The big question is whether to trade off a bunch of stuff first. Do you take, and then push your pawns forward?
Nice plug in there, David Howell. Love it. Very smooth.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess you could keep the tension and push this pawn forward. I think the one thing to avoid for Black right now is to allow Magnus's pawn kind of phalanx here to just continue advancing, because this would just lose too much time with a piece that's already developed here. You don't want to move a piece more than once or twice in the opening normally, and this Black Knight would be kicked to a really bad square if Magnus is allowed to advance further.
It's so tough to decide, right, as a chess player. I mean, how many times you're faced with this decision? You have this plan, you realize the urgency of the situation. You can't allow Magnus to get all the space in the world that he wants. You want to push that central pawn. But again, the critical decision, do you first go with the trades? Is that the better way to proceed? Or is it better to go immediately? And before I put David on a spot, Notterbeck to the rescue. He goes instantly, pushes that pawn, it's game on.
Now, this really is starting to feel like a medieval battle. All of the infantry is really being flung forward. They're going to have to battle it out first and make room for the rest of the reinforcements, the heavy hitters, to come through and start to get involved in the fight.
I did say it. It's pawns first, knight second.
Yep.
The cavalry rides in, gallops in afterwards. And yeah, this is where a style thing is very visible, Tanya. You mentioned that there was pretty much a crossroads for Notterbeck. He could have taken in the center, traded off some rooks, simplified things. I think I would have gone for that 9 times out of 10, just because I want simplicity, but he loves complexity. He wants to keep pieces on the board, wants to keep as much firepower as
tension.
Exactly, tension as possible.
Yeah, and I love where you're going with that, just because, again, it kind of rings true to a feeling that I have so often. I hate board states like this, because at my level, it feels like it just increases the burden of calculation by such a degree, right? I don't want to think about how many different opportunities or ways of capturing or orders of operations of capturing as there is. These players opting into it so often and testing and pushing each other for, all right, what if I just add one more piece of tension to the puzzle, one more variable that you have to calculate?
This is Tension Ultra Pro Max version, and I think the younger generation is so good at doing that, you know, keeping their calm, keeping their nerves, and just not easing it out in the center. It's Mikhail Tal's forest of complications, you know, where you want to draw a player out, where 2 + 2, as they say, is equal to 5. The path out is narrow enough for just one to get out. And I think that's really where, when you're playing a player like Magnus Carlsen, you have to create those opportunities where both players can go wrong. If you want to try to get a point against the very best, you need to create tension. You need to create the possibility for your opponent to make a mistake and complications. If you give a simple play, I mean, how much did you give Magnus on strategy and positional there? 98, I want to say?
Strategy was 99, right?
99.
Yeah,
I mean, where do you touch this guy if you want to play strategic and positional? You've got to make chaos like the one we're seeing Notterbeck do right now.
Yeah, you can't stabilize, allow him to stabilize where he can just slowly build up, slowly put his pieces on the right squares, and then come at you. You have to hit him hard, hit him fast before he's able to compose himself.
No better example, right, than that 117 move win over Vidit in the round robin, where, you know, again, with perfect play, could have been maybe taken to a draw, but Magnus will continue to ask questions of his opponents all the way to the very end and look for every avenue to victory. Tanya, earlier you mentioned Vincent Keimer, and I think it's wise we check back in with him, because once again, I'll remind people at home, he's the one who's ate up the most time on his clock, now down to about 52.5 minutes, whereas his opponent, Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's almost like he's still playing in the blitz rounds.
Wow. And this is also one of those positions, James, where not a single pawn has been traded off the board. You know, everything, all the pieces, all the pawns still on. So a lot of tension brewing, and then once an attack happens, once another pawn break appears, I think we're going to see this blow up. And while I think I'm going to let David take this, because I have my eyes on another board, Arjun Hikaru, which I want us to pull at some moment, because really it's fireworks there, and we'll go there next after this one, David.
Yeah, for now, I'm just going to say it's very level, very blocked. The infantry starting to look at each other. The pawns here, maybe one trade incoming, but it's going to be about maneuvering for the next 15, 20 moves of this game.
So before we hop to that other board, though, David, you had mentioned in the analysis portion, Jan Nepomniachtchi almost laughed out of the circle when he proffered up one of the engine's top lines. He as well stepped into the confessional booth just a bit ago. So let's see how he's evaluating not just the starting position, but where he's at currently in the match.
Yeah, so meanwhile, openings, okay, at least in my game, is quite solid and calm. I'm a little bit concerned because I fed like the gambit of 5g6 to all my black team, and okay, in 3 games it happened. So I'm a bit, I'm a bit concerned if the gambit will, finally work out, because what Arjun did is quite sensible to me, and also what Rapport did is quite interesting too, and and one more game is from MVL, and maybe MVL also like finds a refutation, so it will be Nepo Gambit 3 times refuted, yeah? Hopefully not.
And how about that? That is a true confessional right there. Man's not even thinking about himself. He says, I may have just put 3 of my own comrades in a very tough position by offering that idea.
I love it. Nepo Gambit. I think we can all agree that is the idea that we need to call out, and a petition to name it the Nepo Gambit in this position. And David, he would have gone for your prediction. That means, had his opponent started with the other pawn, had Vincent chosen that central e-pawn to go forward. Really fascinating insight there. He was hoping for it.
That's what the confessional booths are for. More of that, please. We want more of that. And I mean, earlier it was fascinating. I was just eavesdropping. I hope everyone at home as well was listening in when the players were discussing. And he said, look, you gambit a pawn and it's almost winning for black. He was like, trust me, in practical terms, it's almost winning. And everyone was like, nah, mate, nah. But then the fact he was so forceful, so passionate about it, he convinced them. But you live and die by your word, and his reputation on the line, they will blame him if they are just a pawn down for nothing and end up losing this game. But, okay, it's ironic that he ends up with the most calm position out of them all.
Exactly. Out of all the 4 boards, he's the one who didn't get it. And how smart is that of Vincent Keimer to actually avoid an opening move that would play into Nepo's style? The kind of positions that Nepo wants. Because for sure, Vincent would have thought about this pawn sacrifice and realized that the play in return for that extra pawn is immense. And he doesn't want to be on the defense against this guy.
It's true. Nepo wasn't given an option, right, to follow his own line that he had offered up because of that initial move from Vincent being on the D file as opposed to the E file. And so, again, this one in a very stable position, just as we take a moment to hop over to Arjun Erigaisi versus Hikaru Nakamura, where Tanya wanted to go. I will just let everybody know that, once again, we asked those at home for predictions across all of our quarterfinal matchups. And in that Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vincent Keimer matchup, there is more faith given to Jan Nepomniachtchi from his performance in that round robin. 54% of the vote going to him. 32%, though, still going to Vincent. And only about, quick maths, 15%, therefore thinking it will go to a draw. But you mentioned some fireworks here over on this board. Interestingly enough to me, while I do see a number of pieces have maybe fallen, it feels like a very empty board.
Yeah, emptying up, at least in terms of pawns. Although most of the pieces for both sides still on the back rank. 7 out of the 8 pieces still fast asleep. It's all been about the pawns. And a quick recap of those fireworks. We last left this. Actually, let's show the Nepo Gambit from move 1.
Yeah.
One more time, action replay. So this happened on 3 boards, as Jan Nepomniachtchi mentioned. Pawn into the center, met by a challenge. Pawn captured, not met by a recapture this time, which is also totally fine, we should mention. But instead, the much more ambitious pawn to g6. And after a trade, the whole idea is to accelerate black's development, to open up lines for the rook, for the queen, for the black knight to be nicely placed. And now a controlling move. Not a good move for the white knight in the corner, we should say. Not a happy move. This white knight is still stuck. But more importantly, controlling the black knight. And suddenly a very clever move. And I should mention the top move of the computer for white, by far. Arjun Erigaisi finds the best move, fighting for space. It's all about those pawns, as we're becoming used to by now. Not resting on his laurels, not just trying to consolidate the material advantage, but trying to forcibly simplify the equation. This black pawn was about to be joined by a fellow. No time now. There's a trade of pawns, and due to the fact there's tension between the queens, black cannot go and win the pawn back. Knight takes pawn, for example, would be a backfiring move here after rook takes knight. And white has won a piece. Just very important that the rook could come down and continue the action, a double attack. But this is not what black wants, just trying to equalize. And instead, the queen shuffles, and this is the current position.
So can't go for the white pawn just yet. But Tanya, I feel like that's a weakness that Hikaru is going to have his eyes on for the remainder of the game. No opportunity to support that pawn with a pawn on either flank. They've already been removed, so it's going to tie down minor pieces or major pieces at the very least if Arjun wants to hold on to that one.
Absolutely, but it does help to have an extra pawn so you can give it up at the right time as well, you know, once you've found the coordination of the pieces. And you know, it's true, Arjun had to break free, creating this weakness, because otherwise there was no future for that knight next to the queen. So by this trade that we've seen of the pawns, he's also created a square for eventually that knight to land to. The G3 spot is where that knight is headed. And we've been focused so much on Hikaru's compensation on the right side of the board. I also want everyone to not forget the left side of the board. You know, that little move by the queen to that edge, it lines itself up perfectly on the long diagonal to be joined eventually at some point by the bishop to also start targeting some tender pawns in front of the white king. And once we see the idea of the rook lift, something that Christian mentioned, something that we were alluding to as well the whole show, the pawn moves forward, the rook comes ahead, slides over. We're looking at counterplay on both sides for Hikaru for that extra pawn.
Yeah, maybe objectively it's slightly better for white, the position a bit of an advantage because you can give up the pawn. Worst comes to worst, you give the pawn back, you probably trade some pieces and you say, okay, it's just level. But yeah, if Arjun is feeling ambitious, maybe he's going to start pushing the pawn forward in the near future, back it up with that knight. I think he should hurry and get that knight into the game, as Tanya mentioned. And yeah, still onus on Hikaru here, pressure on Hikaru to really prove the compensation for the sacrifice.
You know, also, I feel that Arjun would love to play this position with the black pieces. He's a player who really enjoys the initiative, to play for piece activity. But here, he's the one with the extra pawn and on the defense.
He loves every position, Tanya. He just loves chess.
Just a lover of chess.
He plays so much. He's one of the most active players on the scene. He flew from India to Germany recently, then back to India, then now to Paris, all in the space of like a week. I mean, they call him a madman for a reason, but I love it, this attitude to chess.
His chess is so incredibly entertaining, and I would love to get their player cards side by side to see their strengths and weaknesses as David's given them at some point. Because, you know, I think about 2024 and just the meteoric rise that Arjun had in the year. He is the 16th player in the history of the game to have ever crossed 2,800. He's the second Indian after Vishy Anand to have ever done that. All of that with the performance that he had last year. And then he had a disastrous start to 25 at the Tata Steel, where he lost close to 30 points, I want to say. I think he really dropped down on the rankings there. So just being here, playing against the best means so much to Arjun because he hasn't had these opportunities too many times in his career. It's not been an easy road for him to get here. So to face these players, have those wins in Freestyle Fridays, earn that spot here, and here fighting it out against Hikaru, I know exactly how much it means to this 21-year-old Grandmaster.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things we talk a lot about, right, in terms of each of these players finding their form, finding their peak, right? And we can pull those player cards up now just to take a quick look at them and have that direct comparison that you're talking about there, Tanya, because while it was a blistering 2024 there for Arjun Erigaisi earlier, David, you said we're still waiting for him to prove himself against that very top echelon, the likes of one Hikaru Nakamura.
That's right, and maybe I should have bumped these numbers up a bit, but I think in essence they are very close, but they have very different strengths, Tanya.
I mean, 1991, it just shows how close this matchup really is, you know, how incredibly closely matched they are. I think your numbers are actually pretty cool and pretty accurate, somewhere at least close to accuracy here, David. But one thing I would disagree on the Arjun card is his intuition. At 92, maybe a point or two higher on that. You know, I've seen him use his practical intuition so many times in games, and even if objectively it might not be the best way to sacrifice to create an imbalance, he knows exactly how difficult it is for his opponent to respond to. Maybe that number for me would be a 94. Rish, I want to say. And for Hikaru, I mean, he's just a beast in everything, as we can see from the numbers that you've given him. Attack, would that be slightly higher?
I think in his younger days, yes, definitely. Hikaru these days prefers a more measured approach. But I did actually film some content with Take for these player cards, players reacting to them. And the players themselves did say maybe time management for Erigaisi. He wins a lot of game by pressuring his opponents on the clock. I think that should have been higher. That's one of my big regrets. Time management, I think, should be in the 90s there. And for Hikaru, yeah, I think he's just a great all-rounder. Maybe time management slightly higher.
All right, interesting, though. He's got a 13-minute lead on Hikaru right now when it comes to the clocks. And so, yeah, a little bit of time management there. Obviously, still plenty of time left for both players. I'm curious for the two of you. We've got 6 individual statistics there. From my untrained eye, I would imagine, or at least I would like to believe, that intuition and calculation would be the most important, or maybe even more important in this version of chess than a standard version of chess. Do you agree? Do you feel differently? Would you have more confidence in a player that maybe on average that top left, score was lower, but over-indexed on their opponent in a different category?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, intuition definitely important. I think maybe I was a bit harsh with Gukesh in intuition. He agreed, Gukesh, that was maybe not his strongest, but it did show in the round robins with the rapid format, especially that intuitive feel for where pieces belong is so important. These guys very high. I think both of them big strengths, but. Yeah, it was interesting when we had those interviews with the players. Hikaru thought that it was actually too generous on Arjun, his defensive skills. He thought 84 for Arjun. He thought that was far too high, in his own words.
So it should be lower than 84. Wow.
Yeah, no spoilers for that content yet to be published, but he did say that defense was clearly Arjun's big weakness. Everything else strong.
Yeah, I get where that's coming from. I think you can see it. He likes to be on the offense. We've seen that. And 96 to defense, that's exactly where Hikaru overshines here, And it's true, he is perhaps, I would say, maybe not even second to Magnus, just at par with Magnus when it comes to being resourceful and holding difficult positions, not just holding them, but often turning them around. So 96 versus 84, that's a big battle right there.
Now, I don't know about the two of you. I want to hear from the players as often as we possibly can here, especially on these initial days. And I've been told that Vidit has already made great use of the confessional booth, hopping in there not once, but twice. Let's go ahead and get one of those insights now.
It's interesting to see that there is different move on all the boards, which is slightly different from the rapids because almost all the games used to start with the same move as the players discussed. But here I think players are taking more time over the board and trying to play what they feel like is the best move. I'm just here because my position seems pretty normal. It's just one move and I thought I'll just join in and tell about my observation. I think it'll be interesting to see how the games go on. I think Arjun versus Hikaru is gonna spice up a bit. That's my feeling. I think my position now is more or less okay. The last move looked a bit weird, knight on h4, but I needed to stop his bishop to come to f3. But in any case, I'm just guessing and I have absolutely no clue what the position's evaluation is. But the good part is no one here is sure about it anyways. So I'm just trying to play what comes to my mind, and because I've realized that by thinking also, it's not like I'm going to create any miracles. So I'm just trusting my first thought.
I absolutely adore that. First of all, just say my game is in a stable position, one move in, I'll just hop in for some insights. But I mean, tremendous insight. He's exactly right. If we were to go back and relive all of the round robin games, a majority of games would begin with a, kind of a concrete or an agreed upon idea by a number of the players here. A lot of players choosing to go their own way. And as he cited, just kind of having to trust his intuition. I'm going with my first thought.
But that makes a lot of sense as well, right? When you've got a little time on the clock and you sort of come to some consensus, the big questions lie ahead. You try to minimize your sort of time management earlier on. You don't want to burn the clock. But here, it's classical. So you want to spend those extra minutes. I also really liked how he said, nobody knows what's going on. It's like, if we go down together. That song, Paris, taken from that. Shout out to Chainsmokers right there. But it's really about that in classical, that you have to figure your own way out. When you analyze, yes, you get some ideas. And I think the MVP for the analysis award definitely goes to Nepo in this one. We saw that idea being played across 3 boards. We saw it happen, except his own board. And to what David said earlier, it was one of the top choices by the computer. So incredible understanding there.
Yeah, incredible understanding, and really nice as well for Vidit to come in. I guess some pressure is off for him, but he will want to win this match. A lot of honor, Indian honor on the line here. But I think he evaluated this quite well. He doesn't know what's going on. It's very level. I don't think he's done anything too committal. Neither side's done anything kind of illogical so far. It looks relatively symmetrical. And once both sides start bringing the minor pieces out, the knights and bishops, I think that's when the fight really begins.
It makes me feel good that he says they don't know what they're doing, because it makes it a lot easier for me to accept that I don't know what they're doing. And speaking of not knowing what they're doing, I think we got to go check in on Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov, because I now see 4 black pawns in a row horizontally placed on the right-hand side of the board here for Nodirbek. Again, probably something you wouldn't find in any standard game of chess. How do we explain this one?
That's 5 pawns at the center of the board. 1 white, 4 for black, and Nodirbek has just pushed his entire right flank across. He's putting pressure on Magnus, and I don't know what the deeper evaluation is, but the first, the intuitive instinct that you have when you look at this position, it does feel good for black. Nodirbek's the one who's going to strike against that developed knight that Magnus has first. He already has pressure on that central pawn that Magnus has pushed on that central line, which is about to lose one of its defenders. Look at the camera as well. Nodirbek looking relaxed. Magnus trying to figure his way out. There is a big threat on the board. Push that knight away, win the central pawn.
Yeah, if he gets one more move, Nodirbek, he'll push this corner pawn away and force Magnus into a kind of undesirable exchange, or force him to retreat and win in the center. I just want to shout out my favorite game as well, my favorite board game, because both sides have won. We'll call it a draw. White has connected one set of pawns, connect 4, and black has connected his set of pawns, also connect 4.
Yeah, but Magnus is saying, I got it first. I got it first. And double connect 4.
Wow. It's the pyramid.
This is the flying V, as opposed to the reverse one that we had earlier.
Wow, this is a pretty pattern, but he's ignoring the big threat, Tanya. He's ignoring the threat that Nodirbek has hinted at with his last move. Is he going to kick away this knight? It feels like this one, the advantage is going to be it's going to be resolved in the near future. Whoever's going to be able to establish their pawn chain and show that it's stronger than the opponents is going to emerge on top.
I'm sorry. I know that we said we kind of like the way it looks here for black, but now that we've established the flying V, we all know ducks fly together, and there's nothing left here for Nodirbek. I feel like Magnus has got this one in the bag.
You really like the flying V.
I really
it's
do.
Just about we for victory.
Come on, a little Mighty Ducks throwback. Let's go. They were the best hockey team in the world. Unstoppable. Speaking of some fireworks, though, we heard Vidit himself say, taking time to look at a number of the other boards, and he, very much like you, Tanya, had identified Arjun, Erigaisi, and Hikaru as a board that might have some fireworks here in the near future.
We'll jump straight to that. But I really want to point out, I think this one's about to blow up, by the way, in the next move or two, because I'm expecting Nodirbek to continue with his plan of going on advancing those pawns on the right side of the board, and we'll check in with that if Nodirbek does make these decisions. But absolutely, this is where the action's at.
This is where the action's at. This is where Hikaru is a clear pawn down and might need to show some of those defensive skills, or some of the attacking skills that he definitely showed off a lot in his younger days, because he needs some kind of compensation. He either needs to round up this extra white pawn, a passed pawn we should mention, but also isolated, or he needs to find some kind of measure of counterattack. Tanya mentioned one concept earlier, planting the bishop on the long diagonal.
I get the feeling that the compensation has been mishandled over the last few moves. Again, we've got to do a deep dive, maybe backtrack and see how Hikaru chose to continue. But were there some missed opportunities along the way for him?
There were, I'm not sure about missed opportunities, but definitely some inaccuracies from Hikaru. I'll just bring us back 2 moves to when we last left it, because we talked about how the queen was sliding, and now one of the best moves would have been the most natural as well, lining up the bishop with the queen in the corner, something you mentioned, Tanya. I think in a blitz game, Hikaru would play that 9 times out of 10 and the game would go on. But he played a dubious move here, pawn into the center. And yes, we say knights should go behind pawns, but this costs a valuable tempo. The pawn is undefended. He'll have to lose a bit of time defending it later. And it doesn't accelerate piece play. And when you're a pawn down, you need to be super quick. Speed is everything. You need to compensate it with dynamism, aggression. I really don't like this move. It feels like he's playing positionally when he should be playing with a bit more urgency. And now he gets kicked away. He loses time with his knight into the center. And look at this. Another move from Hikaru just on the last turn. And another question mark attached to it by the all-seeing engine. A natural follow-up to his previous move, but mistakes do often come in pairs. I think this was just a flawed concept. Instead of getting his rook from the corner into the game, instead of getting his bishop on the long diagonal, he's wasting a bit of time here. And this pawn push, another downside. The white knight has a beautiful square to jump into in the near future.
Well, a couple of insights here. Number one, we've been taking a look at those different player cards all throughout the tournament, and we've been challenging people at home to make their voices heard on whether or not they agree or disagree with the ratings that David Howe has given each of the players. And you even cited that maybe Hikaru's going to have to make use of that defense number we asked if 96 was enough, but everybody else said no, buff it to 99. 57% of the chat saying it's not enough. He's a more defensive player than that, and he might have to put some of that defense on display in this one, as the computer very much loves the position that Arjun has found himself in, and questioning some of the accuracy of Hikaru Nakamura. Speaking of accuracy, maybe we zoom out, take a look at the accuracy of all of the players here in the field of competition to see who the engine believes has been piloting this starting position the best.
Did you see Hikaru nodding to that? He said, I agree with chat.
Yeah, he does.
You know, hype that up, bring that up to 99.
Talking of 99, Fabiano Caruana in the top right of our screens there at 99% accuracy. Richard Rapport trumping even that with 99.3%. A very creative player, Richard Rapport. Normally his accuracy can kind of fluctuate quite a lot, but so far, so good for the Hungarian.
Yeah, Arjun, of course, down there in the bottom right, no slouch of his own, 96.8% with a slight advantage in his game. He stepped into the confessional booth just a little bit ago. Let's hear what he had to say.
I feel quite confident about my position. I really didn't like how he handled the position after like EF4, GF4. I was expecting some knight d6. Queen h8 was probably still fine. I went knight e2. I think he had to provoke like d4 with bishop f6, d4 and play something here, but I was already liking my position, and I really didn't like his move d5, f5, knight e5, d3. According to me, I'm like significantly better because my pawn on f5 is strong, and also my queen can go to c5 whenever required, and my bishop can either go to c3 or g3, and knight can come to g3, and there's also knight f4, knight e6 or knight d4, knight e6 ideas. So I'm really liking my position, but of course there's a lot to play, and he still has some compensation for the pawn.
So maybe somewhat sharing a mind with the engine there, saying doesn't like the approach too much from Hikaru in giving away that pawn and maybe not getting the compensation that he needs, and saying I still have plenty of options in play for a number of my pieces.
Yeah, he sounds incredibly optimistic about his positions after the inaccuracies that we saw, and I think he echoed the ideas that we were discussing earlier, that perhaps the queen and the bishop needed to be lined up for Hikaru there. Also really interesting that, you know, it's the first round of the quarterfinals. You're playing against one of the absolute best in the world. This is world number 4 against the world number 2. Hikaru, such a beast in all formats. And look at Arjun's heart rate. It hasn't crossed 60. It hasn't even touched 60 the entire game, when the position's been pretty much on fire since that Nepo gambit that we saw early on in the game, you know. And it brings back this whole point. I think Arjun feels the most relaxed when the board is on fire. That's really when he thrives. And sometimes in 5-1-8 in standard chess, his desire to take those risks is so deliberated and sometimes not called for that it can backfire. It's too much. He crosses that line of no return. But freestyle chess, it's natural. It's the essence of the game, that you will have material imbalances. You will have positional imbalances from the very start. And I think that's why Arjun, you know, he's around the 50, 60 mark, feeling right at home here in Paris.
Yeah, just very impressive. We're kind of used to it by now. The younger players, they're often very optimistic in their valuations, but here I think he's spot on with everything he said. He's got an extra pawn, clearly. Hikaru is about to face a knight jumping in. I totally missed the white queen about to swoop on this diagonal, something he highlighted first. But all of these factors, I mean, he's spoilt for choice, and he's got a big time advantage. Everything in Arjun's favor right now. Great start. And he picked white, showing his confidence to start off well, go for the win in game 1.
Arjun, without a doubt, loving his position on the board. Over on our matchup between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vincent Keimer, I could at the very least say that Jan is loving his position on the clock. An hour and 17 minutes to his name. Take a look at Vincent Keimer, though. Already down below 38 minutes. He's 20 minutes behind our next lowest across any of the boards.
Wow. Get those player cards up. I want to see how much time management was given to Vincent Keimer by David Howell. Get the Howell cards on the screen.
It's really funny, all of the reaction videos we film with the players about those player cards. I mean, every time we talk about these stats, it's always those one things that come up. With Vincent, it was time management. He said, that was too generous, if anything. And already it was one of his lowest numbers, so we'll get that up in a minute.
Yeah, and he said, and if you don't believe me, David, let me prove it to you in this first round of the quarterfinals.
Exactly. I gave him 82, Vincent Keimer, for time management, but he said that was quite generous. He's a time trouble fiend.
And it's something we've seen in Weissenhaus as well, you know, where clock was one thing that wasn't his best friend. Really interesting for me to see counterpart Jan Nepomniachtchi, time management at 94. And I think this comes from, when it comes to speed, James, he's the dash of chess. I mean, he's always up on the clock, you know, by a huge margin. And you'd think that his time management's close to like 100, a 99. But the point is that sometimes that leads to very rash decisions by him. So it's not always an accurate or a judicial time spent at the critical moments. And perhaps, David, is that why it's 94 and not higher? Because he's always got more time on the clock.
Yeah, there have been instances over the last year where Jan Nepomniachtchi has played a bit too quickly when he's had the advantage and not finished things off as convincingly as he could do, but definitely one of his big strengths. He uses it as a weapon, the clock, Jan Nepomniachtchi. So what Vincent's doing in the game today, not just the stats we see here, but it is playing into his opponent's hands somewhat.
Double-edged sword, to say the least, when it comes to time management.
Also, you know, we talk about clash of styles between these two players, the both prodigies of Peter Lecco, but look at that strategy right there. 93 for Vincent and one of the lowest scores for Jan Nepomniachtchi at 84. So much of it depends on the kind of position that appears on the board. Who does it suit more? Because there's a clear difference in their strength when it comes to attack and strategy.
That's right. I actually feel I should have been more generous to Jan Nepomniachtchi with attack. I think that should have been even higher. But definitely he versus Vincent, that's where he thrives, the attack, the dynamism.
Now, if we zoom right back into this very board, we can kind of take stock of the position. And honestly, from my perspective, really the first time in the game that Jan Nepomniachtchi is giving a good think following Vincent's most recent move of centralizing that knight.
Plays into your card, right? Positional, strategy, that's what we've got on display. It's not as much about tactics right now. It's not about making breakthroughs to each other's kings or having those sacrifices on the board. And that's where Vincent thrives. That was one of his big pluses right there. And we see a beautiful position. You know, the knight is entrenched. Yes, you can take it, but then you relinquish your bishop pair, giving a really strong bishop to Vincent, which already has a target on the left side of the board. You're also giving a pawn that creates a lot of space for white in that case, asking questions to black knight. I think this is a tough position for Jan, given his style of play.
Yeah, initially I wanted to snap take that knight with my dark squared bishop there, create a doubled pawn structure for my opponent, but immediately, as you mentioned, Tanya, where does my knight go? That's then under threat. Not too many options, in fact, mostly retreating options at that point, and almost feels awkward to have to undevelop.
Yeah, and okay, Jan is about to make a move, keeping up that speed. I just want to do an action replay because I think there was a significant mistake from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Okay. He was actually doing pretty well out of the opening, and now a grimace/smile from him as he makes this last move, challenging the very strong knight in the center, which will be most likely backed up. But just to break down the last few moves, we left this a few turns ago. The players started pushing pawns on the flank. Of course they did. We talked about that theme a bit earlier. Now, Vincent, just a very modest pawn push. He's definitely trying to play strategically, locking things up, controlling squares. And it was just a few moves down the line where Jan made a very big decision. He could have actually won a pawn. Just to mention, he could have taken this pawn on the edge of the board, and it is double-edged. Yes, these doubled pawns aren't necessarily the best, but you do open up the black queen. There is a backward pawn for white you can stare down at. I don't think it's about winning a pawn necessarily, it's about activating your pieces. This would have given black a small advantage. Instead, we see the computer react to this move. Given a miss, not the best, allowing the knight to be kicked back. And I think the reason this was maybe underestimated by Jan is because this pawn cannot actually be captured. If you take it, you walk into a fork, and this would be deadly. So this is not a pawn sacrifice from Vincent. The knight was challenged, as we just saw in the last move, and it was backed up by a new knight. It's currently a fight for this central square because Jan has just added some pressure with his queen to that knight.
All right, so immediately, though, this does go against one of the ideas that you were teaching me just the other day, knights guarding knights. How do we feel, though, in this situation? Obviously, for every rule, there can be an exception, and so I do wonder if this is maybe an example of the exception where you are quite intentionally looking to replace that knight on the very same square, as opposed to kind of getting stuck in a I defend you, you defend me kind of a situation.
It really is about who blinks first. I think white in this case really wants to keep that knight right there where it is. And if you trade on Yan's term, if you were to pick up that knight next to the black king, you're only helping Yan, because eventually the dream would be for black to break open the center, pushing that e-pawn one step forward, solving all problems, and suddenly you can see Vincent on the left side of the board could have some trouble. So for Vincent, it's incredibly important to triple down on that defense. You know, in some ways, provoke Yan to capture that knight. You can't let that beast be living there at the center of the board for too long. That's a stallion right there. You know, so I'm looking at moves like bring that bishop onto the defense. If the pawn was to take place of that knight, not only do you come in with an attack, you grab so many key squares from black, create so much of the space advantage. I'd be surprised if Vincent lets go of this square. He's going to get his knight to double down, his bishop to triple down, maybe even the queen will join the party if it needs to.
Yeah, fully agree. I think those are the three candidate moves right now. Of course, two-time candidate winner, Yan Nepomniachtchi, but the candidate moves we say in chess when you have kind of 2-3 moves on your radar. The queen coming across here defending the knight. I think that might be my choice just because you also end up defending this pawn, which is currently hanging on the edge of the board, but also these two bishop moves, which do the same job. It's all about protecting this knight, and Vincent, he doesn't have too much time to spend comparing, contrasting all of these three moves, but ultimately they all have the same purpose, and that is to keep this statue intact in the center of the board, this knight.
I know you want to make the queen move because we've well established that you're extremely materialistic. You don't want to let go of any of those two pawns there, but I want to just point out a concept here that even if you were to decide on one of the bishop moves, you know, giving up that pawn, yes, white doesn't have a fork available anymore because the black queen defends that. That would lead to a destruction on the left side of the board. So sure, black can grab a pawn, but you're going to probably end up losing the entire left side once there's a trade. And look at the weaknesses next to the black king. This would be a dream position for Vincent.
Yeah, I think we saw the Nepo gambit already. This would be the Keimer gambit, and he would be very happy about this. The white knight would jump in, some big threats against pawns. If the white queen ever lands nearby, this would just end in checkmate simply. So, okay, long way to go ahead in this game, of course. But currently, Vincent just needs to speed up. He's down way less than half of his opponent's clock time already.
Now, speaking of the Nepo gambit, we've got another gambit joining us here in the studio. Jules Gambit, another one of our brilliant content creators here in Paris, France. So good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
I'm so happy to be here. Hello, everybody. Hello, chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're enjoying the games today. Is there anything particularly spicy that's been happening? I've been tuning in, but...
Well, maybe the spiciest thing is the fact that Nepo had proffered an idea, a line, to his very group of colored players, for which he ended up foregoing, and 3 of them opted into. He then later went into the confessional booth and admitted, I might have steered them in the wrong direction. I'm hoping that each of them doesn't end up in a refuted position because I'll bear the responsibility for that.
Oh, wow. Okay, he's going to have a rough dinner tonight, basically, is what we're hearing.
Exactly that. I mean, we'll wait to see how the results fall. We'll wait to see if he is stung by Vincent Keimer, the very winner of our last event. But I'm curious for you what your experience has been like here so far in Paris. I know that you did have the opportunity to co-commentate the rematch, if we will, of Anna Kremling and Alexandra Botez. For yourself, do you feel like you're ready to take over our jobs at any given moment?
Oh, absolutely. That's why they called me here. Actually, they're all fired.
Oh, no. The solo cast. That's bold. That's bold for day one.
For sure. And it's been a great experience here in Paris. I've just been able to get so much content, the behind the scenes here, and of course, just seeing all the players. One thing that actually surprised me last night was, in fact, Nepo picking Keimer. That was not something I had on my docket. I think we were all predicting what would happen, especially me and David. And, you know, I don't think I personally even saw that coming.
What was were you thinking then maybe the Noterbeck would have been the pick from him?
Yeah, that would have been my guess because Keimer, you know, he's had such a strong performance in his freestyle events. I know that Nepo wasn't there in the last one, but, he definitely was following it. So there must have been something that made him think, okay, maybe I can take him down.
Yeah, I wonder if it's that or just a personal challenge, right? Did he basically say, I want to take down the champion on my way to winning it, and the only way I can guarantee that I face him is to pick him? That would be an interesting dynamic.
Got to beat him somewhere along the way, most likely. So why not now? Why not warm up against the very best?
Exactly. For yourself, and looking at this field, I guess now narrowed down to 8 from the 12 that we originally started at, who would you assume comes in as a heavy favorite? Obviously, Magnus Carlsen is going to be most people's pick, but he didn't necessarily perform to the degree that we expected of him in Weisenhaus, finishing in 3rd position. Was there anyone that you felt maybe was a dark horse entering this Parisian event?
Well, I think, Noterbeck is a very, very strong player, but he was a last-minute one, so he didn't have a lot of time to prepare. And I also know that, he came here the day before, so jet lag could be a thing, and he's just been doing great so far. So that's definitely one to watch. I mean, there aren't a lot of dark horses. These are all very, very strong players. And Magnus, I think especially, would, of course, be my favorite. Just, he might have had a little bit of a, what's the saying, a fire lit under his shoes or something?
Yes, we'll go under the shoes and nowhere else. No, but it's exactly right. It feels like you can never count him out. I think until we maybe see, what would be a pretty significant string of poor performances, that maybe that conversation would really start in terms of who is maybe usurping him for the top spot. But I think we're still quite a ways away from that.
Yeah, we've been treated to amazing drama and fighting chess over the board, and you've been giving us some amazing content, Jules, on your channel, and it's been awesome to watch. Have you had a personal favorite one that's been awesome, that's been fun to shoot?
Yeah. Oh, the one I just posted on my YouTube with Vidit and his wife, we played it where I was like, how do I have chances against Vidit? Which, of course, is impossible. So I'm like, okay, I need something. And we decided that she would do her best to try to distract him. So she was asking him math questions, asking like personal questions, trying to catch him off guard. And
I mean, she just got to show up for that.
Oh, it was so great. So that was a lot of fun to shoot. I enjoyed editing and posting it as well. So I think that was probably my favorite video so far. I mean, have you guys had just a favorite moment in the games today, a favorite moment in your experience commentating?
I think my favorite moment today has actually been Nepo talking about the Nepo Gambit, it appearing in every single game except his own and the confession that we had from him. I thought that was really fun.
I think that's a perfect pick. If I'm going to expand beyond today, I think it's got to be Magnus giving up his queen in favor of 3 minor pieces and then proving, that move to us. I think, which will, I'll always want to call into question the willingness to give away a queen, such a strong piece, but you love to see someone use it to great effect.
Doing it not once, but twice.
Exactly.
Same day.
Why not?
One of them against Noterbeck to beat him yesterday. My favorite moment is actually away from the chessboard. Games night.
True.
Where you always know when I'm lying, Jules.
Yes, but I second-guessed myself because you made me second-guess myself. You're like, no, I'm not lying this time. So for you guys who don't know, they've probably explained this before. We play a game where there's good and bad guys. And, David is always the bad guy. And when he's the bad guy, we can always tell that he's the bad guy as well.
Okay, I just want you to remember that you said that because you as well turned to me last night and said, I always think you're bad. And I don't know how I can get away from being painted as the bad guy in every situation.
No, yeah, you really do give off bad guy energy.
I don't know. What?
You said David's always the bad guy, but is he good or is he bad at being the bad guy?
No, he is, well, usually he has some tells, He smiles a little, he does a little
He does
wink.
this. He goes catatonic.
Yes.
He starts disassociating.
I don't know what you mean.
But at breakfast this morning, he actually ended up fooling me a little bit, and I got in my head, and I lost the game for everybody last night. So I had a little bit of an axe to grind. So I went to breakfast, and I just saw him sitting down. So I just stand there staring at him for 3 seconds while he's talking with someone. And, it just broke my heart.
But do you think that happens, on game nights when you play games like Avalon, you start having trust issues with your friends when you see them the next day?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
100%.
Well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Fabiana Caruana, they both played yesterday, maybe, and now they're facing each other today. Maybe some trust issues there. But Jules, you were in Weisenhaus. You were You're now in Paris. The next leg is in the US. How excited are you about the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in general?
Oh, it's just an amazing opportunity to be able to, at first, even just like see the games in person has been a dream for me because for people who know me, I'm a huge chess nerd, and like just being able to see these players that I've been hearing about my entire, chess time. I even in college, fun fact, my professor did a segment on Magnus. So, there's just all these connections, and just getting to see it's been a dream for any chess fan. And also just as a content creator, there's not a lot of opportunities where we can all collaborate, get to know each other. And the best thing about this event is like we've all been able to get to become really close friends, and seeing all the players just interact and play games with each other, and all the creators do the same. It's been a really cool experience. And I'm wondering actually if that's a little distracting for the players after being friends with each other the whole time, playing games with each other, and then having to go on the board and do what they need to do.
I think it's a super interesting question, right? Part of what comes with becoming, or being in an evolving space, one that's becoming even more and more at the forefront of, pop culture, or like you say, digital media. So many people have access now to pro players. Therefore, the demands on them become even greater, not just in the game, but outside the game. We had some questions as well around, Gukesh, you become the world champion. There's a lot of demands that come with that responsibility of bearing that title. You arrive at an event like this, you're playing in show matches. Magnus is playing blindfolded against people. There's simul matches going on. There's a lot that goes into, being at the top level of a sport, and I think everybody deals with it differently.
But then you've got this this image of Magnus in front, and you realize that when they're on the board, when they've got the pieces set up, then it's completely in the zone. They're locked in. And with so much on the line, we've spoken about the prize money, the tour points, the season-long tour. Everyone here, they're not here for sightseeing, no matter how beautiful Paris is. So going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Jules, I met you for the first time in Weissenhaus, and one of the big takeaways for me, one of the coolest things for me was that Jules is the one who comes up with the most interesting questions. And I want to ask you, what has been the wackiest, most interesting question you have asked these players in Paris?
In Paris?
Yes.
Okay, I had one with Fabiano during an interview where I said he won candidates in 2018 with a mustache and lost candidates in 2024 without a mustache. Does his facial hair influence his play? And he said no, but he likes getting haircuts before game because that used to be a little
So just up here, just up top, not worried about what's underneath the nose. Okay, fair enough. Although, I don't know, maybe you might have gotten in his head, though. Now he's going to be thinking about growing a mustache for the next candidates.
If he doesn't win the next one, or the next one, he'll turn up, he'll turn up in 2040 with full beard.
Facial hair sponsorship and everything to boot. We talk about being in Paris, and I think in some ways such a different experience to what we had at Weissenhaus, kind of that, closer knit perspective where we were all, congregated in one space. Have you had an opportunity to explore the city much and take advantage of just the sights that Paris has to offer?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm very lucky to have a lot of friends here, and during the daytime, since most of our work is after the rounds, we've been going and exploring a little bit, just trying to make sure we're seeing stuff. So very lucky to be here. It is a really cool experience, and I think everyone's been really enjoying it a lot. Paris is beautiful. You couldn't ask for a better spot.
Absolutely gorgeous city. Of the 12 players, is there anyone you've yet to be able to snag yet for an interview or some kind of content that you're really hoping to get a hold of?
Well, some of the players run from me, understandably, because...
Give us names.
Yeah, we'll talk to them.
Name and shame.
Well, part of what I'm doing here is I do some of the post-game interviews, and I've noticed sometimes when players go to the hall, they see one of the team going to grab them, and they start dashing towards the car, but we managed to catch them. So I think we just maybe need a faster intern or something, or
There you go.
to
Give us the name of the intern.
Get them on a running program for real. They're going to be training from this day on.
They need to start running.
Yeah.
But they've all been very, very kind. I know it can be very stressful in these kinds of situations, especially, if you look at Noterbeck prepping against Carlsen, do you really want to take your time instead to do an interview? But they've all been so kind and understanding of the media presence and everything. And these are professionals. So they understand how to lock in and then kind of be their funny interview selves.
Has there been one player that you've been surprised to meet that you were expecting them to have a very different personality from how it turned out to be when you actually see them here and you've got the best of the best here?
I mean, since I've only really known them for their chess, it's kind of hard to say I had any expectations about personality. I did get to play a content game with Arjun Erigaisi, where we were trying to it will probably be out later on the Freestyle page, but where we were trying to figure out where different players were born, what's the search history for different players. So he was actually very, very good at that game. So I was very impressed by that. But I think everyone's been very friendly. It's been a cool experience getting to talk with anyone. Do you have any good player stories that we wouldn't expect, seeing them walk around all locked in like this?
I do, but
who's got the split personalities? Yeah, who's wildly different over the board than?
That's a big one.
I'm saving the juiciest stories for my autobar.
Okay.
I'd say Fabi, right? Because he's just so locked in when he's playing. We've seen him have these incredible performances, and you'd be thinking that he's spending so much time preparing for the games, thinking about his opponent, and then we've got Christian come in and say, you know what, it's about being in the good mood, the game nights that he's been having, and he has been the organizer of those game nights.
I was going to say, he's taking the time to walk around the dining hall at the end of dinner evenings, phone out, taking notes for who will be joining for the game later on, recruiting, coming up to every table. You in, you in, you in. I'm like, you have a very important match to play tomorrow, sir. Are you sure you want to commit to a couple hours of that? But hey, if it works for him. I'm going to put the pressure to you, as I've done to these two as well. With our 8 remaining players, who do you feel, who would you predict is going to walk away the champion here in Paris? Would it be the repeat of Vincent Keimer? Will the #1 in the world, Magnus Carlsen, return to his throne? Will Fabiano get that one position that he has eluded him up to this point, or will it be someone entirely different?
My guess right now would be Magnus Carlsen, just because, I think that third place finish really just, as we said, lit a fire under his shoes. I know that's not a saying. Forgive me, chat.
Now we're sticking with it.
We're sticking with it. But I definitely see almost a new player here when we're looking at his games and how he's taking the tournament and what he really wants from it. So I think he's been really in form lately. So that would be my guess there. But there's so many people who could take it. I mean, Keimer also has been playing very well. He's very good at freestyle, as we have learned. And really, anything can happen. That's what's so interesting about this format, is you just get into these wild positions where anything can happen.
Well, I mean, with that, I think that's a perfect place for us to end it. Magnus Carlsen, always at his best when he's playing, maybe a little bit angry, maybe a little bit wounded in a way. I appreciate you so much for joining us, your wonderful insights, and we look forward to more of the content that you have to produce for us throughout all of the Paris event.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, everyone.
And we got to shoot that reel, Jules. Let's not forget that.
We won't. Yes. We won't.
There you go. That's content right there. Content planning happening live on air. Once again, Jules at Gambit. Everybody go check out all of her content across both our channels and her own at home. We return to the game at hand. Magnus Carlsen versus Abdusattorov. Jules' pick, Magnus Carlsen, to take the entire event. David, catch us up. Where have we gotten to? I noticed that my all-important flying V has been disrupted.
Boo.
Half a V.
Agreed.
Half a V. But one Connect 4 still intact. It is one pawn chain for Magnus Carlsen that looks pretty good right now. And I only say it half-jokingly, by the way. I do believe that he has the better pawn structure. I just want to point out, before we do a quick action replay, a quick recap of what's just happened, that all of White's pawns are on light squares. All of Black's pawns are on dark squares. So it's a clear kind of standoff here. It's all about the pawn structure. There's not many pawn breaks, not too many open lines here for either side. But Magnus has a bit more space in the center due to that front pawn, and he has a beautiful outpost for a bishop, knight potentially in the future. Let's just do a quick action replay, because there was a big decision by Abdusattorov last time we left it. Let's actually show how that pawn chain was broken. He actually did push forward his corner pawn, destabilizing the black knight, the white knight even, that guarded the center. The knight had to trade off here to avoid losing a pawn. We saw these pieces leave the board, and small missed opportunities maybe by both sides. This pawn stepping forward, apparently gifting the advantage to Magnus Carlsen, and the reason is very subtle. I think the reason is that the black bishop actually needs to use this diagonal to find any life in the position. Once this pawn is pushed forward, this black bishop has been locked down forever behind its own pawn chain, a bit of a prisoner behind its own lines. Magnus Castles, not necessarily the best move according to the computer, but here, a really classy move, I think, from Magnus Carlsen, a very instructive one for everyone at home. In block positions, if you have the better pieces, you have the advantage, you should kind of embrace that block nature. And Magnus pushed this corner pawn forward. He said to Nodebek, okay, you're never pushing this pawn now. You're never pushing the corner pawn either. And if you can't move this one, it means your bishop is trapped, your queen is trapped. And the game is going to take on a very slow nature. We're going to be seeing this pawn structure, I feel, for the next 20, 30 moves.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how and when then that bishop will become involved in the game. Might be a while until we see that. A game that might not last forever, though, would be Vincent Keimer versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, as once again, Vincent Keimer continues to lose time on his clock and eventually is going to have to start blitzing out some moves just to stay in it.
Wow, Tanya, I mean, it's like looking at myself in a mirror. 25 minutes left on the clock after just 14 moves. And we should remind everyone, you don't get added time at move 40. This is sudden death, pretty much. This is till the end of time. You do get a 30-second increment after every move, but Vincent doesn't look comfortable at the board. He just leant back and exhaled. What do you make of his position, though?
The clock is the biggest problem because on the board he's doing absolutely fine. You know, he sort of maximized everything. He's combined both our ideas, David. He's gotten the bishop out. He's doubled down, tripled down on that knight at the center of the board. And at some point, you have to make progress. And that progress often now depends on a pawn break once your pieces are in their ideal position. I think for Vincent right now, he's got 4 attackers on that central piece. He's got 4 defenders. He's thinking what happens next. It's a very pleasant position. Does he take the time out to improve the position of that rook next to the king? Or is it time to start striking with one of the pawn moves and asking some actual trade-off questions? Is this the moment? But whatever decision he does take, he needs to do it fast because we still haven't traded a single pawn or a piece. So most of the game, most of the critical questions lie ahead. Nepomniachtchi's barely spent any time on that chair.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, I know Jan very well, but this is classic Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's been doing this ever since we were 8 years old when I first met him, first played him in the world, no, actually in the European Under-10 Championship.
Wow.
He was the same. It was just blitz chess. Other players are playing classical, he's playing blitz, and he's never at the board. He's always strolling around very confidently. And you need to know these things in order to let the kind of chess speak for itself, not to let his behavior get under your skin, not get flustered. And it's clear, look at him on the camera, Vincent Keimer getting flustered, feeling that he needs to speed up, and then you start to panic. You're like, oh, I'm too slow, and it's only later that the mistakes creep in.
Yeah, you can tell on his body language. And he knows that the whole game lies ahead of him. And he's got about 23 minutes on the clock. You know, the time has just vanished. And really nothing's happened so far. He's just placed his pieces on ideal square. Speaking of that Under-10 championship, David, is that you being humble about the podium finish that you just had? Magnus Carlsen finishing, I think, silver medalist. Jan Nepomniachtchi finishing first.
That was a different one, but thank you, Tanya, for bringing that up.
And then a certain David Howell winning the bronze medal. Wasn't that the World Under...
That was the World Under-12 Championship in 2002, just yesterday. And that was the first time I ever got a high five from Jan Nepomniachtchi when I stopped Magnus in the final round from leapfrogging him.
Was it also the last time?
It was the last time Jan has given me a high five as well. He's given me many beatings across the years on the chessboard. I managed to take him down in the European Under-12 later that year, though. But yeah, the European Under-10, when I first met him, he was this cute little kid. He actually brought a notebook with him full of his opening notes, handwritten opening notes to the game, and he would just sit on the book throughout the whole game. And I don't think that would be allowed these days, but I just remember he had these habits already. He was blitz fast already back then. He had this cute little smile, so confident, so sharp, and already he was being talked about in those days as the next Kasparov. That was his nickname in Russian chess circles. Of course, he never kind of became classical world champion, at least not yet. Still some chances ahead, but yeah, it's kind of clear that in recent years something's clicked. He was stuck at 2,700 for a long, long time, unable to break into the world top 10. Then, yeah, around 2016, 2017, suddenly his game shot up, and yeah, he's just a beast these days.
Winning the candidates twice in a row?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm struggling to think of another player who did that, you know. He's a 2-time World Championship challenger, an absolute class player. He lived up to that promise that he showed then, and I'm gonna throw a challenge to our chat. James, they've got to find that photo of Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen, David Howell on the podium. I know it exists somewhere.
Yeah, surface
on
that
the
photo
internet.
for the internet sleuths. Will get on it as Keimer rapidly approaches just 20 minutes on the clock. I'm going to bring this over to Fabiano Caruana versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave because it's one of the first times throughout the early stages of these starting positions that the computer has kind of swung in, well in favor of one of our opponents, but it comes off of what it considers to be quite a questionable move here from MVL, someone that I had said felt like maybe the most solid player through the round robins in a lot of ways, maybe taking that moniker away from Fabiano. This time, maybe have just put himself in a really tough position.
It's good news for Fabiano Caruana, and it's also good news for Jan Nepomniachtchi, the Nepo Gambit. It looks like it's paying off in this position.
True.
This game did start with that famous opening that we've been talking about for a while now, but the Gambit wasn't accepted. Vachier-Lagrave gave back the pawn very quickly. And just to backtrack one move before this mistake, this was the position, looks very level. Black actually has an isolated pawn here. That is compensated for by the activity of Black's pieces, especially this knight in the middle. But Tanya, I'm going to say the question mark given to this move, it's fully understandable. That's actually a very ugly move. The intention is to clamp down on the other Black knight getting into the center, so it's trying to control the enemy pieces. But not only have you weakened your own king on this diagonal, you've also weakened some dark squares around that side your king sits on. It just looks anti-positional, to say the least, and dynamically maybe some problems as well.
It's super committal, right? And it shows Maxime's ambition because you play such a move with the idea that you're playing for the advantage, but the strategic drawbacks of it are just far too many. He's not only taken control of the central squares, he's eyeing those dark squares that you were pointing out, the knight jumping to the center of the board. But the drawbacks that we're talking about can immediately be sort of cashed in on. Fabi could line up his bishop against that weakened backward pawn immediately and start threatening an advance of that f-pawn, not only opening up the rook, but also the bishop to a very deadly weakness and a very deadly diagonal. Hello to that white king. Not just that, you could also think about planting your knight to those two dark squares that have just been left absolutely weakened, waiting to be taken, and the path is easy and clear to find. You push that pawn one step ahead, land one of your knights there, ideally the one that's coming in the way of your own pieces, and boom, it's there. Notice how White's knight are far away from getting to the squares that you've left behind. Nothing's landing on d5. Nothing's landing on b5. It's Black's cavalry, as David likes to call it, that's arriving first.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it's such a committal move. I think it's of note that it took him 18 minutes to ultimately commit to that move. So he definitely toiled over the decision himself, but ultimately went for it. So we'll see if it is the makings of his own demise, or if Fabiano fails to capitalize on perhaps an opening here in this game.
Wow. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is normally a very quick, instinctive player. And that just harks back to Bent Larsen's quote, I think it is, and Yasser Serouan's favorite phrase, long think, wrong think. If you overthink things, you often try to be a bit too clever. And actually, I think Maxime would never have dreamt up this move if you'd given him 5 minutes on the clock. It's only because he didn't like everything else so that he tried to be this ambitious. But the ambition might just backfire, Tanya.
As your core time trouble addict, David here, is there a magic number to how much time you can spend on these critical moves? And pawn moves are pretty critical because you can't take them back, or critical decisions, because I think it's Magnus who said, right, like beyond a point, your thinking's all fogged up. You're not even making progress. You're actually, it's sort of taking you back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't stick to my words here, but I have come across I have come to the conclusion that you should never spend more than 10 minutes a move unless it's hard calculation where you have to go really deep and you have to double check things and you have to be 100% sure kind of far down the line what your evaluation is. If it's just a strategic decision, like this pawn push, it's just about covering squares, it's about limiting your opponent's pieces. If it's a strategic thing, never more than 10 minutes. I don't stick to it myself. I often spend 20 minutes and I'm like, wait, I've just wasted so much time. But I think that is the sweet spot, 10 minutes maximum, because then anything after that, you're just kind of regurgitating same thoughts or not trusting your own instincts, which is really important at this level.
Yeah, but the big difference between you and me, David Howell, is that with seconds on the clock, you still go on to crush your opponents.
getting older. It's becoming harder and harder to do so. But
You it's a curiosity, though, what each player might set for themselves as kind of that line or that metric of time, right? How much is, maybe the bare minimum, or where is that point where on a move I look over at the clock and go, okay, I really have to come to a conclusion here soon, or I'm putting myself in a further disadvantage later down the line.
And Fabi senses it, I think he's pretty surprised with this big committal decision that Maxime's taken a pawn that's very close to your own king. I can't imagine a reality where Maxime wants to castle the other side of the board. It's too far away. Too many things have been opened up. So huge decision could backfire. Fabi thinking about how to cash in on this, perhaps.
Yeah, we should reiterate, it's not a losing blunder by Maxim Vasiligrov, but it's certainly going to put him in a bit of trouble, especially, I think, one of those two moves, pushing the black pawn forward or bringing the bishop out. I'm loving the second suggestion you mentioned there, Tanya, just because it plays against the white knights. White knights there need 4 or 5 moves to get to any good squares, and by then Fabiano will have created threats. So we'll check back in a bit later, maybe.
I don't know about you two, but I think it might be wise for us to take a little trip around the horn, just kind of touch base with each of the boards, as we do have 6 total boards in play. I think naturally from here we'll jump down to Hikaru Nakamura versus Arjun Erigaisi, where I see a white knight has infiltrated into the black position. And again, Arjun continues to hold what is a slight advantage that he had created for himself. Perhaps Hikaru, as we said, maybe not navigating the Nepo gambit as cleanly as some of his other counterparts playing the black pieces had, and now all of a sudden he is on the back foot.
Yeah, and Arjun's also hanging on to that extra pawn. He hasn't given that away, so that's one healthy extra pawn. Now imagine any endgame that happens with the pieces off the board. That's going to be a deadly passer that Arjun already has. So Hikaru needs to keep all the minors and the majors. David, he has set up that battery of the bishop and the queen. Yes, the white knight is all the way across to Hikaru's camp. I think the key idea is to get the queen to assist that knight. You really want to land on that square that Arjun had earlier highlighted, creating some threats. Most of Hikaru's army is on the right side of the board. You want to get your play going, the attack going. And I think if it wasn't for this one big threat, actually Hikaru has quite good compensation. But there are concrete problems to deal with right now.
Yeah, big concrete problems. My first instinct was to actually just move this bishop, just to put a couple of moves on the board, to remove this very powerful white knight. But then the white queen does swoop in, creating the threat of checkmate in just one move, capturing this pawn, backed up by the knight. And actually, if you ever take this piece off the board, this white pawn is going to be a real bone in your throat. It's going to be something that's going to make you feel uncomfortable for the short term, long term, and this pawn might just be falling off the board. So current position, Arjun Erigaisi doing everything right. Hikaru needs to somehow stir up some tactics along this diagonal, otherwise he might be facing an ever-growing disadvantage.
Yeah, the fragility of the position for Hikaru not to be overstated here. And so with that, let's hop down to the bottom bracket. Let's start with Gukesh versus Richard Rapport, where once again, Richard Rapport, one of our more creative players, or as we've cited all tournament long, has decided to challenge there on the 6th rank by pushing the pawn yet again, supported by that rook, and now giving Gukesh a good think.
Yeah, it's another Nepo gambit, essentially. He's been down a pawn for most of this game, Gukesh. Just to mention, rewind one move. This pawn was doomed anyway. So he is 1 pawn up, Richard Rapport. He grabbed a pawn as early as move 3. But now this pawn is attacked 3 times by the 2 black knights and by the black rook. It was falling, so he wants to give it back now, but ruining Gukesh's pawn structure in the process. And now just to put one variation on the board, for example, if the pawn is captured, suddenly it's level material, almost symmetrical pawn structure, but white's piece is far more active than black's. There's already a threat. The black rook is clearly the worst piece in this position, whereas white's rook might soon be unleashed on an open line. It's a small thing, but definitely in white's favor here. I don't think there's any risk for Rapport. Meanwhile, Gukesh has some questions to answer.
Okay, from there to our other bottom bracket bout, it's Vidigadrathi versus Pragnananda. And over there, as we had talked about early on, this was one of the boards that followed that top engine line from the beginning with the A4, A5 push by both players. And of course, we now see that used to the effect of getting that rook unlocked and into the game, at least for the side of Prague. Vidit still may be struggling to find a way to get his opposite counterpart rook involved in the game. But while all of that might be true, fairly even game state.
I would say very even on the board, but what's happened to Vidit? Is he having a nap? He's been kind of rolling his head back and forth, head in hands, for ages now.
Does he know it's his turn?
100%. This is classic Vidit. You know, but we've seen him do this so many times, and you know, players have different ways of thinking about the positions. Some look sideways, some look upwards. Queen's Gambit, we've seen all of that happen. A lot of times players are walking around but thinking about their position. Vidit often does this, you know. He just looks like he's napping, but calculations on right now. He's trying to really understand how to handle the fact that both knights are under pressure. You know, with this last move that Pragg has played, retreating his knight back, he's eyeing that knight at the edge of the board, and also the bishop and the rook are lined up against the other knight. And I want to ask you a question. Was there a reason? Because in the previous move, Pragg, in fact, could have picked up that knight with interest, the one that's being eyed by the bishop. Was there a trap that Vidit had set up one move ago? Yeah, right here, David.
He's woken up, Vidit, from that little siesta. But yeah, just to answer your question, a very important one, Tanya, there. Bishop takes knight was definitely on the agenda and was definitely calculated by both players. Maybe that's why Vidit was going into such a deep think. But here, after a recapture, I don't think white has enough time yet to capture this pawn, because there would be a fork on the white rook and white right and white knight here. And the bishop, more importantly, defends this pawn, so the white rook cannot capture. The black king does look a bit in danger, so still not entirely clear. But I think this is what he tried to step away from by retreating this white knight from the center. So, as you mentioned, now not only challenging this piece, also trying to get the white light squared bishop involved, by the way. If there is a trade, he'll happily occupy the long diagonal, but also, maybe more importantly, more urgently, threatening to win a pawn by taking this knight with the bishop and then the rook.
I look at Vidit, looks a bit disheveled. Maybe I'm in the wrong, you know, maybe you're right. He hasn't slept well after the round robin, been a tough one. Maybe he was actually grabbing that nap. And things are heating up on this one. It looks like it's not going to be easy for Vidit. Somewhere it's turned around since we saw him in the confession booth.
Yeah, the eval bar might say level, but it might feel slightly easier to handle for white here. I think Pragg's moves are more natural, intuitive than they are for Vidit here.
Camera as well, right? Pragg's looking more confident.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been a kind of the look for Vidit all tournament long. He's got that small bounce in his body, maybe trying to find a way to let some of the energy out of his system, nerves at play. Though I will say, loved his attitude in that confessional booth earlier on, and so hopefully he can keep that positive mindset rolling forward. 2 more boards to check in on here just to complete our round robin. Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Let's look at that one. We had previously seen the 4 stacked horizontal black pawns. Obviously, that's been disrupted as we went over a little bit earlier. Has it been a major factor in the position, or rather, who has an advantage at this point? I think is the question yet to be answered.
Yeah, first of all, there is a big threat on the board. And Tanya, it was a checkmate, a very similar checkmate to one that Vincent Keimer missed yesterday.
A queen and a knight combo, we call it the kiss mate. That last move, watch out, that queen's about to sweep right in front of that king to deliver a blowing checkmate. That would be game over on the spot. I don't think it would be missed by either of the players in this one. That's going to be stopped. You've got to plant one of the pieces at the center of the board. I think Magnus has taken the decision. It's the knight. You still get your flying V, by the way.
Yeah, but now there's a horse up there with all those ducks. That is a horse is flying now? What's going on?
So
you know what? Fine. Yeah, if in Magnus's world, horses do fly.
I would say that this position, on the face of things, looks very balanced. It's so locked up, so blocked, and there's no easy pawn breaks for either side. So for the rooks, for the queens, that is not a great sign. For example, black cannot push on this side. That pawn is locked down, covered twice. White cannot push on the other flank. That pawn is locked up twice. The one problem piece for Abdusattorov, though, is the black bishop. And we could see a scenario easily long-term where Magnus trades off this black knight. He's got to do it at the right moment, not to activate the black bishop, but he could trade off this knight, and it would be a good knight versus a bad bishop scenario. Especially with the queens off, that would be a really scary prospect for Nodirbek.
I will say, just visually to me, the white position looks more pleasant. I don't even necessarily have much of, a reason behind that. So much as, again, just kind of the fact that that white knight feels like it's going to be very difficult to kick out at any time because of the inability for pawns to come forward and challenge it.
You're absolutely right. I mean, if you look at it, it's only Magnus's one pawn, the one that's that's on that central line that's, sort of gone halfway across to his opponent's camp, which means he's got more space. His bishop, as you were highlighting, David, much more active. Black's bishop is sort of just entrenched behind his own pawns, and there are no targets to be made. All the pawns in the light squares. Things are looking good for Magnus. Also, the kind of position that he really likes to grind down. I think the one thing that Notterbeck can play for, if we look for counterplay, at the right time, if he can go up the board with that flank pawn, try to open up the rook next to his king, get an inroad into the position and create some counterplay. Otherwise, this just looks like it's going to be a strategic grind down.
Yeah, Magnus always seems to find the type of game that he enjoys, and we're moving towards that here in this one. Final board for us to check in on, that's Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vincent Keimer. Vincent Keimer, the one who needs to make a move. He's got 13 and a half minutes to do so, and Jan is still sitting with more than an hour to his name. Let's catch up to where we are now, David.
Yeah, and Tanya, I heard an exclamation from you. This has gone wrong for Vincent.
And it's got nothing to do with what's on the board. It's the clock situation. I mean, maybe, he's managed to also sort of somewhere give a little play to Jan Nepomniachtchi as we see that G-pawn up the board. There's a weakness now that Jan has that he can target that H-pawn, which is just defended by that one queen. And then the very central square that the Black Knight can jump to. Yes, he's got play, but the biggest problem for Vincent Keimer is his clock. 13 minutes in this position.
This is almost suicidal to spend this much time when, all the pieces are still on this board. The play hasn't really begun.
That's the thing. That's the thing. There are still 32 pieces on the board. Like, what's going on?
And you can't even trade that knight that the bishop's hitting on. You need to allow that knight to jump to the center of the board, because if that trade would have happened, White's knight would have been in a lot of trouble then. You'd be forcing so much activity in the center after those trades. And look at that. The knight lands to that square. A 1 hour almost advantage on the clock. Jan Nepomniachtchi looking very strong in this one.
I just need to take a look real quick. Okay, this wasn't the move in which Vincent spent the most time, but even still, if we just make the comparison, right? It was nearly 5 minutes spent on that last move for Vincent. 60 seconds, under 60 seconds for Jan. He's just blitzing out those moves. The moves feel almost easy and automatic for him. Wow, it's just, you see almost like a sense of pain on Vincent's face as he tries to calculate his way through this.
And it's okay to spend 5 minutes if you rush with your next few moves, if you're able to get them quick. But here in this kind of a position, David, Vincent will be burning minutes every single move. Nothing's obvious.
Exactly, and in chess you have to play the board, that's the main thing, but sometimes you have to play the opponent, and he knows Jan Nepomniachtchi's biggest strength is to hustle the opponent, to trap them, trick them when they're low on time, and he's played right into his hands. I just want to highlight one very brief moment as well. Vincent, his longest think of recent history was a few moves ago, back in this position where there was all this pressure on his knight. He actually had the advantage here with White. Even if he does nothing, I'm just getting so excited about it. Panicked about the clock situation. But even if he does nothing, if he moves his king, if he moves this pawn forward, he has the advantage. But he stepped this pawn forward, allowing Jan even to lock things down and establish this beautiful knight in the center of the board. I think the position is turned, not only the clock situation. This Black Knight is a monster right now.
Well, and as we talk about spending some minutes on the clock, we're going to spend a few minutes stepping away. But don't worry, we're not going to rob you of any of the chess action. As we take a short break just to go ahead and hydrate and retool for the second half of the day, we're going to leave you on that marquee matchup of Vincent Keimer versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. And we'll come back to guide you through the rest of the action soon enough. See you soon.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
This is Magnus for Freestyle Chess, take 1.
The Norwegian Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, widely regarded as the greatest of all time, began his journey at an early age.
I learned the rules of chess at about 5 years old from my father, and then I got into it at the age of 8. One of my first goals starting out in chess was to beat my older sister. I generally wanted to beat her at everything.
Undeniably, the 5-time world champion, known for his dominance across all formats, also needs time to unwind.
I only started getting into golf a year and a half ago, but I'm loving it. It's good to get out in nature, get some fresh air, and hacking and whacking for a few hours.
The first ever winner of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge 2024 at the Weissen House. He co-founded Freestyle Chess alongside Jan Henrik Büttner, setting a new statement as a leading figure for a bold new chapter.
Freestyle is very important to me. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and it's going to be interesting to see how it develops from there.
With a peak ELO rating of 2,882, he's not just part of chess history, he's still writing it.
I have a goal here to learn even more, and most of all, just to delve into the intricacies of the 960 different positions that we might get.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Twelve of the world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days, with 1 game per day in a class called time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4.
Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
Who will rise above the rest and claim the $200,000 first prize?
World, are you ready? The greatest chess talent from around the globe. 8 action-packed days. This is Freestyle Chess.
Chess is being reimagined in 2025 with the groundbreaking Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Together with Magnus Carlsen, we call it freestyle chess, played according to the rules of Chess 960. This format ensures thrilling games from the very first move. Why? Because the arrangement of the back pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. In total, there are 960 different starting positions. The arrangement of the pieces in the first and 8th rows is randomly arranged, but symmetrical. The only condition is that the king must always be placed between the rooks, and the bishops must also be on different colors. In freestyle chess, players can't rely on memorized openings. In other words, they see positions they have never seen before and must invent new strategies right from the get-go. The first 2 days will start with an epic round-robin stage in a 10-minute plus 10-second increment time control. Then, the top 8 players will advance to the knockout stage. Time controls will be lengthened to a classical format where players will have 90 minutes and a 30-second increment for every move. Throughout the tournament, we will witness the best talents in chess play at the highest level of Chess 960. Get ready to experience chess in a new dimension at our Paris leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Here we come. And we're back, joining you in this heated chess action here at the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Paris, France. We left you on the Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vincent Keimer matchup because it does pit our #1 seed out of the round robin, challenging our defending champion from Waisenhaus here in the quarterfinals. And it's looking quite scary here from Vincent when it comes to the time on the clock. David, let's just go ahead and relive the moves that occurred while we took a moment to catch our breath.
Yeah, although the clock situation's still not looking great for Vincent Keimer, the board position, I think he should be very happy with recent developments. There was a quick flurry of moves in that short break, and let's break them down for you. We left it just a few moments ago with this position, the Black Knight landing into the center of the board, and Vincent Keimer now prevented the Black Pawn from marching further forward with a block. And here I think Jan Nepomniachtchi should have kept the tension a bit longer. He could have, for example, moved the Black King forward. He could have just kept the tension, forced Vincent to burn more time. But the first trades of the game occurred. Here on move 19, a capture of the knight. This allowed Vincent to take back and establish his knight on a very strong square, attacking this backward pawn. This forced a trade in the next couple of moves once this Black Knight was feeling a bit uncomfortable here. There was a capture, a recapture, and now that 2 sets of minor pieces are off the board, I think Vincent can breathe a bit better. Jan Nepomniachtchi was aimed to target this pawn, but it's been nicely defended, and Vincent has much more control.
Yeah, can maybe breathe a little bit more, but definitely the pace of play also picking up as it necessarily needs to do so, just for Vincent to stay locked in it. From here, I'd like to zoom out. Let's get that bird's eye view, not just of the boards, but more so the evaluations, so we can see who maybe currently holds an advantage of some kind in each of their games. As you can see, they're fairly balanced across a number of our boards. Arjun, though, is what jumps out to me, Tanya. He's kind of had that slight advantage throughout the majority of the game, still looking for the way that he'll ultimately capitalize on it.
All the boards on the right side of our screen, it looks like favors white. Magnus, Arjun and Richard Rappo, while more balance on the left side, you know, with Fabi a little edge over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. With it also, we checked in with him, had a bit of trouble, but Arjun and Hikaru, I think that's the big one. We should get that up. You know, Arjun took that pawn early on. He accepted the Nepo gambit, never gave it back to Hikaru. So Hikaru is still struggling in that position. That, what was it, 96 defense resource points given by David? He's got to bring that on right now in this game because this looks like big trouble for him.
96 from David, 99 from Twitch chat. We'll see which of them is correct in the end. It's going to probably have to be a performance of 99 at this point for Hikaru to find a way out of this one.
Just want to make one observation here. Just look at that bottom left of our screen, still at 57. The guy never even touches 60. I mean, regardless of who he's playing, what's going on the board. And David, when we checked in last, maybe we'll backtrack this a little bit, you know, because it's such an aggressive attacking game where Hikaru's trying to survive this onslaught, down being a pawn, down defending that tender spot on c7. How did we get here? And what are the chances that Hikaru saves this?
Oh, I think they are disappearing, those chances already. The advantage has been growing over the last few moves. Let's jump back in time just a few turns ago. We last left it with the white knight hopping into the center, about to land on a beautiful outpost, one that's protected by the extra pawn as well. The black rook preemptively sidestepped. The knight now jumping in, and it was here where Hikaru decided to retreat. Threat along this diagonal, blocked. And two dubious moves in a row from Hikaru Nakamura. He pushed this pawn forward and now retreated his knight. Looks good for Tanya. Well, looks good for white Tanya, I should say.
Water, honey, David. All right, we'll get to some of that as we dive deeper into that. You okay? Okay, great. So we've got this position now on the board, and I completely agree. I mean, that C7 pawn, you got to double down on it. You've got your knight there. The queen can land there. What Hikaru's counting on is a knight jump to that central square to be able to defend that pawn and hit a piece if it was to land on that F4 square. For Arjun, he's got one stallion up the board. Another one can join the party. We've got, pony, knights, horses, stallion. I feel like these are the four monikers, depending on their strength.
Mares, foals.
Oh, okay. Haven't seen a position where we could use that one, but that's good. So
ponies?
Yeah.
Yes, ponies for sure. I mean, that's no pony right there. That's an absolute stallion, a kraken, as Grandmaster Peter Swidler would call it. And the other one, also coming to the center of the board, hitting that bishop, destabilizing the position, and once Arjun's two bishops, which haven't made a single move in the game, they haven't yet made an appearance, land on one of those diagonals. I'm eyeing that H2 to B8 diagonal if he can just draw a line across. Once it gets to that square, things are going to get extremely tricky, and all of that's coming. It's not even far away in the future. And what's the clock situation? Arjun's up on the clock.
Yeah, as he always is. And the white light squared bishop, we shouldn't forget that piece, because that also has a really nice diagonal to stare down at a rook, taking away that hopping square for the black knight that Hikaru wants to use. I don't really see what his next few moves are, Hikaru. That's the downside. You're already down a pawn. The opponent has like 3 or 4 natural moves. The knight, the pony coming into the center, the white bishop improving. It's clear what Arjun wants to do next. For Hikaru, far less clear. He's going to need all 99 of those defensive points in order to hold this game. Also against one of the best attackers, the hottest attacker in world chess right now, Arjun Ariaisi.
Yeah, well, our focus is on a lot of the Clydesdales out there on the board. I am taking note of all of the pawn positions there. I mean, those 3 white pawns completely disconnected from each other in a way, as well as that one lone black pawn sitting there in the center of the board. Which of these is the easiest to target? Which one feels like it's the linchpin to the position for either player?
I think they're a strength right now for Arjun rather than a weakness in the position, To your point, James, perhaps if the pieces were traded off and there wasn't so much attack, then we could see the majors that Hikaru has can start hitting these pawns and even try to win them. But right now, it's not about that. It's about getting to the king. With all the pieces on the board, that's the big target. I don't think it's the pawns. It is Hikaru's king. So yes, that's a long-term plan for black, but right now, the fact that they're over the halfway mark, they actually take away a lot of squares from Hikaru's minor pieces. They also establish control for that knight to stay at that point for a long amount of time. If it's traded, a beautiful pawn takes its place. It's a huge strength in Arjun's position.
Yeah, this is the key duo. It's the white knight entrenched on this beautiful square, and it's the pawn, the extra pawn, the pass pawn, that supports it. A knight is always stronger on an outpost when it's protected by a nice pawn like that.
I mean, that knight in particular makes the position of that black rook feel awful. To get it into the game, right, you would either want to maybe castle its way into the game, but that would put it in a precarious position. So then you're thinking about, okay, can I launch my pawn along the A file in order to get my rook involved? But that just feels too slow. And there's another pawn that's guarding your horizontal move from that point forward. So it almost feels, again, like we're playing without a piece for the remainder of the game.
And I'm just looking at our camera right now, and the 2 visuals of the player. You've got the blue, you've got the red, you've got a bit of white. We're in France, we're in Paris. Just makes perfect sense, everything. In a beautiful position out of freestyle chess. This is not what you get in standard 5-1-8 ever. Hikaru, does he look a bit tense to you? I mean, usually, we see him lean back, looking around, giving those boss vibes.
he's not been making as many faces as we're used to from Hikaru. I don't know whether that's because he's trying to just keep more of a poker face in general these days, or whether it's because he is feeling a bit tense and trying to will himself to play a bit better. I will say during the play-ins, during the round robin, he was nowhere near his best. Okay, he got into the top 8 because he's Hikaru and his baseline is already very, very high. But especially yesterday, he was losing a couple of odd games here and there, playing super passively. It was quite a one-sided game against Magnus. He was just playing for a draw in multiple games. He wasn't attacking ever. Hikaru wasn't playing on the front foot. And here, pawn down, reacting. He's not getting the good positions to start with.
And Arjun's taking his time to think how to develop this attack. Everything's beautifully placed. He needs to just plan where to put those bishops and how to get it. Huge update, by the way, guys, on the Magnus Nodderbeck board. And I feel like we should find a moment to go to that one. There have been a lot of changes. Nodderbeck trying to create his own attack. Whenever we find the moment, I think that's where we should head to next.
Now let's jump straight over to that game. And
away we go. Let's take a look. There it is, the question mark given to the most recent pawn push there along the A file for Nodderbeck, looking to infiltrate, kind of constrict the space around the king, and maybe get the rook more involved in the game. But for whatever reason, the engine doesn't like it. Yeah, lining up a nice double attack, essentially, or a laser on those 2 pawns. Looks good for me. Where was the oversight here, David?
Yeah, I think essentially it's a long-term mistake. If Magnus can ward off the immediate storm and kind of nullify the threat of this black rook coming in, then this black pawn is actually going to be a target long-term. Again, if the queens are off, it's going to be a very easy endgame victory for Magnus because he has a beautiful, untouchable knight, and black has this terrible, terrible bishop. Good knight versus bad bishop. And now the white rooks actually have an easy way to line up against this, this pawn in the corner. The only thing is tactics, and Magnus needs to consolidate. I don't see the immediate kind of reason for this to be a big mistake. I think if Magnus is able to somehow trade off this knight, maybe then bring his queen to a blockading square, and then rearrange his pieces slowly, maybe that is the way forward. But I don't think it's a blunder. I don't think it's necessarily a bad practical decision either from Nodderbeck. I think he's taking a risk because he knows long-term he's going to be suffering anyway. So why not try to muddy the waters short-term and force Magnus to be accurate? Nodderbeck's clock, though, not looking great. He's got less than half the time of the world number 1. And I'm expecting him to come in with a rook in the near future. Ooh, first he lines up his bishop. Bit of an odd move. Clear threat, though, Tanya.
He wants to push that pawn, come in with a check, and create some havoc on the right side of the board. It will be spotted and avoided and dodged by Magnus. Perhaps by a king move is something that comes to mind. Just take care. Very often when you have the strategic positional advantage, one way to play is go on prophylactic mode. You preempt your opponent's threats and simply stop them. You don't immediately have to think about, hey, do I break in with that c-pawn moving 1 step forward? Am I looking for trades at the center of the board? For example, right now it does look like Magnus could win a pawn, but I think that just allows immense counterplay. Yes, you trade with interest with that extra pawn, but then that discovered check, as we call it, with that pawn moving 1 step forward, would give Nodderbeck exactly what he wants in the position. I think he just has to sidestep this, keep all the trumps in the position.
Yeah, Magnus has 2 moves, essentially. You cannot allow a check. You cannot allow the black bishop into the game. So he either needs to take the knight first, or he needs to move his king out of the way. Just to show, I think I've come across Nodderbeck's, or I've tried to deduce Nodderbeck's idea. If the white king does sidestep, the black rook will come down now. And Magnus's plan all along was to capture this black knight. But now if you do capture the black knight, this move is flicked in with a check. And just in time, white needs to sidestep, and then black is able to take this pawn. And white's queen is actually caught in 2 minds. Doesn't really want to move from where she is, a nice blockading position. So I think maybe more accurate, rather than allowing that pawn to drop with a check, would be first to flick in this capture. If Nodderbeck tries to launch the double, or sorry, the discovered check now, then the white bishop could save itself, come back and block, and white has pocketed a knight in the process. So Nodderbeck would have to recapture, and now stepping forward to this square with the king. Now the black rook taking this pawn wouldn't come with check. If it does come down, even the white king could step forward and save the day, attack the rook, protect the pawn, and force black back. Sooner or later, this pawn in the center might drop.
The power of the king in the late game. One of the most powerful pieces if it can get in close, and that would be the threat on the rook there. So a couple of different iterations for each of these players to calculate through. And as we return to the live position, there you have it. We're delivered an answer as soon as we asked the question.
Yeah, now Magnus will move his king, most likely one step forward. And I think the reason actually the question mark appeared for Nodebek's decision earlier is he's allowed white's pawns to connect. There were no pawn breaks earlier, whereas now, something you mentioned, Tanya, c5 in the air. This white pawn stepping forward might actually just crack open the black king in the short term.
You know, all these trumps that we're talking about, this good knight versus bad bishop in the middle game and in the end game, you know, whether pieces come off the board or you fight it out here, it feels like Magnus has a huge advantage. Are we saying that Magnus takes the lead in this match? Is that our prediction?
Oh, definitely. From this position, I would have tremendous confidence.
I don't want to be harsh, but this actually looks like a simultaneous game where it's like your opponent creates a couple of threats, you just knock them back, and you just take all the positional advantages, and without calculating anything, you just win. It just feels like he's going to either trade queens somehow on this diagonal, or he's going to break through now, Magnus, or he's just going to pick up some pawns. And it's just good knight versus bad bishop. It's like the 101 of positional chess.
And that's the toughest thing, right? When you know that even going into a different phase of the game is not going to help you. Even in the end game, you're not surviving this one. In the middle game, your opponent's the one who's coming for your king once that pawn moves one step forward. Nodebek thrives on counterplay. He thrives on ideas where he can create his own tricks and attacks. And right now, it's hard to imagine even a single piece of Nodebek crossing the halfway mark.
Well, Magnus looks to be in top form here through the first round of the quarterfinals, and he actually treated us to another confessional just recently. Let's see what he thought around the mid stages of this game.
Yes, building on what I said earlier, I think he's definitely not made the most of his position, and I'm now more or less completely stabilized. Trying to win this position is going to be very, very tough. Even though he has no active play, he's still very, very solid. And I kind of had to castle queenside. But if I want to play for a win at some point, I will probably have to walk the king all the way on the other side, which is practically not going to be super easy to do. But I anticipate that the light squared bishops probably will be traded at some point, and yeah, and then I'm just sitting there with the knight on e4. He will either have a knight on d4, maybe on f4, and then we go around. I think it's too risky for me to start pushing on the queen side. So yeah, I really have to try and bring the king around if I want to try and win. It's going to be hard, but we'll see. I think this is one of the peculiarities of Freestyle, that his king is excellently placed in the sense that he can castle to both sides, which I think could be sneakily important. Like once I start attacking, he can just run away in one move. This does, however, mean that he cannot really move his rooks, but I think there are plenty of ways for him to sort of move back and forth without doing that.
And how about that? So much of what Magnus just offered to us there did end up playing out on the board. Another just key interesting idea, or rather two, both kind of tied to the idea of king safety. We had that conversation with Christian earlier about castling and how, you know, yes, all of the players are still going to a degree, remember that it's a possibility, but you might not be thinking about it sometimes 5, 6, 7 moves ahead in your calculation. Well, it appears Magnus has got that top of mind. While I do want to launch an attack eventually, I have to remember that defensive resource that my opponent has at his disposal later on. But coupled with that, I think it's incredibly interesting how he talks about having to walk his king to the other side of the board just to enable the offensive maneuvers that he wants to go for. Maybe an idea that you can help explain a little bit more, David, because to me, that just almost feels like a waste of time, spending that many moves just to get the king to a specific square, a specific point of safety that now I feel like I can start playing the game.
Yeah, there's been a huge pawn sacrifice from Nodebek, a huge decision just on this last move. We'll break that down in a moment, but first to recap what Magnus was talking about, I'm going to bring it back to around here. He was talking just a few moves before this moment, but if we look at the pawn structure, it does look like White's king is a bit airy, and in order to break forward, you have to play on this left side of the board. In order to go for the black king, you need to push pawns, but that also weakens your own king in the process. I think his plan, if Nodebek hadn't broken forward and gone for immediate chaos, for example, let's say black waits, we would have seen some maneuvering moves here from Magnus, maybe the white king would now start stepping across, and you can definitely see how the white king would feel safer tucked away on this flank, because there are no real pawn breaks, and all kind of lines covered, all lines closed, and only later, once he's fully ready, once his king has been vacated, then he will open lines towards the black king. This was like a 10-15 move plan, life plan here for Magnus, but of course Nodebek cut across all of that by earlier pushing his pawn forward. And if we catch up with the live position, it was this pawn move, the question mark move that appeared, that kind of swung things in Magnus's favor. We saw the bishop for knight trade just a few moves down the line, and Nodebek going for the chaos because he knows he's busted long term. Why not try some tricks? He's trying to get his bishop into the heart of Magnus's position.
In chess, as in life, not everything goes to plan. So while it was a brilliant idea, thinking forward there from Magnus Carlsen, Nodebek still has his opportunity to be a part of the conversation, and he's going to make his voice heard here by throwing a pawn forward and look to make things a bit messier.
He wants to make them messy for sure, but you know, brave and desperate are two sides of the same coin, and this is desperate. He knows he can't just sit and do nothing in this position. Magnus will steamroll it with all the ideas that he's been highlighting. Get the rook at the right square, just break open on that c-pawn. So whatever it takes, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn, Nodebek needs to make that chaos happen. And I'm trying to figure out what the idea of this pawn sacrifice is. There are two ways that Magnus can have that extra pawn on the board. And to me, it feels like you always want to take it with your side pawn. You know, why would you want your central pawn go towards the flank? General chess wisdom is you bring your side pawn towards the center of the board. Also, if you were to grab with that f pawn, you open up the f line for Nodebek's rook. And also, just notice how Nodebek keeps looking up at Magnus every second. That's got to be a little unsettling right there. So if Magnus was to pick that pawn with that side pawn, and I think he's made his decision, I would bet that it was the h-pawn that grabbed the g-pawn. Wow. And I would have lost that bet. Magnus decides to not give a free hand to Nodebek's flank pawn to at some point move ahead. Instead grabs it, destabilizes his knight. But now Nodebek can plant his bishop to a very juicy square and start hitting that knight, making sure that it walks away. Yes, it's an extra pawn, but has Nodebek managed to create some bit of chaos in the position?
Well, he's improved his bishop. He's given his bishop some life. We were talking about that being the problem piece. And okay, a knight protected by a pawn is nice. A bishop protected by a pawn also nice. So I'm expecting him to drive that bishop forward. Just to mention your point, Tanya, I would also probably have just taken this pawn this way. We're taught from a young age, captured towards the center.
Right.
But here, I think he might have feared and then a second pawn sacrifice, Magnus, this pawn stepping forward, and only now bring the bishop in. And the black rook definitely has some targets. And the pawns all a bit loose. They don't protect each other. Of course, Magnus still has an advantage here with white, 2 extra pawns, but he wants to also open up lines for his own rooks, potentially. Yes, the black rook has an open file, but now the white rook can challenge. Most importantly, this square, the entry square, is covered by the white knight, so no inroads. And if black does post up the bishop, as we're expecting right now, then Magnus, I think, is just going to sidestep, challenge. It's actually really hard for black here to maintain this tension. If, for example, you move your king forward and try to protect your rooks, connect your rooks, then whoops, there is a check. And your own queen is actually hanging on the next move. So there's tactics in the air. Magnus is backing up the strategy here with tactical ideas. And okay, he's castled.
Oh, there's that castle.
Whoa.
All the way to the other side of the board. This is not going to catch Magnus Carlsen necessarily by surprise. It's something that he told us about just moments ago in that confessional booth. And so it finally does get played. The rook will stay on the file that it was on, but the king will make the long jump of 6 squares to the other side of the board.
Kings do fly when it comes to freestyle chess. You know, when Magnus went into that confessional, it was a few moves ago. It wasn't particularly in this position. So I'm still amazed that first Nodebek decides to throw a pawn, you know, give up that one lone pawn in front of the black king. Another one's already disappeared. The h-pawn far advanced on the board. You've got no pawn cover in front of your castled king and just walk straight into that. He just feels it's safer there. It also gives up another pawn, right? There is one more pawn hanging. What Nodebek wants to do is, I think, just play on the open diagonals. If Magnus got greedy, some pawns are better on the board than off the board for you, and I think this could be a case like that. You want that pawn to stay because it restricts black's bishop. If allowed, you know, that open diagonal, the bishop falls there, the queen comes there, and then you're already looking at checkmating ideas on the left side of the board. Wow, Nodebek. He just
death stare.
He just keeps doing it.
It's like, yeah, for real. At this point, it's like he almost has to, implant, an idea, psychically implant bad ideas in Magnus's head to try and buy himself something. But I like moves like this. Like we said, maybe a bit brave, maybe a bit desperate. Either way, at a certain point, you need to take risks if you find yourself wholly on the back foot.
Would you take that pawn? Would you take that risk?
No. On Magnus's side?
Yes.
Absolutely, I wouldn't take the pawn. Yeah. For the very reason that you explained, right? We're just stepping into an improvement of line of sight for the bishop while effectively then having to use a tempo, right, to bring my queen back to safety, line up for opportunities to use that pawn that was placed on a3 so long ago to great effect by maybe eventually bringing the queen in. And of course, now the black rooks are connected. So while the rook in the top left corner of your screen was difficult to find a way for him to get involved, he is officially a part of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I must admit, despite the fact Magnus literally warned us 2 minutes beforehand that Blackwood Castle, I totally forgot that was legal. But nice practical try by Abdusattorov. Given a question mark, but I don't think it was a mistake at all here. I think it was very important to get the rooks connected, just as important as the king's safety here. And for Magnus, I'm surprised by you, James, materialist at heart.
I know,
not taking
right?
the second pawn.
Like I said, exception to every rule. So yeah, typically my rule is grab the material. Here, I'll make an exception. From this board, let's zoom out. Let's get a bit of a holistic view of the field, taking a look at the accuracies sported by each of the players across our current match. See who the computer thinks is piloting the position the best.
And here we go. Some
95% Jan Nepomniachtchi, Gukesh with a 95 to his name as well. Magnus Carlsen up above that 90% Markheimer as well. And then Vidit, actually. That's who I'm noticing has the top score at the current moment, playing the black side of the position. And in fact, I think he's the only player on the black side of the board that the computer gives any amount of favorability to. Perhaps we zoom in on his position just to see how he's achieved what no other player with the black pieces has been able to just yet.
Yeah, Vidit with 97+% there. Prag down at 87%, so a big differential. And we see the eval bar hugely in Vidit's favor. There's been a question mark move on the last turn. Maybe just a very quick backtrack, because Prag's last few moves have been a bit self-destructive. I'm just going to bring it back 4 or 5 turns, because here it looked like a very level position. And we actually left it just 1 or 2 moves before this. Here suddenly bishop takes knight, given a question mark. We mentioned this idea as a possibility. The rook now capturing a pawn. He's now gone 1 pawn up here at Prag. But the problem is his rook gets hit. The rook is very clumsy on the square. He ends up retreating it, allowing this pawn to fall. Suddenly the black rook has a line of sight towards the white king. Watch out, the black queen as well, lurking on this diagonal. That was Prag's downfall in the fiery game yesterday against Vincent Keimer. The white knight jumped forward. Another question mark move, second in 3 moves, and a fourth here. No, a third even, in 4 moves from Prag. Another mistake. And here he's giving up 2 knights for a rook. Tanya, am I counting correctly? Rook takes knight. Maybe not the best, maybe there's better, but here, black has a bishop and knight just for a rook and pawn. Small material, well, not necessarily advantage, but a certain preference for Vidit here, for black.
Your math is definitely mathing right now, David. I mean, I would take that. 2 minor pieces for a rook. Usually that plays to your advantage. And it will right now, especially given Pragnananda's king's safety issues as well. It's so easy for Vidit to line up the rook and the queen along that A line and start actually threatening big checkmates, something that White has to be incredibly careful about. You know, you do inaccuracy after inaccuracy, mistakes after mistake against an opposition that's over 2,700. You are going to end up in such big trouble. I'm very surprised with the way Prag has handled this game. You know, last time we checked, he was in control. He was attacking those 2 knights that Vidit had in play. The opening had gone well for him. He was doing well on the clock. Vidit looked like he was napping or in distress. Nobody knows what was happening, but big questions to answer. And now here we are. Vidit Gujarati spoiled for choice. He's taking his time, though, and I wonder if that has something to do with confidence issues. You know, you know things haven't gone your way. You've had those great positions. You haven't transitioned them into a win in a good way. And now you start you start thinking twice about everything, because rook takes knight would be a decision that Vidit would take in seconds.
Yeah, well, and I hope after all this calculation that he does kind of take the page out of Magnus's playbook from earlier in the tournament and trade one more singularly valuable piece for two smaller pieces, but in the end kind of retain the overall piece advantage and use that extra minor piece that he has at his disposal further down the line to snag a victory. I mean, and what a victory it would be for him after such a tumultuous group stage. Yes, don't want to be in the bottom bracket, but at the very least, you've got this new opportunity as a small bracket reset to jump up to 9th place.
You'd sleep slightly better.
Sleep slightly better, exactly right.
Yeah, and for Pragg, it feels like he's playing just really loose at the moment. He's just allowing opponents to attack him. I think maybe what's slowing Vidit down as well is the fact that he has an abundance of tempting moves. He could switch his queen across. That other idea you mentioned, he could invert the order here, Tanya. Also super tempting. Threaten checkmate. But yeah, either way, Praggnanandhaa has gone very badly wrong. 3 big mistakes in the last 5 moves. And Vidit, decisive advantage.
And speaking of our bottom bracket battles, let's hop over to the other one just to get a quick picture of how it's played out to this point. Taking stock of the clocks as well. Richard's move to make 23.5 minutes on the clock. The world champion dealing with 12 minutes and 43 seconds himself. Did just decide to reposition the king for a little bit of safety. There for Gukesh. Richard's still trying to find a way to break through.
While I'm not as materialistic as the two of you, I do like the extra pawn in this position. I mean, you know, it's nicely guarded by that knight and that bishop. So black still needs some time to push away that knight. If you were to do that, you'd either have to give up your bishop pair or create more weaknesses at the center of the board, and not happy decisions, either of them, because you would leave some other weaknesses behind. Want to point out Richard's rook nicely placed, targeting that h-pawn in case there was a trade at the center of the board. I don't think it's that easy for Gukesh to actually win that pawn back anymore. So he's on the defense, and it's up to Richard to find a way to progress and improve the advantage even more. I don't know how easy it is to convert, but it's a game for 2 results, according to me.
Yeah, fully agree. It feels like Gukesh, if he plays well, if he plays accurately, defends at his best, then he should probably hold a draw, or likely to hold a draw. But yeah, Richard, if he can apply some pressure, if he can induce a mistake from his young opponent, then serious winning chances, I would say. And clock, again, an issue for Gukesh, as it has been throughout freestyle chess this season.
Yeah, all of our games, though, starting to enter crunch time as a number of our players fall below those 20 and 15-minute marks on the clock. Why don't we go over to Fabiano versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave? We haven't been there in a little bit, and we were wondering, you know, ultimately, if the consistency and the stability of Maxime that he's shown throughout this entire tournament would be superior to that of our idea of Fabiano Caruana as a player. And at least to this point in the match, it does seem like he has just the slightest of advantages.
Yeah, but where are the players?
Just both confessing their sins in the confessional.
We've got 2 men missing.
That's a really good point. And it's Fabiano's move to make, so he's the one who's sacrificing time on the clock while he has less to spare, while maybe taking a quick stroll around the playing hall, taking stock of the other boards.
This does sometimes happen. I do this myself. If my opponent is low on time, they make a move, they rush off to the bathroom, they know now it might be their last opportunity to visit the bathroom for the rest of the game, then I might make a quick move back while their clock ticks down, run to the bathroom myself and get business sorted. And poor Fabi.
Hey, you got to play every aspect of the game, my friend.
Exactly.
Play the player as well, not just the game.
Gain the extra 2 minutes. Take any advantage you can.
Yeah.
White's last move, by the way, we should mention, big threat on the board. This pawn is hanging. The bishop also under some pressure. If you take this knight, you're replaced by a pawn. You lose a lot of light squared control. I think he's going to take it anyway out of necessity. But yeah, this position could go in either direction right now, I think, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, especially considering he made quite a significant positional mistake earlier. He stabilized, and he should be very positive about recent developments.
Does just that, and as Fabi's move is made, MVL sits back down. He'll recapture with the pawn of his own, and the game goes on.
The clock's going to be a big factor in this one. You know, both players under 20 minutes and still a lot to play for. You know, you've got an asymmetrical pawn structure. You've got these double pawns at the center of the board. Fabi with his own weakness, the one that you were highlighting earlier in front of the king. There's another one on the right side of the board. Let's just point out the b6 pawn, the f5 pawn, and both rooks that Maxime has can start targeting them. So it's going to be a trade-off between who gets to which weakness. First, the bishops lined up. Yes, White's got the bishop pair right now, but that light squared bishop, it doesn't really mean anything because his own pawns are coming in the way of the activity. The best move in the position would be take that central pawn and just chuck it out of the board, create some activity for your light squares, but you know that would be illegal right now. So the bishop stands for nothing. Long game ahead, and I think we're in for a big time battle in this one.
Yeah, and how about this then? We go back over to Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vincent Keimer, where we were starting to spin the web of tales that, hey, Vincent is not looking too pretty in this game with the time trouble that he was experiencing in a position that at the time had favored Jan Nepomniachtchi while still very much in desperate time position. Quite an equalization of the position overall here. So maybe Vincent is finding his Weissenhaus form yet again.
That's a draw offer. And I think we're going to have handshakes very soon with opposite color bishops across the board. Yes, and we see that draw offer right here. And Jan with a smile. But there's a 40-move rule.
It's move 44. I believe the players can agree to a draw. Will they, though? Will Jan try to...
He asked. Did Jan smile and say no?
He's got to agree here. I mean, yes, you have an extra pawn, but that means nothing in this position, which also, by the way, can be picked up. Now, you pick up that bishop that Jan has and get it to the other side of the board. Sorry, that Vincent has, that you get it to the other side of the board, targeting the black weakness on that right flank. And maybe there's still something to play for. But I mean, this position, Jan can't be serious.
Y'all, I'm no grandmaster, but I gotta say, if this ends like it looks like it will in a draw, I gotta say it's one of the more impressive draws I've seen, particularly in a format like this and in the kind of time trouble that Vincent Keimer was in, our defending champion from Weissenhaus, when he was against the ropes, finds a way to navigate to that draw, half a point apiece, and they'll have to look towards tomorrow to be the decider.
Wow, I must say, probably a fair result, reflective of the game. It was very cagey, very blocked, very strategic, but maybe a small missed opportunity for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He started trading off pieces when Vincent was so low on time. Keeping the tension, keeping chances alive, might have given him the opportunity to later try to hustle Vincent on the clock. I think he was just trying to play objective chess with black, happy ultimately with a draw. But for Vincent, he will need to speed up before tomorrow.
That's a good point. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the only player to elect black as his starting side. And perhaps, you know, hey, happy to sit in the draw because he has a feeling that regardless of what position is drawn tomorrow, he will at least start with the slightest of advantages. Maybe a little bit more confidence that he could close the match out then and there, not allow it to go into those tiebreaker stages. From here, we got to go check in on the rest of the matchups because they are just as quickly going to find their way to some thrilling conclusions. I'm certain of it. Perhaps Magnus Carlsen versus Noterbeck is where we go next. Noterbeck with only 8 minutes on the clock himself. Again, still definitely has some work to do if he wants to end up with a similar result to Vincent Keimer here, hoping maybe at best for a draw.
Yeah, a draw here would be a godsend for Noterbeck Abdusasharov. He's low on the clock, 20 minutes behind Magnus Carlsen. A pawn down in the position as well. Still facing a very strong knight. There are some tactics in the air, Tanya, here. White is currently threatening a knight jump. White is threatening to jump out the way with a check, unleashing some tension between the black queen, but more importantly, between the rooks as well. White would win the exchange, rook for knight there. So Noterbeck, I'm really kind of wondering why he's hesitating from dropping his bishop into what looks like a beautiful square, beautiful outpost that we mentioned a bit earlier today.
Yeah, it's a move that we've been talking about since he sacrificed that pawn on the right side of the board. And the bishop really does belong there. You know, you not only block out that central line, but also defend a very key pawn in the position. You also take control of that square next to the white rook as well. Defend these tactical threats that you're talking about. Noterbeck needs to speed up. You know, these tactics that you're pointing out are one problem in the position, but black also has some strategic issues to deal with. There's a pawn on the left side, which at any point Magnus wants, he can simply march up with the king or with his own queen and pick that pawn up. You know, anytime there's a trade in the position, once the queens come off the board, that would favor Magnus so much, and Noterbeck will need those extra minutes when we come to that point, when those dangerous endgames do arise. So he needs to take a decision. Big threat on the board. I'm expecting him to jump in with the bishop, but he hasn't already. And I'm going to say we, at some point, have to go to Hikaru and Arjun, because that's really tricky, you know? This one's a bit of a strategic fight. That's a full-out tactical battle.
All right, at some point, how about now being that
Sounds
point
great.
in time? Let's go over and check back in with Hikaru Nakamura, similarly trying to mount a defense against Arjun Erigaisi, who has really kind of kept the pressure on from the beginning of the game to where we are now. Hikaru is still trying to find those defensive resources, ultimately, that he can use to get an opportunity back in this game. I will say, this is the first time in this game when we've checked in on it that Hikaru now has the time advantage that Arjun Erigaisi held for the majority of the game. So maybe that's the one thing he can rest on a little bit here, that he has more time to work with to find those answers.
Well, he's got 9 minutes. Is that going to be enough against a very, very tricky Hikaru Nakamura? Because Hikaru, like you said, you know, so resourceful, uses all the weapons that he has to defend a position, and the clock will be one of them. Gets up, leaves. He's come up with a tricky response in the last move. You know, that knight from the center of the board, we can see the squares highlighted in yellow, was actually under attack by one of Arjun's bishop. He jumps in with that knight, essentially offering a trade and what seems like a free pawn, but it all relies on the concept he wants to open up that queen and bishop battery that's been waiting for a long, long time, pretty much since the start of the game, to start hitting on that pawn in front of the white king. But Arjun can throw in a trade here, right? You could give up your knight for that bishop and then win a pawn.
Yeah, just to put these moves on the board while Arjun thinks he could capture a bishop for knight, could now take the black knight, and he'd be 2 full pawns up here at Arjun Erigaisi. I think Arjun might be calculating this variation, though. The black rook coming in, threat of checkmate suddenly, the black queen and rook teaming up. This does look a bit scary, allowing infiltration, allowing the black queen so active. You can defend this in a few ways. For example, you can step your pawn forward, but...
slide the rook up?
Yeah, sliding the rook up would allow a check, though. You get caught on the back rank. No good way to block. If you step forward, you lose this rook in the corner. So there are tricks. There are tricks in the position.
You got me. I was playing a new game we call How Quickly Can I Lose This Game?
I play it all the time.
The answer is in one move. That's how quickly I can do it.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
Did you see the panic look that Arjun just gave to his clock? You know, he just had a side glance right now, and he can feel the clock ticking. You know, Hikaru trying to, again, muddy the waters here, giving up a pawn to get that initiated, get that activity going. And this is the hardest part as a chess player. You know you're in control, you've got a better position, and then suddenly your opponent changes the dynamics, sacrificing more to get counterplay.
It's massive panic for Arjun. His heart rate's gone as high as 70.
Oh my
for
goodness.
the first time today.
Whoa.
I mean, that's, what is that, 10, 20% increase? I mean, yeah, that's...
I mean,
concerning.
70 for Arjun is like 170 for other players.
Exactly. That's
the Iceman.
That's what I'm saying. Heart's beating out of his chest.
Yeah, but we shouldn't forget that both sides can still castle. I don't think we'll see it yet because both sides have knights controlling the squares that rooks would end up on. But I'm expecting him to go for that variation. I think he's just got to start clearing the board. He just needs to figure out the consequences. But 6 minutes now. He's normally way up on his opponents. This is unfamiliar territory. Also, remember, he hasn't beaten many of these top dogs before. He's a killer of sub-2,700 players, Arjun Erigaisi. Maybe he senses it's close. He knows he's had a massive advantage. He said it in the confessional earlier. But the closer you get to your dreams, your goals, the more you tend to tense up and start to doubt things.
Wasn't there a discussion on the number that you gave Arjun for his time management as well? Well, in this one, it feels like Hikaru's the one who's been better on the clock here.
Do you know who told me off for giving Arjun below 90 on time management?
It's got to be his best friend, Prague.
It was Gukesh's dad.
Oh.
Really?
Gukesh's dad was like, no, he wins most of his games by just hustling his opponents, basically.
Well, and that's very much the way that this game started. Again, Arjun was the one with the time advantage up until, you know, very recent times. And so Hikaru, a little bit more time on the clock to work with. How about this move here? Maybe a slight opening?
Ooh, I would say a very natural move, but it comes with the downside that you do kind of get deflected away. Sorry, my arrow going wonky there, but rook takes rook, the queen retreating to recapture, and this pawn, the extra pawn you've been holding on to the whole game, might just drop. So, of course, there's a lot to calculate. It's going to be deeper than that, but maybe not the best by Arjun Tanya.
And I think it's so much about calculation right now and top level, super GM level calculation, because he is giving up a very big pawn. And I think knowing Arjun has got to be tactical based, right? He's looking for checkmates. He's looking for ideas how his queen can join the attack. Can he get enough time? Did you see Hikaru's reaction to that move? He wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
He's surprised. Is he going to be back in the game with the next one?
Yeah, he might well be back in the game. He has 10 minutes over Arjun here. I think he might be investing at least 5 or more of those minutes right here, right now, because it's a key position. If Hikaru can't find some tactics to continue this momentum he's just suddenly found, then he's just going to be busted. I think a pawn down, as soon as Arjun gets his king and rook in the corner, in the left corner, sorted, Arjun's just going to win this game. So this is the key moment for Hikaru Nakamura in his chances to fight back.
I think I managed to at least figure out why immediately Hikaru is not going for that pawn. It leaves some hanging pieces, maybe we can quickly show it with arrows, because that's the first thing that comes to mind. You want to regain material, right? Chop, chop, chop. Take that rook, give that back, and if Black's knight was to jump back, retreat to recapture material, Arjun's queen has a beautiful square to jump in and attack 2 pieces at the same time. And yes, you give up your own knight, but then you just simply recapture with the bishop, and the attack remains on the 2 pieces. And this is just game over. I don't see a way for Black to fight this anymore.
Yeah, clever trick there by Arjun, just 3 moves down the line, but that pawn would be poisoned. He
Trade done.
does trade the rooks.
Don't take the pawn.
This would be a losing mistake by Hikaru Nakamura. Of course he won't play it.
Of course not.
No. Just slides that bishop forward, targeting the H-pawn over on the other side, and centralizing it just a little bit more, creating that wooden shield that I know he talks about at times, where you get a bishop onto one of those 4 central squares where it can target across pretty much every diagonal.
And now he wants to take the juicer as well next.
There you go. There should be an attempt at a full Hikaru vocabulary cast at some point. Takes, the juicer.
Juicer, you got to rotate those knights.
Yep. Looking for that wooden shield. Either way, I mean, he's known to have such a vocabulary, not just because of what an incredible player he is, but what an incredible personality he is as well. And, what an incredible amount he's done for the world of chess, not just in his professional career as a player, but also as a streamer and content creator, bringing it more and more to the masses.
I think he'd have like a 3,000 streamer rating. This is so brilliant.
Yeah, it's
only 3,000.
Yeah, 3,200, 3,300. Is he Stockfish level streamer?
It's insane. I mean, to me, what's most impressive when he's streaming chess is just how accurate he is in his analysis. And if you follow the lines with the arrows, they seem to work out. And he gets all those wins in Title Tuesday all the time. I don't know how he does it.
I don't either. The energy. Just the energy that he must have, the capacity for work.
I think Magnus said it right, that Hikaru is the streamer that he sometimes tends to tune into. And James Cantia, good friend, he calls him half man, half
everything else.
Half everything else. We haven't discovered what the other.
Okay.
Yes. Or is it half beast, half everything else? Or one of them.
There you go. We were having that conversation earlier about who would be the best marathoner in the group, and it might just be him because he'd had the energy stores to get across the finish line. And as we've had one board technically cross that finish line, Vincent Keimer versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, perhaps we take that bird's eye view once again, just of the evaluation bars, so that you at home can get a quick idea of who is in the lead on any of our boards. Of course, up at the top left, you will see balance, but also a game result, having completed half a point apiece to Keimer and Jan Nepomniachtchi. We'll have to see who can take the lead tomorrow, or whether or not they'll go to the tie breaks. Carlsen still has that advantage that he had just a bit before, and perhaps even slightly improved. Arjun and Hikaru, yes, still slight advantage to Arjun, but I will note that it's returned a bit towards Hikaru's favor, and perhaps he has some opening. A balanced game over there in the bottom right against Rapport and Gukesh. And then Vidit, the only player with black today who's really ever found any form of advantage in this position.
But that was also a bit of a turnaround, right? Pragg was in control, and then we saw that flurry of inaccuracies by him. So the opening position was incredibly difficult for both players. Magnus said struggled with white to find the first moves, but the players with black also haven't been able to figure out the response.
Did I just see the bar move yet again in Arjun versus Nakamura?
You did. Another inaccuracy by Arjun. He actually just put his queen back on a square it just came from, losing a lot of time, Arjun Erigaisi. And look at that question mark attached to this move. It's clear that he's panicking with the clock situation. He's never this low on time in classical chess, Tanya. He's normally 30 minutes up on his opponents, 40 minutes up on his opponents, but here he's 11 whole minutes down on Hikaru. And feels like the worst is past for Hikaru Nakamura. He just needs to get that black rook in the corner into the game, and the pawn deficit, not the most relevant factor anymore.
And in standard chess and classical tournaments, very often after the first time control of 90 minutes, an additional 30 minutes gets added to your clock once you reach a certain number of moves. But this is it here. At freestyle chess, it's extremely demanding. Now Arjun's going to be under time pressure for the rest of the game. And there are several complications that lie ahead. Hikaru's managed to create, again, what was it, 96 defense, resourcefulness? That's what we're seeing at display here.
And so, as you said, David, needs to get that rook involved, but earlier pointed out the placement of the knights by both players, conveniently defending what would be the castling square, the end square for the rooks in either position. So help me understand, how do we ultimately get that rook into the game? Is it only along the A file, or do we have to remove those knights?
Yeah, there's two ways to try to get the black rook into the game. For example, you could remove the knight first and hope that your opponent takes with the pawn. And then you'll happily castle and laugh, say, okay, I'm getting my rook into the game. The problem is that it will not be a pawn capture, more likely a bishop capture. And now the black king cannot castle because it would land in a check. So, yeah, this second option probably not the best. I think it might be the move we were calling for as early as move 1 in the games today. This pawn push in order to try and activate the rook down the line. Also, threatening to kick this bishop away from this diagonal it really wants to sit on. For white, it's easier maybe to remove this knight, but equally, you do have to worry about this diagonal opening up.
I'm going to point out another plan to get the rook active. You know, you push that pawn 2 steps ahead, and then you can move your king sideways as well and bring it out to the other side, because there isn't that much hope or future for that rook along the side file.
Okay, I've got one more idea, and perhaps you can tell me why I'll be wrong in the end. What if we drop the black knight back to target that same knight that we're looking to remove? Now we're double attacking that square, so if the bishop still decides to recapture, we now capture back and vacate the position.
Yeah. Computer doesn't hate it. I don't hate it, James.
Okay.
I think
the initial thing for me is that, oh, we've removed the blockade on that white pawn, right? And maybe at some point it feels like it has permission and support to move forward and threaten the stability in front of the black king.
I think we've got moves, by the way. Ooh. He did decide to push the pawn 2 steps ahead in front of the rook, and I saw Arjun reach out for his pen. And another inaccuracy. Another mistake.
His third out of 4 moves, Arjun. The 4th move was a forced recapture. So clear downward spiral. And he's gone from having a huge, maybe even potentially decisive advantage, Arjun, to being slightly worse here, according to our eval bar. To my eyes, I actually thought this was the most natural move in the position, so I can't blame him for this one at all. Very human reaction. Stopping the black pawn in its tracks, pinning this black knight, some tension on the diagonal. But yeah, apparently not a step in the right direction. Maybe because this bishop is loose, undefended. There might be some tactics in the short term, long term about this bishop on this line. Loose pieces do tend to drop off, so I do fear for Arjun. 4 minutes now.
You know, again, from a human perspective, that actually looks like a really nice move, because it also stops Black's idea to slide the king and get the rook into play, because now you can capture the knight and win the side pawn as well. You know, there are a lot of tactics in the air that Arjun's setting up. And that 4 minute on the clock, you know, I keep looking at him. He's glancing sideways. It's a territory that he's not familiar with. We barely ever see him under time control. And Hikaru is one guy who's definitely not only going to keep his time up, but use Arjun's clock as sort of a weapon of his own. Keep putting pressure on that. I'm expecting a quick move from him right now, just to double down on the time pressure.
These guys like Hikaru, I mentioned earlier, I expected him to spend 5 minutes on a move because it was so critical. He blitzed things out. But, I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, they have different gears that they shift up. And they're sharks. They smell blood in the water. As soon as the opponent looks nervous, they pounce. They up their game. They have another level that they suddenly hit. So I do fear, it might not be 100% obvious that these are mistakes to the players, but I do fear for Arjun just the fact that Hikaru will sense something.
It's cool to see this very same concept, though, exist in chess as it exists in other sports, right? The idea of switching up the pace on your opponent. You would see it anywhere from the world of boxing to running and everything in between, right? You get the sense that your opponent either has a certain strength or weakness or has fallen into one rhythm or another, and you switch it up on them, looking to constantly shake things up and put them in a place of uncomfortability. He will go for that knight move that you offered up as an option there, Tanya, but therefore essentially saying, I'm okay with the possibility of giving up that pawn if you decide to jump in for the knight.
And I think that's such a strong decision by Hikaru. He's playing on Arjun's clock and how he's looking for counterplay. Once that rook arrives on that open line, you know, combined with the knight that's already there, we can see huge threats across the board, hitting the white queen, hitting the white king from both these ranks where it's about to enter to. Arjun might not have time to pick up that material, and well, he might not have time, full stop.
Yeah, heart rate up at almost 80 for a second there, Arjun. Wow, this is getting dramatic for him. And just to put it on the board again, this is the live position. Arjun hasn't moved yet, but if he does take this knight, just to mention, he can go 2 pawns up temporarily, but there are just too many threats. And the other main point is that this black knight is a beast. Now can't be removed, the rook is coming in. If you try to remove it in the live position, then just to reiterate how powerful the black queen and bishop combo suddenly become.
You know, when Arjun's knight landed on that square, we were singing praises, just what a strong piece it is, right? It's the MVP of the position for Arjun Agassi. And now it's Hikaru's knight on that exact same square, the other side of the board, that becomes the most dangerous point in white's position. You trade it, you pick it up, and you open another huge battery that's going to be eyeing the king. I think the tables have completely turned in this one.
A little bit of anything you can do, I can do better, says Hikaru, and his knight there placed effectively on the E3 square. But while Arjun Agassi is in time trouble, there's a few other players who are in time trouble as well. He does go for that knight snag. We would obviously expect Hikaru to recapture.
This is going bad for Arjun. I mean, he's gone for this idea, and if Hikaru's rook is allowed on that open line, you know, fighting a player like Hikaru in that position with the rook entering with 3 minutes on the clock, do you see Arjun pulling this one, surviving it?
I don't think so. Arjun is so creative in general, but he's not used to being on the back foot. And we actually talked about it earlier today. His biggest weakness, according to Hikaru, according to others, is defense. Arjun is not a great defender when he's on the back foot. He's just rarely on the back foot, that's the thing. But here, clearly things have turned.
Also, momentum, you know, maybe an intangible that's hard to identify, but it does feel like the momentum is well and truly in Hikaru's camp. But there is somebody else who's in even more dire time trouble than Arjun Agassi right now. That would be Nodirbek Abdusattorov, trying to hold a defense against the world #1 in Magnus Carlsen. Perhaps we go there real quick. We can come back to this one to check back in before it does conclude. But as you can see, things haven't gotten much better here for the young Uzbek.
Oh, 1 minute against 18. It's another player who smells blood, Magnus Carlsen. He ups the speed. I'll just recap the last couple of moves very, very quickly. We last left it after black's king castled. I'm going to put it on the board again. Castled 6 squares across. Didn't even need to move the rook. That's like a magic king on its magic carpet. And the rook came across. This is where we left it. The bishop did jump in as expected. The white knight now retreated. Tension between the queens. Can't afford to trade queens when you're pawn down like Abdusattorov is. So he stepped back. And Magnus trying to block the whole left flank of the board. I'm really surprised he didn't try to activate his knight, to be honest. Instead, he prioritized blocking things and a capture. This is the live position. Magnus, when he gets back, is most likely to take this bishop. Pawn up, but is now queens and rooks only just the heavy pieces where king safety is all important? What do you think here, Tanya? Is Magnus going to wrap this up? Is his advantage still of decisive proportions?
It really is. And, you know, we were talking about it in one of the earlier days that when it comes to these heavy pieces, the majors of chess, you know, a queen endgame, just what a master, just a class apart Magnus can be. And I think that's a very big possibility. Not only the extra pawn, but I think at some point everything comes off the board and only queens stay on. And Magnus will find a way of getting his king, grabbing another pawn, centralizing the queen, in converting this. I mean, Nordebek, if he saves this, it'll be a miracle.
Yeah, endgame's not a part of our player cards, but if it were, it might even surpass the 99 that he has in other points on the board. Exactly. Infinity here for Magnus Carlsen, known to be the world's best at the endgame stages, and it does look like this game is slowly approaching just that. And so I think it'd be wise for us to check in on some of the other board states real quickly, just to go to Fabiano versus MVL. This is another one where Fabiano is approaching just 2 minutes on the clock, and while he was on the back foot a bit earlier on in the day, we found ourselves to a little bit more even of a position. Of course, one thing I noticed is one player's holding on to the bishop pair while the other is working with 2 knights and a bishop for themselves. That to me says, okay, more open position. Oh, I lied. I actually, or no, I'm telling the truth. That to me, in a more open position, tells me we should generally favor the bishops. While I say that, maybe Fabiano recognizes the same thing and says, I'm going to take an opportunity to remove one from the table.
Yeah, he's given up a pawn in the process just to remove that bishop pair, so Fabiano down a pawn. And it's something you said earlier, Tanya, a 2-result game, this one. It feels like, because of opposite bishops' drawish tendencies, but only really Maxim Vachier-Lagrave who has winning chances.
I think it's still closer to a draw than a Maxime win. Yes, he'll push this out, but also, yes, you have an extra pawn, but they all are extremely weak, you know. They're completely disconnected. The black bishop beautifully placed to target one of them. Open lines to get to Maxime's king. Feels like it gives him enough chances to hold this one.
Agree. This one should be a draw with best play, but great active defense from Fabiano Caruana.
If this one's a draw with best play, then I want to go to one in which it should be a victory for the player with black. It's Vidit Gudrathi with black, but 18 seconds on the clock in a winning position. He still needs to find the answer. Yes, you got 30-second increment, but some serious time trouble here.
Again, I was going to say there's only one winning move. Everything else blows the advantage. He moves his queen across. And the problem is now the queen is about to be hit by the white knight. This white knight was actually pinned along this diagonal, the white queen in the corner, but now a counterattack against the black queen, and this is going to turn. That was the story of Vidit's round robin. He had so many winning positions, but it was always the clock.
Wow.
Retreating the queen in the other way would have kept his winning advantage, kept the queen safe.
Yeah, a bit of heartbreak as we arrive to the board there.
But Prague needs to find it. It's a huge move. You know, you unpin your knight, you make your queen vulnerable. If that queen's taken, you recapture with a double attack on the 2 bishops. So why is this still okay for black is what I'm trying to figure out. If Prague finds that move, how is Vidit surviving this? Because our boss says it's level.
Objectively, I think there are ways. Maybe you just take off this knight when it arrives on this square and it gets complicated, it gets really tactical.
Oof.
But the problem is, with 1 minute, I don't think you survive it. With 38 seconds, from a winning position to a complicated one, Vidit is 1 pawn down as well, we shouldn't forget. So any endgame, if the queen comes off, and the momentum factor, he had a winning attack. He actually could have taken a material advantage earlier. He didn't.
Yeah.
And he's paying the price.
He had everything going. That was a huge advantage on, you know, all across the board, with nothing for Prague to play for. And here he is allowing this tactical shot. Will Prague find it?
I think Prague will. Process of elimination. You don't have too many moves. White is really tied up on one flank. The white king so weak, and he does find it. Prague, the only move to minimize the damage, to take advantage of Vidit's slip-up.
Yeah, a really difficult position now here for Vidit. You had mentioned perhaps the only resolution here would be remove the knight as quickly as it gets to the square. From my position, that looks to be giving away my queen, though, of all things.
Yeah, the black queen would drop, then the white queen in the corner would drop. It's just about what order the queens come off now. I think an endgame is imminent. This game will continue, but Prague, look at him. He looks so relieved on the camera. Vidit does find the best move with a few seconds left on his clock.
There it is. They will opt for the trade.
And the brilliancy occurs. I think the only move as well to just keep the game going. So can we predict that this one most likely now heading to a draw if Vidit is able to, I don't know, be precise with 30 seconds on the clock?
I'll say yes, just because the endgame looks very, very balanced. The endgame we're about to see. And luckily for Vidit, the board is clearing, so the time issue no longer so relevant, but a missed opportunity.
Yeah, bitter to not come away with a victory when you had a decisive advantage, but this does not spell the end of his knockout performances. From here, we go back over to Hikaru Nakamura versus Arjun Erigaisi, where we're waiting to see if Hikaru can take advantage of the opportunities and the windows given to him by Arjun here most recently, as we see the queens finally leaving the board just as we get here.
Just back up a few moves, because Hikaru had a huge miss right here. David, take us through.
Yeah, just a few moves ago, Hikaru, not the most accurate play by either side, but the white knight jumping forward was a double question mark move by Arjun Erigaisi. Hikaru found the best response, and here he took the queens off the board by taking this pawn, but actually leaving this pawn on the board, keeping the queens on more importantly, bring the rook across, entering the fray, threatening to take this knight, would have given Hikaru a decisive advantage. It's actually more important to go after this pawn in the corner as well, because the black pawn in the corner promotes on a square that will be covered. Hikaru going into an endgame, he loves endgames, he's fantastic in them, but that takes some of the pressure off Arjun Erigaisi. This is the current position, but Arjun down at 1 minute only. And can he save this? Still, I think, practical terms, the bishop pair again. Black's light squared bishop especially. This means Hikaru is the favorite.
And Arjun's not a fan of playing end games. You know, there is this running joke back home that when you're playing a player like Arjun, who's so incredibly strong when it comes to tactics and tricks in the position, get the queens off the board. You know, you'll survive that and fight it out in the end games. So this is still, yes, a missed opportunity by Hikaru, but still everything to play for. And I think he will know this. He will know that he can be ambitious still. He's not going to settle for a draw. He's going to make Arjun sweat this one out.
For sure. Maybe Hikaru is tuned into the gossip channels in India. Maybe he knows that getting the queens off against Arjun is the best bet, because he rushed it a bit there, but in general, still a good decision. And more importantly, Hikaru is no longer a pawn down. First time we can say that since move 2.
Very true. And like you said, smelling blood in the water continues to keep the time pressure up on his opponent. Another small inaccuracy with that pawn push over there on the right-hand side of the board. But Hikaru still has some work to do here to get towards that king and apply some pressure.
Has this happened to you, David, when you know that your opponent has a particular style and a particular strength? Let's say in this case, you know, really enjoys those tactical dynamic positions that you just decide, you know, the moment I get an opportunity, I'm going to get the majors off the board.
100%. It happens to me on a daily basis, Tanya. I'm just like, oh, this guy checkmated someone 5 years ago. He knows how to attack. I'm getting the queens off. And no, I definitely try to tailor my style according to my opponent's strengths and weaknesses.
And that's really interesting, because that means preparation is not only opening based, but you actually study the games. And I think these top players, they do that all the time. You know, they know the weaknesses and strengths, not only in the early part of the game, but also what kind of middle game they thrive on. You know, what are their end game advantages and disadvantages. And you really want to play to your strengths and their weaknesses.
Yeah, and that's why it was so fascinating with the player cards as well, because when the players were reacting to those, they immediately knew what the kind of strengths, the weaknesses, the pros and cons were of their kind of rivals and their play. So Hikaru, I think one of his big strengths, though, is the endgame these days.
Yeah, speaking of the endgame and moving towards that point, we're looking at pawn positions, what can be targeted, as well as maybe those two knights that are stuck defending each other. And while I say that, David's pointing out to me that we've had quite a swing on another one of the boards. Why don't you take us there, my friend?
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen against Nodibek. Nodibek under 1 minute and getting checked, dropping pawns left, right, and center. We will recap this, but more pawns have been dropping. Magnus can give check forever here, perpetual check, but of course he will not want to. The material count is currently an extra 2 pawns for Magnus, but could be more soon.
Right, it was a check with a double attack on that pawn, picks up the pawn. Of course, he does need to be careful to either keep checking the enemy king or at some point, drop back to defend his rook. That could be taken if given the opportunity with a check on the white king as well.
But this is a bit tricky, right? Because Nodibek is not only attacking Magnus's rook, but also is threatening to slide the queen all over to the other side of the board. And then suddenly that pawn that we've been talking about is a big weakness for black. You know, it plays a huge role as an assist to that queen to give some devastating checks. That a3 pawn would be a strength to Nodibek. So yes, Magnus can give a million checks in the position, but he's got 2 threats to handle. And I'm going to add a third one that I just realized exists on the board. That d pawn moving 1 step forward. with a check coming in, pulling Magnus's king out front onto the center of the board, exposing itself. Yes, the bar says Magnus still in control, but I don't think it's that easy.
Yeah, you don't want to expose yourself, ever. You don't want to bring the white king forward. So, yeah, this does look a bit scary. Actually, first thoughts, I thought white was just winning. I thought Magnus would just bring his queen back, solve all the threats, 2 extra pawns, but a queen exchange, not necessarily banking the advantage because the black rook would come in. This one is not as over as it looked.
Chess lessons and life lessons with one David Howell. No better teacher than the man sitting to my right.
Yeah, don't want to expose your own king, ever, in chess. But, okay, Magnus, he's been a bit greedy, maybe, with that pawn hunting escapade from the white queen. I'm expecting him to do some zigzagging, use the white queen to kind of give some checks, gain a bit of time on the clock, and only then decide. Maybe the white queen, if she can zoom back somehow to this square, using a series of checks, she might hold things together for a few moves, but not easy. Definitely not easy, Tanya.
Yeah, this is tough, and we're going to have to do some flip-flopping back and forth as it's this board as well as the Hikaru Arjun Erigaisi board that are slowly finding their way towards a conclusion. Arjun rather just making a move on his board as he dipped below 1 minute on the clock, adding 30 more seconds on. Decides to jump one of those knights in, looking to maybe constrict some space. Still waiting for that black rook to slide over at some point and become more involved.
Yeah, Hikaru, I'm really shocked because he found such an ingenious way of getting that rook active just to clear this line, and I'm really shocked he hasn't availed himself of the chance to bring that rook into the game so far. Currently, there's a hit on this black bishop, not too many safe squares for it. The black bishop is actually tied down defending this pawn as well, so, well, and this pawn, to be honest. This is actually a bit tricky. That's a very creative defense from Arjun, very active defense. He hates to just curl up into a ball. He'd rather attack by going on the attack himself.
Is there anything wrong with the f6 square?
Yeah, this one would drop this little guy.
Ah, okay. And then with the hit onto the rook.
I don't actually see a square for that bishop to keep itself connected to either of these 2 pawns. So very often in chess, the best way to defend is counter offense. There should be a way, can you try to get your rook to attack one of the knights at the center of the board, or use your bishop to hit one of the knights? Because giving up a pawn in this position, especially if it's that center pawn and losing control of that very beautifully placed knight on e3, that's not what you want if you're playing black here.
No, that's right. So he will have to part with the bishop pair, Hikaru Nakamura, but opposite color bishops doesn't necessarily guarantee white any safety, especially because there's still that stallion alive. The black knight still super strong, and white's king, white's rook still need a few moves themselves to get fully cooperated, fully coordinated.
Also,
we were oh, sorry, go ahead.
There's a pawn on the side of the board that's hanging as well. So there's a lot of dynamics in this position. The knight's hitting the bishop, the other knight is hitting two pawns at the same time, the bishop's hitting the side pawn, and Hikaru's taking his time trying to figure out where are his best chances, because he knows that Arjun doesn't have enough time. If he can set up some tricks, keep that knight alive, keep as many pieces into the game, find the time to get the rook into the game, even if the position might be level at some point, he'll play for the win, simply on the clock.
Oof. How nervous do you think Hikaru is getting right now?
He's never nervous. What are you talking about?
You sure?
Half beast, half man,
I don't know
half
if I
everything
believe
else.
that. Everybody has a point of nervousness. Some have a higher threshold maybe than others, but
114, so feeling the nerves a little bit.
There you go.
Right. And maybe just that ghost of Weissenhaus, where in the quarterfinals, he had very good positions against Javorkir Sindarov in both of the classical games, and then the tie breaks as well, but ended up getting knocked down there, Hikaru. I think maybe just that fact makes him more determined to strike here. He wants the first blow against Arjun, especially with black. That would be a real statement victory. So he wants to show accuracy here and now, but it's costing him time on the clock.
Yeah, really feeling like this is a critical moment. He himself has spent a decent amount of time on this move, dipping below 3 minutes. Maybe the closest that the time disparity between these players has been in quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have to jump there, but just saying big moment in the Magnus Nordebek board as well. When we checked in last, he's still giving the checks. I think we stated this one, but he hasn't yet taken the decision how he stops those threats. So Nordebek still in the game in that one.
Yeah, Magnus eventually giving him some checks, then bringing back his queen to defend. So Magnus still 2 pawns up, but not easy, the conversion stage there.
And tension here, right? As Nakamura also touches the 2-minute mark. And look at him, he's sensing it. How do I keep this game going? But he's not finding it. And the more time he loses, the more one feels that he might want to bail out, find safety and say, you know what? It's game 1. Let's finish this peacefully and move on to the next game.
And the longer he takes to make a move, the more I like this previous move from Arjun, because it just asks enough questions, right? That you're forcing Hikaru to go through the different calculations. I mean, just a moment ago, David, you kind of highlighted all of the different options of movement here as counterplay that Tanya had offered up, right? Whether it's sliding the rook over in order to attack the knights, and that's the one that he ends up with here in the end, but also had bishop moves as options as well. And so, to a degree, when you're under time trouble and you want to put your opponent in the same position, just don't make their next move easy to find.
Mm-hmm.
I love it when I see a move suggested on the board, but that came with a question mark. I'll still take it.
Yeah, if a Grandmaster's playing it, I'll still take it.
The problem here for Hikaru is that he's just running out of pieces. And now it's going to be rook and knight versus rook and bishop. There was a grimace there from Hikaru. If he takes back with the pawn now, then the downside is that his corner pawn here is hanging. If he takes back with the rook to counterattack, I think he will do, and he does. He's going to hit this black pawn now. Then again, Arjun can do things in a few different ways, but maybe the easiest would be to remove the black knight from the board and connect his pawns. He should be getting closer and closer to safety. Here, Arjun Erigaisi, rook endgames, there's a lot of sayings about them, but they do say that all rook endgames are drawn, especially if you're not pawns down.
I'm very surprised that the computer considers this as even as it is. Again, given the fact that rook is sitting on a1. Doesn't even feel like it's part of the game. That's 5 points of material. How on earth is this considered a relatively even position?
Yeah, it's timing. I think if Hikaru had one move to like win a pawn or gain some kind of an advantage, then that would be decisive. But unfortunately, I think he's just not quite in time. If Arjun does eliminate the black knight and then defend his pawns, his rook actually will defend actively.
The jacket is off. Ahmed Yaka.
Wow.
That's usually the equal of gloves are off in chess, you know. He's ready for the fight.
Business time.
It's business time, and even though it's headed towards some sort of a balance, I think once again, Hikaru's going to play this out till the end. You know, till he has to, as long as that knight is alive, as long as it's not a pure rook-pawn endgame, I think he wants to try this out. And at the moment I say that, there's a trade. Arjun defends that pawn, and next he wants to bring the king closer to that black pawn that's 2 steps away from promoting. Get that rook out. Will Arjun have enough time to make these 2 moves?
Yeah, that's the key. And Dash was asking about the rook in the corner. It does look like white just needs one more move now to activate that piece. It's all about bringing the king towards the center. It's also about the fact that the black king is so passive, cannot join the action in the near future. So white will actually be defending with 2 pieces, the king and the rook, whereas black is only playing with 1. So I think here, Nakamura might just win a pawn, might even go up, but yeah, shouldn't be enough to win the game.
All right, if it's not enough to win the game, off to another game we go.
Okay, and Magnus Carlsen looks like he's only growing his advantage against Nodibek Abdusattorov right now. It's still a 2-pawn advantage for him, but a big mistake from Nodibek on this last move. The black rook coming down, the most natural move in the position. He's going hunting for Magnus's king, but it might be an optical illusion. That king is actually pretty safe for now.
The only reason this is a mistake is because is Magnus getting to Nodibek's king first? Because there are checks all across the board. Has Nodibek missed an idea? Because Magnus isn't playing it immediately. I mean, the hand move is get your rook to the other side.
Get your rook to the other side. That makes a lot of sense. This check, but the black king will run towards the white rook, checking. The white pieces are a bit stretched in the defense right now, and okay, this is not my suggestion. This is me turning on the all-seeing computer. The best move for white is a difficult one. It's to step away from any black checks, not to attack the lonely black king in the corner.
A4?
Yeah, use the white king, run away. Hide behind that shield of the black pawn next to you.
That is stunning.
And that almost feels ludicrous because you could do something similar while picking up a piece in snagging that black pawn, but in fact, not going for the material.
I think he plays it.
Is the proper play.
I feel like Magnus, I've seen him do these kind of moves so many times. I think he finds it.
I think he's more likely to find what the computer deems the second best move to slide the white rook one square across, just to try and capture this pawn in the center with a check, force the black queen off the board. If the queens disappear, white is simply winning the endgame. Too many pawns.
Who knows Magnus best is the question in the studio.
Oh, shake of the head. I think you do, Tanya.
All right, how about that?
I don't think there's a competition. I think we're going to see the rook move in just about 5, 4. Come on, Magnus, make it.
He's got 5 minutes. Maybe in 5 minutes.
3, 2.
1.5.
The thing is, and there it is.
Hey.
There we
well
go.
done, David. Well done.
These days, Magnus just wants simple ways forward. When he has a winning advantage, he doesn't want to overthink things. And queen takes pawn check, a massive winning threat now. The black queen defends this pawn, but the pawn attacked twice. Nodebek can give a check, we should mention to everyone at home. But now the white king can actually just take this pawn in the corner, and there's no more effective checks without allowing a queen exchange. Magnus will be 3 full pawns up and looks closer and closer to victory, especially because Nodebek has no time. 1.5 minutes only.
Just getting a look inside the player hall.
Nice little
front row seats to some of the best chess action the world has to offer.
It's amazing. And you know, I keep thinking Nodebek has been really struggling against Magnus these last couple of years. There was a time when it felt like he's giving him such a challenge, had those incredible wins in classical standard chess, in Vaikanze, you know, in Magnus's territory of those queen-pawn endgames. And yet here he is, hasn't won a single game in a long time against the world #1.
Yeah, it's been a while. To be fair, he's not alone in struggling against Magnus. I think
Everyone does.
Most players have. But yeah, this game not going well for Nodebek.
Yeah, this game not going well at all, and while I'm hesitant to leave it, as it does seem like it's moving towards conclusion, we did have a result over on MVL versus Fabiano, and it appears interesting to me, David, because of what the engine suggests here as they agreed to a draw.
Yeah, it was a draw, and maybe we just show the final position, and that is because it was about to be a drawn position, but putting the kings in the center of the board to show that the result is a draw was logged as the best move, as the final move, sorry. Let's just show that final position here. It was a draw. White captured on the c5 square, and a recapture would be opposite color bishops, total blockade on the respective color complexes. But to put the kings in the center to highlight the draw, I think this was logged as the last move, and of course, that wouldn't happen.
Okay, thank you for explaining that one to me, because seeing that eval bar swing the way it did, and then to see the result as a draw, quite a bit of confusion in that moment. But Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will go into the second day of our knockout stage in even position. So right back over to one of our previous boards, we should go Magnus Carlsen versus Nodebek Abdusattorov, and of course Arjun Erigaisi versus Hikaru Nakamura in the upper bracket still in play, and both of our lower bracket bouts as well still taking their turns across the table. A bit more time for those lower bracket bouts, so I think we stay keyed into the 2 top bracket matchups.
So we've had 2 draws so far, and 2 games that are, well, at least one of them is very likely to end in a decisive result. And that's kind of interesting, right? Because when we go into the rapid format of the round robin, we saw most games that were decisive. And here we are, and this is what it speaks of, right? A completely different beast here when it goes into classical. The players have time to figure things out. And the best, as Christian said, you know, it turns out that the best really are the best in freestyle chess as well.
Yeah, they're pretty decent, these top players, especially the more experienced ones. I think the practical value of all that experience does really shine through. Magnus, he's shut down as many tactics as possible. He's used the fact that he's been here, done it before, had these decisive advantages to try and just neutralize any attempts at activity by Abdusattorov. I just want to mention a very nice trick just to defend his pawn, keep the tension, will make it harder for Magnus to convert.
All right, now checking back in with that other top of the top bracket matchup, Hikaru Nakamura versus Arjun Erigaisi. We find ourselves in a king and rook pawn endgame. Important to note, of course, that Hikaru has one more pawn to his name over there on the H file. Much more active king positioning, though, there for Arjun.
Quick action replay.
Quick action replay to show the last few moves. We left it after Arjun had traded pieces, then locked down this pawn here. And here, Hikaru decided to try and open up this line. If the capture had happened here, the white king would have been cut off along this line, so the king stepped forward. There was a trade of pawns, and now the black rook came across. Interestingly enough, if you've taken this pawn, then your central pawn will drop in the next couple of moves to the white rook. So he negated that one, and only now coming down to the third rank, going pawn hunting Hikaru Nakamura, focusing in on this corner pawn here, and a couple of trades. This pawn on the other side of the board drops as well. The rook steps forward. It's about to slide behind this pawn to keep a watchful eye on it. And I'm going to say there's some winning chances still here for Hikaru Nakamura. He's going to try and milk this. He's going to try and squeeze out water from a stone. But they do say in rook endgames, the worst pawns to be up are these corner pawns. It just makes it so hard to coordinate with your king in the attempt to march it forward. Tanya, what do you think? Likely drawn out Arjun over the West?
Very likely. You know, with all the juicers off the board, yes, you have that extra pawn. It's the chances of that being enough, I think, are very low. I think Hikaru somewhere is already thinking about the title for his next video. You know, the recap video. What is it going to be? Because this has been such an up and down game, right? In so much trouble at the start. Felt like this is going to be perhaps a miniature, the first decisive round. And then everything turns around in a couple of moves. Hikaru in driver's seat, and here we are in an endgame where he's going to try to grind it down. But I think a draw is very likely.
I think the next title for this video should be Only 99 Defense, chat?
He's upset with you.
He's upset. Yeah, his defensive skills were perfect here, Hikaru. I think 99 is a good number, but
no,
it was
what
the
do you
conversion
think?
stage.
It has to be 99.9, David.
99.9. But the conversion stage when Hikaru got the advantage, that was less convincing, trading off the queens at the wrong moment.
Well, perhaps Hikaru will attempt to follow in the footsteps of Magnus Carlsen and grind out a victory in this one, but it would be a grind at the very least if he's able to make this anything more than a draw at this point.
I think it's going to be more than a grind because he needs Arjun to make a lot of mistakes to lose this one as well. You know, the advantage itself is not objectively enough in the position. I love how Arjun's placed his rook where he actively wants to stop that side pawn from advancing. Also cuts off Hikaru's king from getting active. So really nice instructive square for the rook.
Yeah, really nice move. And if the black king can't join the action, the winning chances are minimal. Hikaru asking a favor from the heavens here. Or maybe just doing some calculation, but either way, this rook endgame looks drawish. Should we hop on over to another game?
Yeah, I think we should. Let's just key back into Magnus Carlsen versus Nodibek Abdusatorov. Once again, things aren't looking great here for Nodibek. He's going to fight tooth and nail to the last ounce of effort that he can muster here. We, of course, still have queen and rook on the board for both players. And he is looking to deliver checks as best as possible, but if at any moment he gives Magnus Carlsen room to breathe, we could start to see pawns marching down the board to great effect.
I just feel bad for the Uzbeki superstar. You know, he, in Weissenhaus, in Paris, has an incredible run. Here he comes in just a day before. He's informed, get on that flight, lands in, has an incredible round robin, and once again has to play Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals. A run-in you want, you know, maybe in the finals, go all the way and meet him.
Yeah, it was almost unthinkable that he would meet Magnus because the first day of the round robin, he was on top with Magnus, but the second day he didn't have the best time, ended up in the second half, and that means you're more likely to face the GOAT.
You know, I think, David, that is the big advantage of finishing in top 4. That you don't play Magnus. You can actually choose an opponent. It's not about picking, because that can be a burden to prove. But, you know, at least you can avoid a certain player in the quarters.
That's an interesting move, offering up the rook for
another
the rook on the other side.
Yeah, trying to deflect away the white queen, but Magnus here isn't going to take off the rook now. Magnus swings his rook across.
Actually, there was a trick there. Had Magnus taken that rook, that was an immediate perpetual in the position.
Ooh, let's jump in and show that very quickly. The rook was actually untouchable, not because of the white rook hanging, but if white had taken the black rook, queen takes pawn check. A nice spot, Tanya. I was too materialistic there, looking for the rook instead of the pawn, and the white king cannot actually escape the edge of the board. This would have ended in a perpetual check. So the rook was untouchable. I thought Magnus was actually going to go for a different move. I thought he was going to retreat his rook, push the black queen away, because any queen trades are simply winning on the spot for Magnus Carlsen. The black queen would have been forced away, and then you could have maybe tried to trade queens. The black queen would have actually been trapped And no way to avoid that exchange, but instead he slides his rook across, going for a potential attack against the lonely Black King.
And a good concept to hold in your minds through the end of this game, right? The idea that Noterbeck wants to try and keep the pieces on the board just to have options to extend the game and maybe find himself a perpetual check like you drew up for us just a moment ago to find a way to a draw. Otherwise, Magnus will eventually make great use of those 3 pawns that are just sitting on the right-hand side of the board, ready and waiting to make the long march across the board and turn into queens.
Yeah, it's clear what both sides want. Magnus wants a queen exchange because he has so many extra pawns. And here, Noterbeck wants a perpetual check, wants a trick.
Offering it again right here.
Not going to take it. He's going to move the queen away. And I think it's a good idea to defend that central pawn, which can actually be picked up by a check, with a check on the next move. The only square that actually allows Noterbeck to do that is the one on the corner of the board. Slide it over, protect it through the diagonal, and throw the ball to Magnus. What's going to be his response?
Ooh, not clear for Magnus. I don't really like where he's put his rook. The white rook is really passive here, Tanya. And the white king, you pointed out already, one perpetual check motif. The white king feels really, really misplaced, to say the least.
Perhaps what Magnus has in mind for that queen move could be to move his own queen out of the way, get it closer towards the Black King. You know, once you've made sure that Noterbeck isn't able to give any good check, get his queen to a less desirable space, and then activate your own queen towards the Black King. I like what you're pointing out there.
Yeah, in a weird way, that white rook kind of cuts off the 2 checks. The one you showed in which we take the pawn, but also on the D diagonal as well, right? It would ultimately get pinned to the king, but it does effectively stop the check for 1 turn.
Yeah, essentially not allowing any checks. That's the key for Magnus while his queen goes pawn hunting potentially. Is he going to retreat his queen? Just his hand movement looked like he was about to bring her back.
And he will.
There we go. Oh, you know you've been watching a chess player too long if you can tell by the way they lift their hand which direction they're about to bring the piece.
That's ridiculous, my friend.
Oof. Probably a good move, though, keeping everything intact. But it's not clear what Magnus is doing next. He's set up a perfect defense, like no checks that Black can land, but what is coming next? Is he just going to push pawns? He's now, well, I was going to say about to be 4 pawns up, potentially, Magnus Carlsen.
Well, Noterbeck has to make a move.
I think he wants to cut off that defense, you know, this lining up of the queen and the rook.
Noterbeck has to make a move.
2 seconds, 1
He doesn't
second.
have
Oh my goodness.
He gives up the pawn with a check.
By the skin of his teeth, he does get a move out onto the board, but in time trouble doesn't make the most accurate of moves there. Just bouncing up to 31 seconds, and yeah, he feels it. He knows that time trouble may have played into his own demise. Here comes the queen check on the king. The pawn is finally picked up here by Magnus Carlsen. The rook will slide back in defense of the king, but after all that maneuvering, Magnus finally finds his opportunity.
Wow. If Noterbeck had done nothing, if Noterbeck just moved his king or something like that, it would have been very hard for Magnus to win this game. But he's just dropped a 4th pawn. He's down 4 full pawns, Noterbeck. He dropped it with a check. And the panic on the face. I wanted the heart rates there. What was his heart rate as he went down to 1 second?
What was your heart rate down? Mine just definitely shot through the roof as well. My goodness. Can't imagine being in the position of either of these 2 players. Magnus Carlsen knows he has the advantage. And of course, Noterbeck knows he's on the back foot. We saw it there in that moment. A display of frustration by the young Uzbek in time trouble.
Yeah, and he knows he's lost any real remaining chances. The only hope now for Noterbeck is some kind of blunder or hallucination from Magnus Carlsen. Magnus down under a minute for the first time. So that is the final remaining hope. 4 pawns down, though. Needs a miracle at this point. Needs some kind of divine intervention to save this game.
You know, we say the clock is the 17th piece in chess, and that's what came to, well, Noterbeck's position to play a part. And just with 1 second, making that huge blunder is going to cost him. Magnus moves the rook, doubling down on that pin. It's not the most accurate move, but, you know, accuracy, it's too much of an ask with seconds on the clock. As long as it keeps a big chunk of the advantage. And Magnus can't afford to get too greedy. He can't pick up that 5th pawn just yet, allowing the Black Queen to give a lot of checks there.
I'm really shocked Magnus went for this because, yeah, trading rooks would take your eye off the ball here and Black's queen would start giving some checks, some nasty checks that are going to be hard to evade long term. We have this pawn in the corner as well, as Tanya pointed out, also falling. So rook takes rook, not really something you want to consider, especially with 20 seconds on the clock like Magnus.
It
is hard to defend.
I think another queen retreat.
I was just going to see, hovering over that queen.
That felt like a retreating hand move as well.
Yeah.
Look at you both go.
And queen retreat. The black rook cannot actually avoid being traded, so this was the key. This was the idea by Magnus. He actually guards his second rank. There's no checks the black queen can deliver.
He's so good at taking little incremental advantages, and as you say, not getting too greedy, not letting his eye off the ball. He picks up that pawn and runs away with his prize.
Yeah, he's picked off 4 pawns, like one by one. He's like, okay, I want a pawn early. Second pawn, he went hunting with the white queen. Then he went hunting with the white king. And wow, creative move there from Nodibek. He knew the rooks are about to be traded, so he's X-raying the white rook now. He's trying to get to this undefended pawn with the check.
And you've got to give that, right? Because the rook is under attack. I don't see a good square for it. Trading feels like the only way to go.
Right.
And there we can see it's on the board. Nodibek's going to pick up a pawn with a check. He does it. And then he recaptured the rook. It's still a lot of pawns for Magnus.
Yeah, and Magnus is going to pick up the central pawn with a check. Once the black pawn recaptures the white rook, Magnus, it's actually very important that he can give a check and take away any passed pawns. It's not even about the number of pawns in queen endgames, it's about how many passed pawns you have. White has those 3 on the right-hand side just in the bank for later, and they will ultimately decide. There's a couple of checks he can give Nodibek with his queen, but they will fizzle out very quickly. It's more likely he will take the white rook. And Magnus is going to get his queen in the center. How does he always do this, Tanya? The white queen will end up in the center of the board once it takes that black pawn in the middle.
It's the strongest square. He's the strongest player. And every single time we've got this dynamic, a king and queen endgame on the board. He just knows how to get it at the most powerful point, where it controls maximum number of squares. And from there, not only how aggressive it is, it plays a key defensive role as well, right? It stops a lot of checks, can be a bridge for the king when needed. Magnus can give another couple of checks along that same file on which Nodibek's king has moved to before he decides to capture the pawn.
And he does give a check.
How about that? Just decides to reposition the enemy king before maybe jumping for that pawn.
And it's crazy. His queen will end up in the center. There's no perpetual check. The black queen only has 2 or 3 checks. Well, what is Magnus
That's
doing
an interesting
here?
move. Goes against what we expected and taking or just picking up that free piece.
Just trying to gain time on the clock. He's just going to check, and then go back for that pawn in 3 minutes' time.
Okay, Jeff finds it in the same way. You can dance around here.
It's so professional and also really plays games with your opponent's mind, right? Like, Nodibek knows this is busted. Magnus is enjoying the position, sort of torturing even more. So psychologically, also a great move to play. And Magnus has this, right? He always wants to not only win on the board, but in some ways win in the mind as well.
Yeah, and this shows he truly believes he's winning as well, because he's just trying to build up a bank of time. He knows a blunder is the only thing that can stop him, so why not repeat the position, gain 3 minutes with this flurry of moves, and then finally take the pawn when you're ready.
Do you think he resigns, Nodibek?
No, never.
Never.
He's the Uzbek fighter.
He really is.
On chess.com.
Warrior.
Warrior. Uzbek warrior, that's it. Polish fighter, that's Duda. Uzbek warrior. Another queen check. Oh, you should probably take that pawn before you accidentally repeat the position 3 times.
Yeah, that would be a disastrous way to end this round.
Can you imagine Magnus's reaction if that was to happen?
Oh, he would lose it.
Yeah, something would break for sure.
Some hotel rooms would be trashed.
That's a different player.
Shout out to Jan Henrik. I know you can hear us in the playing hall.
Do you feel like he's built up enough time that now he finally goes ahead and snags that pawn? He's thinking about it clearly now.
I think he's looking at some of the checks that Nodibek has, you know, if you take that pawn. Also, there's another pawn hanging that can be picked up. So, yeah, he does eventually take it. Do you continue with checks, or do you just re-grab a pawn? Because checks would only help White's king come closer to the queen.
Yeah, it's very hard. I think pawns is just so irrelevant in this position. The only chance for Nodibek is just going to be giving perpetual check anyway. So he's trying to keep the white king stuck on this side of the board. Magnus internally won't know for 100% sure that he's winning. He will sense it, because normally when queens are in the center, your king will eventually be able to use that queen to retreat as a shield. But for now, he's going to have to advance his king or step it back. before thinking about evading checks.
That's a great point. We benefit so much from the aid of the evaluation bar, and then for the players, they're relying on that sixth sense, that intuition, a feeling of an advantage in a position, but maybe not quite certain as to how big it is.
I'm just going to draw the path for the white king. I think the king is going to just slide across around its queen, and the queen will be the shield with which the king is guarded. Any checks will shortly fizzle out. I think. It's always easy to say with
hoping for a mistake, right? From Magnus off of one of these checks.
Yeah, like don't go here, for example. Don't retreat to this diagonal and get skewered.
And if you don't go there, you go on the square next to it. At least Nodebek picks up a pawn with a check as well, right? And then also threatening to pick up another one with potentially another check. The warrior is going to keep on fighting. Meanwhile, Arjun Aragesi is also fighting. We don't need to jump there, but just staying still in the balance, still level, and he's kind of defended that rook-pawn endgame perfectly.
That could actually finish any moment now.
Do you want to jump quickly to that?
Yeah, let's jump over to Arjun Aragesi against Hikaru Nakamura while Magnus puts the finishing touches on here. Assuming Nodebek Avdusattorov doesn't resign, that's the only danger. This one is a dead draw. The black rook is actually trapped behind its own pawn, making progress impossible.
Hikaru's looking over at Magnus's board, just checking that one out.
Yeah, more interested at this point in the state of the other games than his own, realizing probably much as we do that this one looks like it will go entirely to a draw. I'll just note for people at home that Hikaru still maintains that one pawn advantage, while one pawn apiece was traded somewhere in the last number of moves.
And just want to point out, Hikaru's winning plan here would be to get his own king closer to assist that pawn, free up the rook, and then a queening square. But the moment the king gets there, Arjun's defensive resources just keep checking that king away and then go back to the file to make sure the black rook is tied down to defend. The other idea that Hikaru has is to go sideways towards the only remaining Arjun pawn, but the moment it gets there, the rook slides over, starts checking laterally.
Yeah, essentially there's no way to break this white defensive formation. The black rook is the passive one, the white rook is the active one. And yeah, this is why they always say in rook endgames, rooks behind passed pawns. That's how you propel them forward or defend against them. This is going to be a draw. Hikaru might play a few last moves to test Arjun.
Are you expecting a draw offer, or do they play it out till king and king is left on the board?
I expect Hikaru will mumble something, no eye contact. The players will barely shake hands, like touch of the hand. And Hikaru...
Oh, another score sheet's picked up.
Another score sheet, okay.
Save the forests. Don't use the extra score sheet, just agree the draw now.
Yeah, just flip it over. Use the back of the previous one.
And this is what we were talking about, right? Black's king comes into contact with Arjun's pawn, now defended laterally, still keeping contact with that passed pawn, one step away from queening, but making sure that the black rook doesn't have time to step over. There's one little trick in this position that as white you need to watch out for. You know, you have to keep your king to the two leftmost squares on the board. And I don't know, David, maybe you can show what happens if you step too close towards the right side.
Yeah, only drawing move there from Arjun, by the way. He had to wait with his king. As Tanya mentioned, let's quickly show that if he'd gone the other way with his king, the black rook would now have swung across, giving up this pawn in the corner to skewer the white king to the white rook on this line. The check, the king drops back, and the white rook would have dropped. So that's just the main trick, the key trick to learn. But that cannot happen. The black rook cannot sneak around the side if the white king stays in the corner here on these two squares we're highlighted in red.
They're looking opposite direction. I think the draw offer is incoming.
Any second now.
But if someone has to offer a draw in this situation, it's got to be Arjun, right? Because you're the one on the defense. Or do you think the player who's playing for the win needs to offer the draw?
Yeah, I think chess etiquette says it's the player with the advantage who should be offering a draw. The defending side, it's your kind of burden to show you can defend. So I've been told, at least, it's a bit rude to offer a draw if you're the defender.
Oh, wow. And look at that. Hikaru, he's shaking his head. He's probably disappointed at missed chances, but he's kind of forgetting the past. You know, he came out of a very difficult position.
I'm so glad you're reminding us of that, right? Because I think it could be easy for him to only remember the second half of the game where he felt, okay, I finally gotten myself back into it and have some winning chances, and ultimately bungled it down to a draw. But in this case, I think he'll just use his remaining time to make sure he's exhausted all possibilities before that draw offer is extended. And so
it's going to happen now.
Yeah, we should hop maybe to another board, two of which are looking like they're moving towards decisive.
It's going to happen any second now, I think.
I think this is the moment. I mean, look at him.
The head shake?
Yeah, the head shake. I think this is the moment where, you know, for 2 minutes, he's distressed that he wasn't able to convert this, but he realizes there's not much to be tried. He's tried every trick in the book that he had. Arjun defended it.
The Magnus game will continue for a while longer, so I think we stay here till the handshake.
Do you think this move or he plays another one?
I don't think there's much to fight for. Essentially, if the black rook moves away, then the h-pawn drops, the valuable pawn, and a one-pawn advantage with the white king in front of a pawn to block is not enough. The black king alone will not be able to bypass the defense of the white rook.
Yeah. And now you just move the rook, because the king's lost contact with the white pawn. Your rook's free to jump around, to move around.
Any rook move on this line will hold the draw. The one move not to play is to advance the white king, and then you get checkmated on the edge of the board.
He's not going to play that. He's going to move the rook. And do you think Arjun then offers a draw?
No, Arjun will never offer a draw. These youngsters, they never offer draws, ever.
I have to say, I think Arjun's got to be feeling a little disappointed as well in this game. His advantage was massive for pretty much majority of the game, right?
We have to commend Arjun for stepping into the confessional, one of the few younger players who did that. And he said it. He thought he had a clear advantage. He knew he was clearly better, so mixed feelings. But he defended well when it mattered, Arjun.
Roller coaster. One had the feeling that the advantage that Arjun had was perhaps more than the advantage that Hikaru had when it did shift.
Absolutely.
That is true. I think Hikaru, maybe if he'd kept the queens on, it would have become a bigger advantage, but he had a smaller advantage and for a shorter amount of time.
Tough decision in the studio, whether to switch or to stay and wait for the draw offer.
I don't know.
Look at
you guys promised me that this game was about to end here in a draw offer.
Should we write this off as a draw? Hikaru, we can see it on his face.
Loving the camera angle though right now.
Magnus is growing his advantage, has just won a pawn.
Chat tells us. Should we let chat decide?
All right, you've got your eyes on it.
Chat, do you want to see Magnus Abdusatrov? It's still on. Or just watch Hikaru. This is as well cinema happening right in front of us.
This painting pictures on the ceiling with his eyes.
Okay.
I got to respect it, though.
Magnus.
I have to respect it. Magnus is the call, so off to the Magnus game we go. We're going to see how the endgame master has managed to sweep up all the pawns on the left-hand side of the board. It's queens for each player, but 3 more pawns in favor of the world number 1.
Wow, and Magnus can actually force the win here and now. I'm really shocked, by the way, that Abdusatrov has moved his king forward. If he'd moved the king back, it would have taken Magnus a long, long time to win this game. Even being down 2 pawns, these corner pawns, that is still a draw. If Magnus were only 2 pawns up, not 3, that's a draw with the black king in the corner. Well-known theoretical endgame. But moving the king up the board, Magnus can now knock out Abdusatrov, in this game at least, by pushing his h-pawn forward and giving a check. Some cool variations maybe we'll show here very, very quickly, although Magnus was about to move for his queen, so not necessarily the best way forward. Pushing this pawn forward, now a capture on this square would now allow a check, and this check, the important one, forcing the king back, and a queen exchange, and Magnus would now be winning. Because his king would end up in front of the black pawn. He doesn't find it, Magnus Carlsen. He doesn't find the immediate knockout blow. Well, the computer says plus 81 with pushing this pawn forward.
If you want to catch the end of the game, let's go right now to Hikaru. It's about to finish any second. It's king and pawn versus king. If you just quickly bring up that board, and here we've got it, the final moments of this epic battle.
Yeah, we did have the rooks repositioned for a trade in the end. Hikaru would use his king to run up and snag that final pawn. But as you just mentioned in the previous match, king has to be in front of the pawn if you want to get it to the opposite side of the board and ultimately promote.
Yeah, you need your king in front of the pawn in order to bully the opponent's king back. And here, the white king will always block the pawn unless the black king peeks its head out. And now this will end in stalemate.
No draw offers were made.
No draw offers were made. White king, which way will it slide?
Make it one or a stalemate.
That would be the worst mouse slip in the history of mouse slips right there.
And ultimately, a draw, a fair result in an up and down game between Arjun Erigaisi and Hikaru Nakamura.
Okay, so still 2 boards in play. One we were just at, Magnus Carlsen up against Nodirbek Abdusatorov, and then one of our lower bracket bouts between Gukesh and Richard Rapport. I do have a result to report from that lower bracket. Pragnananda actually did come away with the win against Vidit, so what a tumultuous story that game was. Perhaps in our post-show we can kind of relive some of how that one broke down, but for now we're going to stick with the 2 boards that are still in play.
Yeah, and which way to go? Richard Rapport with a decisive advantage against Gukesh. This was resignation earlier between Vidit and Pragnananda just a few minutes ago.
Vidit lost that position.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was really kind of the tale of his tournament so far, right? At one point, winning position, maybe giving it away.
Oh, I mean, what he had, such an advantage, then missing that one move and not saving that endgame.
When it rains, it pours.
Yeah, but after the round robin, to lose this one, this really hurts.
It's the clock handling for Vidit, unfortunately, just too slow. And in the meantime, okay, are we seeing a result here? Richard Rapport wins. Gukesh resigns, and we'll recap that one in a moment, but that's because White's pawn's just too strong. Bishop and 3 pawns outpowering Gukesh's lone rook.
Yeah, Gukesh really struggling in freestyle chess.
Yeah, really struggling. And just to show the final position here, we won't delve too deep into the endgame, but these white pawns there were just too strong.
I'm sorry, that's on me, as there was only 1 board left to go. We sometimes like to see Magnus put the finishing touches on his brilliant play. So again, still very much advantaged, but looking for a way to put an end to it all. Nodirbek hoping beyond all hopes that he can find some strange perpetual check in the end, or a mistake by Carlsen somewhere.
I'm going to say, this is not easy. I think this is going to go on at least another 20, 30 moves for Magnus to win. Without one of White's double G-pawns, this is a dead draw. This is a well-known, famous draw. So the Black King should actually run to the corner, run to the top right corner, hope for some stalemate tricks. That is the way to try and hold this one. I'm not sure Nodirbek knows. Although he has beaten Magnus in 2 queen endgames in his career, Nodirbek. So will he be able to hold this one much longer?
But also without that one extra pawn on the G file, if you take off one of those double pawns, is it really that simple to hold that? Because I feel practically, you know...
It's simple.
It
just
is?
put your king in... yeah, simple is an overstatement.
Oh my gosh.
Simple is an overstatement. You just run your king in the corner and there's so many stalemates, so many checks. It's definitely not simple. But at this level in classical chess, I would normally say. But with 1 minute, no guarantee. But it's just surprising to me that Nodirbek hasn't run his king into the corner yet, because stalemate is the only way you can try to hold this game.
So by corner, you mean the top right corner?
Top right corner. If you run the black king back, you can actually often try to just sit with the black queen on this square, and the queen cannot even be captured by the enemy queen due to some stalemate motifs. But of course, with 3 extra pawns for Magnus, it's hard to imagine this ever being a draw. It means he's more likely to be able to bully Abdusatorov with queen exchanges, more shelter for the white king because he has more pawns.
Also that centralized queen, it makes it so much more difficult for Nodirbek to actually get to that square, right? You first need to dislodge that queen into giving some checks. But at some point, Nodirbek will have to march his king back if he wants to trick Magnus.
It was funny, no checks on the last position. The black queen had to go back. The white king out in the open, but the white queen covering all the dark squares. There were no checks at all. Magnus, I'm telling you here, ladies and gentlemen, he puts his queen in the center. He gets his queen in the center every queen endgame, and he always seems to get the business done. He always seems to just win effortlessly. He gives another check, forcing the black king back.
When in doubt in these endgames, get that queen to the center, any one of these 4 central squares.
Yeah, they control just so many. I'm not sure the exact number of squares they control, but it's a lot. I won't try and count now, live on air. And, okay, forcing Nodirbek's king back. Will he advance his pawns now, Magnus?
Could be the moment, right? Yeah. All your pawns are defended. The king's got a nice hideaway at that H2 square. If it's checked,
I think that's the key. That's the reason having the extra G pawn here, the third pawn, the doubled pawn is so important because the white king will be super safe from any checks. There was a famous game I was watching once live between German Grandmaster Rasmus Svana and Anish Giri. The famous Anish Giri, where Anish had a king and queen alone against queen and 2 pawns. And he was defending, and the attacker side, the side with 2 pawns, accidentally got himself checkmated.
Just because you made me curious, it's 23 squares.
It's 23.
Oh.
Good counting.
I didn't
Quick
count,
counting.
but it's just because it's 7 in every direction except for the one direction that's a short diagonal, which is 6. So 7 times 4 minus 1.
Just to show this quickly with a graphic, that's a lot of squares covered. And there we go. The queen, so powerful. Compare it to a queen on the edge of the board. I think it is slightly more, at least. And yeah, just easier to block.
That's not including the square the queen is sitting on, which I guess she's technically controlling.
There's a trick question. The good one. There's a trick question, right? Which square on the chessboard the queen controls maximum number of squares? And I don't think the answer is one of the central squares.
Ooh.
But I could be wrong, because...
We need chat to help.
That's a homework assignment for all of you, yeah.
No, chat helps us on this.
If you want to learn true mastery of the queen, if you want to reach Magnus's level in queen endgames, then go do some counting.
And let us know.
And let us know. We need help.
All right, so 1 pawn under attack right now. Do you use your king? Do you step that up to defend?
I think he will. There we go. Also closer to the hiding spot for the white king behind one of its own pawns, if there are any checks in the near future. Okay, what do we make of today's action in general, just while Magnus tries to put the finishing touches on here? It's been up and down, some heartbreak for the likes of Vidit. Oh,
whoa!
Wow. Resignation from Abdusattorov. I thought he'd fight on a bit longer. But it was a winning endgame ultimately for Magnus Carlsen. 3 pawns to the good. He just didn't want to suffer any longer, Nodebek. And the world number 1 takes the lead in this match, just as he did in Weissenhaus in the last Grand Slam.
Well, you asked for my response. I think most notably it just comes towards the results, particularly in the upper bracket. This is the only matchup that ends decisively. So Magnus Carlsen goes into day 2 with a 1-point advantage over Nodebek Abdusattorov. Across all 3 of the other matchups, it's half a point apiece. So somebody's going to have to make a play for the victory tomorrow in each of those ones, whereas Magnus, he's going to be sleeping soundly tonight.
And for Nodebek, he has to win on demand. It's a must-win for him. He'll have the white pieces, but he has no idea what setup's going to come. And look at that. He immediately gets up and leaves the building. Magnus setting up the pieces calmly and coolly. And what a game. Flawless conversion once again. Queen found its spot at the center of the board. And rest, Magnus Carlsen, as he usually does, made it look easy.
And Magnus Carlsen, as he usually does, sets up the pieces in their starting position for this game of freestyle chess.
Not 5-1-8.
Not 5-1-8. What was it? 8-4-1?
Yes.
The position today.
I love that. What a beautiful touch.
Also the fact that he actually remembers it instantly. That's amazing.
Right? Yeah, actually, if you asked me to set up the board from memory right now, I'm not sure I could.
Luckily, we've got help at hand.
That's very true. Yes, thank you so much for putting that together earlier today. Magnus Carlsen taking a look at the final position of each of the 6 boards. Of course, realizing that he was the last board in play, and that will conclude day 1 in terms of the games themselves.
This guy right now looks unstoppable. And usually when that happens at a tournament, it feels like it's going to be a race for second place. His run in the round robin. Today, his quality of play, just the way he took this point from Nodebek in such convincing manner, this is Magnus at his best.
And we've had that question since the day of the finals in Weissenhaus, right? Just knowing that the champion was not Magnus Carlsen, how would he react to having taken 3rd in the inaugural tournament of the 2025 circuit? We know how much of a competitor he is and how much he wants to come back swinging, and he looks to be doing just that, finding top form here so far in Paris, France.
Yeah, just great performance from him. And yeah, we should commend those in the bottom bracket for also winning their games, Richard Rapport and Pragnananda. But ultimately, Magnus was the man of the day, surely, for that victory. A class above, strategically and just tactically outplaying Nodebek.
And what a day it was. We keyed into a brand new opening here in freestyle chess, the Nepo Gambit. Love to see that. creating chess history day over day, but like you said, a bit more of a fight perhaps in the bottom bracket, as both of them as well ended in decisive fashion. For Vidit, unfortunately, he did fall down against Prague after holding a very solid advantage in that one, somewhat kind of painting the very picture of what his round robin group stage had looked like. For Richard Rapport, he takes down the world champion with a point in favor of himself. Maximum finish for each of those players, of course, can only be 9th place, while the 4 top eval bars that you see there, those are the 8 players in contention for the top spot.
3 draws, so I think there's a huge likelihood that we might get playoffs for that spot in the semi-finals tomorrow. Magnus, the only one who takes a lead, not Debrek Abdusatrov, a must-win for him. You know, I just realized that today could be quite historic because it's the first time that we've actually named a freestyle chess opening.
That's what I'm saying. We're creating history right here.
Did we create it or did Nepo?
Well, Nepo
We
did
disagreed.
We named it. He created it.
It's a family, David.
Yeah. We're all in this together.
Hey, the first ever freestyle chess opening named. Historic.
That's what I'm saying.
Historic.
All right. You
Now-
taking notes? Who's writing the book?
Now we just need like 20 different opening names per position.
Yep.
960, and we start the encyclopedia from there.
Chess historians are salivating at the idea of new openings to talk about. Speaking of Nepo, it appears that we actually had the opportunity to grab a word with him coming away from day one. I'm curious to see how he feels. Oh, Keimer first, actually. Okay, we're going to get both sides of the same coin here. Let's start with Keimer, our defending champion, then curious to hear how Jan kind of is internalizing what was an ultimate draw.
Vincent, how do you feel about the game today? Were you happy with how it evolved?
I mean, drawing with white is not bad, but also not a dream, meaning that tomorrow I'll go into the last classical game of the match with black. But yeah, I'm not sure. Like, the starting position didn't feel that dangerous for black, and he went for this f5 idea, which weakens c5, but of course he gets some other trumps, and I felt that maybe somewhere I had some advantage, but in the end I never saw anything clear, so I think it was a quite decent game from both of us.
Does it matter that much here in freestyle to have black tomorrow when it's a deciding game? Is it as important as it is in normal chess?
That depends, first of all, on who the players are and also on the starting position that we get. Or, I mean, mostly it's not even about the objective elevation, but sometimes it's just easier to play for white, or sometimes it's rather equal.
How happy are you with how your chess was today, how your head was working and everything that goes with it?
I think it was decent. I mean, I didn't feel that I got to show very much. But I'm not sure. That could also be just because the position didn't really allow that. Yeah.
Wish you the best luck tomorrow, Vincent.
Thank you.
Jan, you were the only person to choose to start with black pieces. That means you have white tomorrow. How much of an advantage do you feel that is?
I mean, like playing white with in the second game? I mean, it's more about like you can't really control the flow of the game. Yeah, so let's say if you try badly to win with white and somehow you overpress, you get to probably have hard times winning with black pieces. Yeah, despite that there is no theory whatsoever. But I think like whenever it's like 2 games match, black in first game, if you sort of okay with a draw in the first game is doable. I mean, I can't say it's like the best strategy ever, but out of my experience in KO tournaments, it's just fine.
How did you feel the quality of the game was today?
I'm really not satisfied. First of all, I blundered really badly when I played knight g6 h5, and I blundered knight e5 idea, so h5 is never hanging. This was my idea, so I'm in time with knight c6. And I should have done instead, let's say, knight h to f7, queen to g7, and just never let him maintain his knight on e5. So, but let's say his knight on f2 would be forever poor. And instead, like, he got like quite nice position, and he was pressing for pretty much for the remaining game, and yeah, so draw was sort of pretty much only thing I could hope for.
Good luck tomorrow, Jan.
Thank you.
awesome perspective from both sides of the chessboard. And again, going into day two in even position are Vincent Keimer and Jan Nepomniachtchi. For me, though, the story of that game is the time trouble that Vincent was in basically from start to finish. Again, at one point, it was like 5 minutes to 50 on the other side of the board. And even then, he still managed, of all things, to get to a drawn position. I almost call that a victory for Vincent.
We all thought that would be the case, right? I mean, Vincent just kept thinking. We had Christian for an interview. Vincent was still thinking. We had Jules for an interview. Vincent was still thinking. You know, they all left. We got something to eat, and Vincent was still thinking. And then, help at hand, Jan decides to quickly trade off pieces, ease off the pressure, and I think that really helped Vincent because the decisions were easier, pieces were neutralized, and then it was a matter of moves. So he survived that one. I think had Jan kept the pressure on, it perhaps would not have been that easy.
Yeah, and so while I'll say that Vincent should be happy with the result that he managed to get to here at the end of the day, I would hope that Jan is still fairly confident because, once again, he's our #1 seed coming out of the round robin where I think he impressed so many, and he did have solid control of this game and great time management for so long. If he makes maybe just a couple of adjustments going into tomorrow with those white pieces, where he maybe has a little bit more of the agency and the initiative, he can maybe come away with that victory and avoid going into any kind of a tiebreak scenario.
Yeah, it really suits his style, but I mean, they won't mention it themselves. You mentioned it there, though. The tiebreak scenario, that will greatly favor him. He showed it in the round robin stage. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's so speedy and not Vincent Keimer's strength necessarily. So I think he wouldn't be averse to a draw, but of course he will try and press.
Yeah, obviously, if you have opportunities to win, you're going to play for them. But there's an interesting psychological discussion there too, right? If he is so confident that you go into those shorter time controls, the moment he might be offered or see an opening for a draws position tomorrow, he might just go for it. If anything, to say, hey, let's go to the formats in which I should be even more favored.
Yeah, that's a great point you make because Vincent really struggled with little time on the clock and Jan was so dominating, finished at the top of the leaderboard. He's got to be feeling confident about his chances there. But even though the result was a peaceful one, David, I want to ask you, who do you think played the better game? Who played better chess today between these two?
They played equally well.
Mr. Cop-Out.
I'm going to say Vincent slightly on the board. But it was just the clock handling, the practical side that we felt wasn't quite at his best, at his most confident, free-flowing best.
Yeah, but are you including the 3 boards that played the Nepo Gambit in your assessment of Nepo's play? Because I feel like he bears some responsibility for the results on...
Yeah, it's his fault Gukesh lost, clearly, to Richard Rapport on the bottom.
I was just going to say, you know, we got this new opening name, but actually it was the boards that played Nepo Gambit that didn't go so well. We didn't have a decisive result on those boards.
Right, didn't go so well. And actually one of the players who had to pilot the Nepo Gambit was Hikaru Nakamura up against Arjun Erigaisi. Again, got into a very dangerous position and then was able to get away with a draw at the very least at the end, while maybe sad to see that advantage he had found near the end of the game, he let slip away. Let's hear from the guy how he reflects on day one of the quarterfinal round.
Hikaru, it seemed to be a very topsy-turvy game here. Are you relieved by eventually having a draw, or is it frustrating when you had chances towards the end?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know. I think at the end I was shaking my head a little bit because I think if I played bishop f6 instead of rook e8, I was probably winning the game. That's just my guess. Of course, I don't know. But having said that, of course, I was probably also lost out of the opening. You know, I guess the moral of the story is never trust a Russian. You know, I think all of us, you know, Nepo said this f5, g6, knight g6 is all great and fine. And then, I mean, I think quite a few of us played it. And Arjun was very principled, and he just took the pawn and kind of was asking me what I'm supposed to do. And I think it's just a ridiculous idea, and I think black just works. I think it's just ridiculous. Probably in like a rapid or blitz game it would be fine, but you know, I think there's what is the psychological theory? There's something about like bias. It's like you're not objective and you're biased when you start being influenced by other people, and it played a huge role. Arjun had a chance, I think, if he had traded on f6 and played bishop h5 to probably just win the game, and he missed it. So yeah, I can be unhappy, I can be happy. I think though it wasn't a clean win. I mean, maybe it probably was winning, but I don't think it was super clean. So I'm not too unhappy, and yeah, considering the opening, I'm somewhat relieved.
You look a lot happier with your chess as a whole now compared to Weissenhaus last time you were playing freestyle. Do you feel like you're more yourself at the chessboard?
Well, I mean, I've had good results, so that obviously plays a role. I mean, apparently I did a good job of acting then if you think I looked happy, because I was for pretty much the first hour and a half, I literally wanted to get up from my board and go strangle Nepo. So, yeah, like it was, I guess I did a good job because I was very unhappy with the position I had. I mean, later on it was fine, but, I think in general you just try to play, and the good thing with Classical is that unlike Raptor Blitz, it's very rarely going to come down to some situation where there's some crazy blunder. Usually whoever comes with better plans will win the game. So I feel much more at peace playing slow time controls.
Look forward to tomorrow, and I think this tournament is better off for you not strangling Nepo.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Carl.
Oh, how brilliant. I'm kind of with Sveta there. Give the man an award for the acting, because I definitely wouldn't have assumed through the first hour that he was ready to get up and go strangle one of the other 12 in the playing hall.
That was a jaw-dropping interview. Some hot takes there by Hikaru that, he was thinking about getting his revenge for this opening from Nepo. Never trust a Russian. What was going on there?
Well, it goes to a conversation or a question that we've asked multiple times, even starting back in Weisenhaus, which is, what are the effects of these group discussions, and which of the players are the ones who are actively involved, which are the ones who choose to excuse themselves from those discussions? And we've seen a million different approaches from different players, right? Back at Weisenhaus, Gukesh constantly sitting on his own. We've seen Magnus do both at different times. Fabiano, usually one who's always involved in those discussions. But to Hikaru's point, am I letting myself get too biased? Am I moving away from my own strengths and weaknesses, my own intuition about the position and how to play the game, by trusting in the level, the known and perceived level of these other great GMs?
I think it's on him, David. I mean, at the end, you have to make your own decisions on the board. Yes, you listen to all the takes that are there, get a feel of the ideas, understand a little bit about the position. But we saw, for example, Magnus, Vincent, they both sat down, they chose a different first move. They made their own decisions. Hikaru had that option as well. So I feel like that's a bit of also some inaccuracies of the way of handling compensation there.
Yeah, his position wasn't too bad. It wasn't as bad as he was making out there. But now we understand why we didn't get him gracing the commentary, the confessional booth, because he was too busy sitting there cursing his luck at the board.
And getting mad at Nepo.
So it's too busy suppressing murderous intentions, yeah.
I just want to see it level up a bit, where players start to actively try to plant these false leads, these red herrings to their rivals.
You mentioned that.
Yeah, that'll be the day. That'll be the day for sure.
It's coming.
We've got the title, I think, for Hikaru's next video. I think it's going to be like, I will kill Nepo. I'm coming for you, Nepo.
He knew the game, the result wouldn't be viral. But that video, that interview, that might take us to the next level.
All right. Well, as we do every day, we're going to turn to you at home and in chat. Who do you think was the top performer of the day? Pick our MVP for us, ! MVP, followed by the name of the player that you want to give a nod to in chat. We'll check in with you in just a few moments. I think the story of the day was Jan Nepomniachtchi, just for his involvement in the other boards. But I don't know, to a degree, Magnus Carlsen again comes to mind for me, because he just seems to be finding absolute top form and solidifying himself as the man to beat in this tournament, even while he's not the defending champion.
I don't know what you're talking about. Story of the day was that Hikaru interview we just saw, James.
There you go. Yeah, they don't have. You're right. You don't have to pick an MVP just for their play on the board. You could pick them for their personality as well. Don't let us tell you how to vote. You deliver the result to us. What are you thinking? Ain't nobody jumping out for you though?
I would pick you as the MVP.
Oh God, okay. Let's have a conversation then and ignore this guy. I know that David has some homework though. He's going to be trying to pinpoint a specific move of the day that we'll talk about as well in just a bit, and I'm sure there are plenty for us to look at. I think just to touch one more time on the bottom side of the bracket, Vidic, he's going to be so sour, I think, on the result that he kind of fell into today, lacking a better way to phrase it, up against Prague. And on the flip side, Richard Rapport, maybe a bit of a sweet note for him after what was narrowly missing out on an opportunity, right, to jump into the top 8.
Look, for Richard, no matter how the round robin's gone, it's always a good feeling to win against the world champion. And also to remind everyone, Richard was actually part of Dingleren's team. He was a second in that world championship match. So getting a win today, it's got to be feeling good, but the match is only halfway through. I think for Gukesh, this has been an absolute nightmare of a tournament. For Vidit, it also goes way beyond today. It's the first 2 days, losing 7 in a row. I think he lost 9 games in total. I mean, he doesn't lose 9 games in a year. So that's a huge number to deal with. And then to come in today, you could see the shakiness. He got those opportunities, was not able to make the most of it. The storyline continues. Prag gets the win. Richard gets the win. Tomorrow, for Gukesh and with it, will they make a comeback? How are they feeling? So many questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Opportunities to fight back still for all of our players. We have the results of our MVP voting, and it will be none other than Hikaru Nakamura who takes the cake here as our MVP. Probably for some exciting play. The game itself was definitely a little swingy, to say the least, and I think that picture there is him staring down Jan Nepomniachtchi right now.
Yeah, the ATT is not attacking. It's, I was going to say it's attractiveness in this photo, but yeah, Hikaru, of course, fantastic player, world-class in so many ways, but that was a world-class interview. And yeah, an up-and-down game. He'll be hoping to maybe do a bit better in the opening phase, at least, of tomorrow's reverse encounter against Erigaisi.
The thing is, everyone's so used to Magnus having a Magnus day, right? He plays these brilliant games all the time. We see him in his performance against Nordberg, what he's had in the first 2 days as well. So I can understand this emotional pick by our chat. Hikaru as the MVP, making a comeback in that game, finding his chances, trying to at least push it out till the end, and then giving us a masterpiece of an interview.
I love it. I think we should reward the biggest personalities in our scene as often as we possibly can. They make this exciting for us. David, you've got some exciting gameplay to show us here. A thrilling conclusion to our day will be the move of the day.
Yeah, and this one was a hard choice, I've got to say. Of course, 3 draws in the upper bracket made it harder. There were no real standout moves there. Magnus Carlsen, a nice win against Abdul Sattarov, but no real spectacular moves. I've actually gone for something in the lower bracket, a move by Richard Rapport to clinch an advantage against Gukesh, and it was this position with white. We talked about the Nepo Gambit. Gukesh endorsed it, went for it, was a pawn down for most of the game. Actually, that increased a bit later, but this pawn looks like it's about to be surrounded by white. Richard Rapport with the white pieces looks like this pawn is doomed. The knight can capture it on the next turn, or on the next move, black is going to stem forward with his pawn to kick away the white knight from the center and then regain the material balance. Without this next move, Richard Rapport would have had no advantage, would have actually been suffering here as white, but he found a pseudo piece sacrifice by pushing his pawn forward. A brilliant move, double exclamation point according to the computer. Not a winning move necessarily, but a nice tactic. It actually gives up this knight in the center of the board. It is a piece sacrifice. This knight can be captured, but then we see the true point behind it. Pawn takes pawn, and there's a skewer of 2 bishops. A very rare sight actually in chess, a skewer of 2 bishops by a rook. White wins the material back with interest. Instead, if this pawn had been captured, white again takes back the pawn, and this bishop has been totally destabilized. Richard here, from this point on, went on to convert his advantage. He kept his extra pawn for the rest of the game and turned it into victory later.
And that's what we love about him. That's how he was sold to me as a player coming into this tournament. Creativity and chaos. And he finds creative ways to grab advantages in this game here against the world champion. Beautiful display of chess by him. I await to see who will take the lead in each of our upper bracket bouts tomorrow. I shouldn't have chosen such an alliterative sentence there. But either way, I'm curious for you. You reflect on the day. Do you feel like anybody surpassed their round robin form? Did anybody, either drop far below, exceed? Do you feel like things are largely going towards the top 8 or the way that the standings played out?
Well, yeah, I mean, just judging by the upper bracket alone, I think lower down it's always hard, 9th to 12th places, to find that motivation. For Richard Rapport, very impressive day. But up at the top, Magnus, I think, maintaining expectations. Arjun impressing initially, but of course it's just so tough. I think for Hikaru, after the first 5 moves, after the Nepo Gambit, after he'd recovered from the tilt being a bit triggered by the opening stage, it felt like he upped his game. He didn't show his best throughout the round robin, but the latter half of the game today, I think Hikaru.
Yeah, and I think from my perspective, I think in a number of ways, Fabiano is still kind of matching for me his round robin performance, and that's a bit concerning. I want to see that extra ounce that it feels like he had when we were at Weisenhaus and in some of the previous events where he did ultimately run to that final table while ending up in the runner-up position. We know he's got it in him. Maybe it'll be on display tomorrow up against the hometown favorite in Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, Maxime, we should mention, played a great game as well today. He's just so smooth. I thought he was maybe the one who would flop in this tournament. I thought home pressure, home expectation, and the fact he's probably one of the least experienced freestyle players in the field. But Maxim Vachier-Lagrave continues to impress.
Yeah, that's another great point. Outlook on tomorrow, I just got it from David. For yourself, Tanya, anything in particular you feel like we should keep our eyes on tomorrow? Did somebody feel like they've set the table for what will be an impressive victory and extending themselves to the semifinals? Or do you feel like those who proved themselves in the round robin are continuing to do so and look to take that step towards the final table?
I think it's going to be super tough for Norderbeck to make a comeback in this one. It's not just that he's down a point, but also the form that Magnus has been in. It would take a lot from him. He'll just have to bring out his absolute best. Arjun Hikaru, I'm going to predict a decisive result in that one. It was so close today. Both players got their chances. Both players got their opportunities. So I think that's going to be a fun one to watch. The other two go into playoffs, and I think we're going to have a really exciting finish into that semifinals. Norderbeck on his last life has to give it all, but I'm expecting some rapid playoffs coming up tomorrow.
I actually really like that prediction. I think I would bandwagon onto that as well. I think you're spot on with what we can expect out of the players. What concerns me there then is Vincent Keimer's chances if he does get forced into the tiebreak position, and maybe we see Jan Nepomniachtchi unseat the champion of our last event here on the second day of the quarterfinals.
That's the one thing we have to remind everyone about Vincent. Yes, he crushed the field in Weissenhaus, but he didn't have to face a single tiebreak. He did it all in the classical portion. Tiebreaks, I think he's a massive underdog there.
But David, even in his game today against Jan, he actually got a good position out of the opening. He was able to navigate the first few moves really well. Yeah. But again, it was the clock. It was the 17th piece. That's where he messed up. So if he can take that as a huge learning and make sure he keeps things under control. He does start with the black pieces. Jan will be on the offense tomorrow. It's tough to call, but Vincent, he can't let the clock get out of control tomorrow. I think Jan will be ready to strike much harder if he gets that opportunity.
Day one of the quarterfinals, it's in the books. Day two is just around the corner, and it's going to be action-packed as we'll say goodbye to some of our players in the upper bracket as they fall out of contention for that all-important race to first place. We're shutting the studio down. We'll be right back. Same time, same place tomorrow, and we hope to see you there. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. With my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do. My time, my time, my time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. know you, I wanna show you, and I